Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another. I guess we're sticking with Free for All Tuesday. That's what I think we're gonna rock with. What's going on, everyone? How we doing out there? Happy Tuesday. Hope everyone's having a lovely, fantastic day out there today. Hello, hello, Felda, Mike, Lady Monteceros, Advocates, Shiru, Mike Savage, Tree, Hawk Rogers. What's going on? Tier, what up, buddy? Frankie Deller, how we doing? Big Dro, we got everybody out here today. What's going on, guys? I want to try something a little bit different today. A, to see if it makes for good content. If you guys aren't feeling it, we'll click out of it. And B, so you're not just staring at nothing. I just want to do something different. Something I can listen to on my way home. Hey, Mama Yikes, how we doing? Did you watch the link I sent Drunkle? No, I did not see it. He sent it to me. I just haven't had time to watch it. So if you guys would... Here, I'll just give you an idea of what we're doing real quick. If you guys don't even like the idea, we won't get it started. Here's what we got here. And I can go like this. And we'll do a little game streaming. And then we can go like this when we want to talk about the thing. And then we can go back like this. And then we can go like this. And then we can go like this. Like we can just switch back and forth. Like here's the this on screen. And then we can jump over here, and we do some gaming while this still plays. Just move it back and forth like that. So you guys let me know what you think on that. But yeah, I don't really have too much of a preamble. They finally figured out what's wrong with my truck, and that's good. But it's going to cost me like $400, which is not so good. And I was talking to the guy, I'm like... If I would have, out of curiosity, if I would have gone for the, like, extra $20 a month warranty, would that have covered this? He goes, no. I'm like, okay, good. So I was going to be like, oh, no. Truck loop is, no, it's something with the thermometer and the radiator. So it was like $160 to diagnose it. And then they just said I had to pay for the one part and the diagnostic fee and half the labor, because they're trying to work with me on it, which I do appreciate, I guess. But still, that sucks. I swear to God, I don't remember these, like, diagnostic fees being this expensive a few years ago. I don't remember this being a thing, but now every dealership, at least around here, or garage that I take my truck to, dealership, every garage I take my truck to, there's a diagnostic fee. Yeah, the truck kept running after we shut it off the other night for like a half an hour. Yeah, and it was doing that the other day too, just going around the corner. But they said whatever's going on with the air conditioning, it's probably, or it's the thermostat too. Nothing was this expensive a few years ago. Yeah, what can you do though? That's why emergency credit cards exist. Yay, me. Ghost possession. So the truck kept thinking it was overheating when it wasn't. But they're like, even with the warranty, it wouldn't have covered this. The average fee is $90 per hour. Well, they said they've been working on it since this afternoon, and it won't be ready till tomorrow. So thankfully, I think they cut me a little bit of slack there. So I guess I'm appreciative for that. Sorry, I took a very loud drink of my water. All right, but yeah, if you guys want to support the show, you know how to do that. Hit that like button, share it out. I'm trying to juggle doing that. Oh, shit, can I do this? Hold on. Maybe I can get away with doing this. Oh, no, I completely forgot I had this ability. Oh, man. Uh-oh. All right. And don't you die on me. You stay right there. Oh, man, is this going to work? Uh-oh. Are you guys there? Did I lose you? Hello? Ford, fix or repair daily. I don't have a Ford. I don't have a Ford. Oh, please tell me this worked. That'd be so fucking awesome if this worked. Hell yeah. It worked. Cool. Nice. That's going to make life significantly easier. All right, there we go. Got slabs on this, OBS on this, game on this, stream on this. Nicely done. Yay, me. By his what? By my computer, what? I'm a little lost. What about my computer? I don't know. No, not afford. Oh, okay, that's what you were responding to. No, not afford. I have a Silverado, but they didn't, nobody thought to check the air conditioner. I got it, what, like 2 months ago, 3 months ago at this point. I guess I was maybe being a little selfish, hoping they would fix it without saying, or without giving me an issue. But it doesn't matter. It's going to get done. And that's why emergency credit cards exist. So guys, yes, please hit the like button. Please share it out, all that stuff. Streamlabs down below if you want to support. And I don't know how much of this we're going to get through today, but we're going to try to get through a big portion of it. We're going to start with this like 1.35 speed. So yes, the liking, the sharing, all that stuff, slabs, all that stuff. And let's get to. His studio is a little weird.
Hello, everybody. It's your host, Ethan Klein. It's the H3 show. The date is the 2nd of May, and it is the long-awaited Leftovers reunion. How nice. We're back together. And it's going to end a lot better than the second time, right? I mean, it's going to end a lot better the second time than it did the first time, right? How could it be worse? I would love to.
Can we skip through this?
Serious business. And it takes like a commitment of 2 people working together to love this one beautiful creature that you all love more than anything in this world. Yeah. You're about to spend a lot of money on dog shoes because you love him so much.
And carpet cleaner.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Man, those freaking pizzle sticks. You looked into those yet, AB? Oh, they love those. It's like $60 for a pack of that shit.
Yesterday I took him to the pet store and I just was like buying stuff off the shelf. I don't know what the total was. I was holding it with one hand and just buying like basic stuff. Yeah. And I surprised Lena when she came home yesterday.
Well, we're all very happy for you.
I don't know why this is so choppy.
She insisted on a Yorkie because
I love that.
Yeah, oh my God, who cares?
She's been
and guess what? They are not now.
No, I know.
So let's start. I mean, so you did this content cop, right? And I mean, did that go how you expected? It didn't seem to hit very hard.
Before we get started, can I lay some like ground rules so we can have like a productive conversation?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. So I wanted to come on to make this as issue specific as possible. But yes, you have grievances with me, and of course, I think they're valid to address.
Okay. Good.
Of course, we'll talk about that. Hopefully.
I was gonna make the thumbnail to this the 2 retards fighting and superimpose Hasan and Ethan's face, but I figured I might get in trouble for doing that, so I did not do that.
I'll be able to address some counterpoints as well, if you will allow me in that process.
Absolutely.
But before we get started on anything, I would like to potentially.
So this is okay. So this is the issue. It says Firefox is taking. No, it just switched. Windows Manager and Firefox are taking 30 and 35% each in my GPU and my CPU running power. Why?
Talk about definitions so we can have like an established definition on a lot of the things that we're going to be talking about. Is that okay with you?
I mean, it depends how many definitions you got. What do you want to define? I don't want to get bogged down in this. So
I'm also experiencing audio issues on my end, so hold on one second.
No worries. No worries.
Okay. All right. So you're fine with that?
I mean, up to a point. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I don't want to get bogged down in a conversation.
It's not like a gotcha.
Go ahead, start. No, I know you're not. I just want to get going.
All right. So first and foremost, I think we should define what Zionism is and what you mean by Zionism and what I mean by Zionism.
Zionism is the belief that Jews should have their own homeland in the historic Palestine area. That's it.
Okay. All right. So I believe that.
Do you believe, Hasan? Shit, man. Maybe Edge. Maybe Google Chrome for some reason. Oh, okay, let's try Chrome. because for some reason Firefox is just annihilating my CPU and RAM.
That Zionism is a religious ethno-supremacist ideology that revolves around the exterminationist policies of removing the indigenous population that lived in, as you said, historic Palestine.
All right, I want to pull this back a little bit. This is important.
That revolves around the exterminationist policies of removing the indigenous population that lived in, as you said, historic Palestine.
So that's his definition of Zionism. Then why is literally everything under the sun a Zionist plot or something like that, according to Hasan? Because it seems like literally everything, it doesn't matter what it is. Coca-Cola is Zionist to Hasan.
As long as they are not Jews, because it's a religious, ethno-religious supremacist ideology. I think that this is a disagreement that you and I have.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. If you want to add that, like the genesis of Zionism included, you know, the displacement and you know, the ravaging of the culture that existed there, then I would agree with you. I mean, I don't think that the establishment of Israel was like a good thing. I mean, it was tragic and a lot of bad things happened. But let me ask you, sir.
Okay.
How was filming that content? I just have to know what you felt, what you were thinking as they were doing the Fortnite L behind you.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that.
No. We're here. I don't want to talk about definitions. You got your Zionism. Let's do
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it was fine.
Did you not?
I've participated in.
Hold him to this. Make him answer this.
Their YouTube videos as well in the past.
No, but that Fortnite L dancing.
Some of them feature sketches.
I noticed you weren't in the other shots. Why was that?
I think I was being interviewed.
Oh, really?
By
Who was
a journalist while that was happening.
Really?
I don't remember.
Really? Oh, that's convenient. I think you were embarrassed, frankly.
I think he should be embarrassed because it's embarrassing.
You were absent from every other shot. I think you saw him doing that. I think you saw him doing that Fortnite dance, and you said, "I got to get out of this." And by the way, I'm giving you credit for that.
I mean, Ethan, you're a comedian. You know, you participated in some sketches. You know, it happens.
I mean, shit. Yeah.
Really, you're one of your most famous sketches. You in a fucking diaper. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, we've done funny things.
Okay.
There's a difference between being in a sketch that's you in a diaper and, you know, being in a sketch where you're doing Fortnite dances to make a political point. Do you ever see those? They're usually pretty quick flash in the pan memes that pop up and disappear when there's big events. But it's like 10 TikTok dances you can do to help the Palestinian people. You know, 10 TikTok. That's what Ethan or iDubbbz and his cohorts were doing. They were doing the 10 TikTok dances to help Ethan Klein see his Zionistic ways.
Okay, you know what? Let's not debate the merit of our comedy. You're right. I'm very hacky, and so are you. Okay, by the way, you believe that the likes were botted on that?
What?
You had said you thought the likes were botted on the content cop. Do you still believe that?
What? The likes were botted on the content cop?
The dislikes were botted. The dislikes, sorry. Yeah, you said it was brigaded and was botted. It was
if it's brigaded, that means the opinion is irrelevant. If you know, white nationalists don't like the thing or whatever Hasan believes, that means that the public opinion of it is irrelevant. Hasan, sometimes I think Hasan is not a real person with some of the stuff I hear that he says. Because, I mean, there's a conspiracy, and that is what it is, that iDubbbz video had botted dislikes, therefore the dislike of it isn't relevant. Like, I'm really not sure what he's getting at. India and Pakistan just went to war. I saw that. Super duper fun. Yay, us. I wonder how much of our money is going to both sides of that conflict.
Natural, the dislikes on the video.
I don't really care about this. I don't know. I mean, I don't recall saying this, but I don't know why this is a major point of contention. All right, so you asked that question. Let's get back to some other definitions.
Hold on, let me finish, and then you can do your definition.
Yeah, hold him to it.
Did you think it was?
Well, it's not my definition. I want to hear your definition.
That's fine. I'll answer how you like.
I hope you know that, like, you know, I don't know if you know this, but I didn't publish the content cop. iDubbbz did.
Yes, I know.
That's not what. Did he ask if you published the content cop?
That, and I've addressed him thoroughly. All right, do you know that? Do you believe he should have included the context of the CPS call?
What?
What? You don't know what I'm talking about?
Wait. I'm a little confused. You are asking me.
Yes.
What my opinion is on
the video.
iDubbbz's content cop.
Correct. That's correct.
About the CPS. I don't know. Maybe. Sure. Okay.
Yes.
I mean, I think it was more so about. Like your year-long conquest of deplatforming and also
right. Well, 90% of the clips were from the episode entitled "CPS Came to My House," Hasan. I don't know if you think that's an important detail. I sure do.
Ethan, I think you know my position.
I love the little snooty Hasan, Ethan,
Position on this, as I made it very clear. I think it's completely inappropriate to fucking call.
No. That's obvious. I'm saying your friend Hasan you made a video with did a total fucking hit job. All right, go ahead. Ask me a question.
I don't have any, like.
What Ethan's saying is that your friend made this video. Do you co-sign everything that was in it? Do you agree with everything that he said? I don't really know why Hasan is having such a hard time agreeing with this, because when it came to Ethan, he said that he's not involved with stuff like that.
Go ahead.
Listen to me. Listen, we're both content creators online. We both have received an endless wave of harassment. You and I have talked privately about this.
Hasan, I don't care. Let's just go on.
What do you mean? You brought this up. You brought it up. Hold on.
I know what you're saying. We've all been harassed. The internet is tough. Whatever, yada yada. Ask me a question.
No. Please, Ethan, please.
Because you're so boring, bro. I just want to have an interesting conversation.
You know who else also told me that? Andrew Tate. Please, just hold on.
You know who else said that? Andrew Tate. Are you just like Andrew Tate? You're talking just like Andrew Tate. He said the same thing. You must be just like Andrew Tate. Shut the fuck up, dude.
Wow, God forbid.
Explain my position to you. You and I are both content creators. We get an endless wave of harassment, doxing, swatting, all of this stuff, okay? Sometimes by the same people, ironically enough, by the same communities. You and I know we've had these conversations in private before we stop doing our podcast. And you know my position on this. I think it's completely unacceptable.
I know you're against
I am
CPS.
victim to the same exact things that happened to you in this regard. I would never in a million years
ask me a question.
Sort of thing, and don't think it's appropriate.
Very good.
And I don't know why you think that I have anything to do with this.
Because you're not you're misrepresenting what I asked you. I didn't ask you, do you think it's okay that people called CPS? I asked that the video that you participated in, which was a total fucking hit job that used 90% of its clip from an episode of the podcast called CPS Got Called on Me and didn't even include the title of the podcast. Now, do you think that's fair?
I think you should take this up with iDubbbz instead of me.
Okay, sure.
So why did you say Ethan was wrong when people asked you about his opinion, but now that Ethan's asking you about the stuff iDubbbz said, why are you not allowed to be asked about this?
Make any editorial.
Yeah, I didn't make any of the editorial decisions in iDubbbz's content cop.
I'm asking what you thought about it, okay? Not if you made it. It's pretty fucking pretty obvious. Go ahead, ask me a question.
I'm sure it would have been. I'm sure that I'm sure that it would have been all right if he mentioned it.
It would have been all right.
I don't know why this is a major point of contention for you. I thought we were going to talk about Israel Palestine.
It's a major point of contention because it's like the entire point of the issue that Ethan has. He's like, "Hey, dog, can you at least denounce them calling CPS on me?" And Hasan's like, I don't know. It's how do I describe this? it's a weird it's a weird dick riding contest in certain parts of the internet where they can't even turn around and say, you know what, actually, I think what you did was not a great idea. I think that you could have handled that better. I agree that they shouldn't have called the CPS on you. But Hasan can't even say that. But when those same people asked if Hasan would denounce what Ethan says in his Zionistic ways, Hasan was like, yeah, fuck that.
Fine.
We're talking about whatever we want to talk about. You had said that I have problems with your character. That's what I'm talking about. Go ahead, ask me a question.
But you having problems with my character.
Hasan, ask me a question. I'm going to move on to the next topic.
You asking me about IDubbbz's editorial decisions in his content cop.
I'm asking about your opinion on it. Go ahead, ask me a question.
Okay. So, do you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza?
Yes.
Okay, great. Awesome. So you agree with the...
He thought Ethan was going to say no to that. He thought he was going to be like, no, well, you know, those people shouldn't be there. And then Hasan would have instant W. Hasan would be able to take home the gold, the instant W. And Ethan was like, yeah, no, I disagree with that. So really, again, it just turns around to Ethan's Jewish, therefore he needs to be ostracized. Hey, that's me. Shut up, me. He needs to be ostracized, and people need to dislike him because he's Jewish. And, you know, Hila was in the IDF as a forced conscript when she was younger.
With numerous human rights organizations, the UN.
I already said yes.
Okay, great. No, that's important. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. I also agree on this. If you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza, okay, do you feel like you have used your limited amount of time that you have as a content creator speaking out against Israel doing a genocide on the Palestinian population living in the Gaza Strip? Or do you feel like most of your commentary on that issue has overwhelmingly been to rail against people that are doing that?
Sure.
Pro-Palestinian advocates.
I don't know the difference between advocating to stop the genocide and what a lot of these people are doing. It's like, okay, hey, me, I have always had the same stance on this kind of stuff. War is bad. Doesn't matter who it is. Killing people, killing women, killing children, bad. My opinion on the Palestinian war is the same thing. War is bad. Killing children is bad. Raping people is bad. Both sides can be doing bad things. But to take this entire, 5,000 year blood and religion feud and condense it down to, you're Jewish, aren't you? You must be okay with this, is insane. It's fucking insane.
I feel like you've been wronged by, myself included.
Yeah. I don't know if you know this, but if you're pro-Palestine, it doesn't absolve you of criticism. That's something that you guys keep harping on. Do I think my coverage...
I don't think that's the case. I don't think that is the case.
Okay. Do you think my coverage has been totally balanced? I would say no. I've obviously given less time to the Palestinian perspective, and I think the reason for that is simply that...
No, not just the Palestinian perspective, Ethan. I think that rather than talking about that issue in and of itself... Rather than talking about the genocide itself, every time you have...
Hasan, I'm answering your question.
Every time you've talked about Israel-Palestine, it almost always revolved around...
I was going to tell you why. Do you want to let me answer?
Personal vendettas that you have experienced from pro-Palestinian content creators.
Okay. Would you like me to... You asked me a question, so I'm going to answer it. The reason for that being is that I feel like I'm responding to a lot of bullshit that's been passed my way ever since Leftovers... ended, starting from you and your community. Now, that's my answer to that. Now, let me ask you about this. This sword has a Nazi swastika hilt.
Uh-oh. Okay. He's laughing.
Do you disagree? What's funny about that?
He calls it his swastika sword or something like that. So okay, I should phrase that. Somebody in my chat told me he does that. I don't know if he does that or not. But Ethan or Hasan is just pretending like it's keep in mind, just a few years ago, not that long ago, all these people were the dog whistle champs. Okay sign, dog whistle. Milk, alt-right dog whistle. Now all of them are like, what? No, a swastika? No, fuck off. Get out of here, stupid. It's hilarious.
I think it's funny because you've made this a major point of contention. That's why I think it's funny.
It's a swastika, is it not?
Yeah, it's a sword that is a bleed sword, as you know already.
Yes, there was a time late 20. It was around when Trump got inaugurated that milk was a white power symbol. That was a thing for a long time among the very educated people who make these claims.
That has a hilt that has a Japanese manji sign on it, but yes, it does look like a swastika, as I've also noticed and have talked about on numerous occasions that you brought forward.
Yeah, of course you're conceding that because we fished this up, but yeah.
Such as when I made fun of, I believe it was Alexa that that grabbed it, and I said, "Oh, you immediately go for the swastika."
Yeah, he immediately goes for the swastika. That is hilarious. Good job, Ethan, on dragging that clip up. 2016 to 2018. Yeah. Uh-oh. Deal with it. What, did a dono pop up? Did I not see it? No, nothing came through. Why are you just saying deal with it, you twats?
Yeah, exactly. Do you think?
Anyway, my point is, Hasan, if I can continue, my point is that you knew it was a swastika sword. So why did you guys choose to pose with this sword?
Ethan?
Answer that. Why was the choice made for this sword?
I'm gonna gently explain this to you again. One, it's not a swastika, but regardless.
Do you think it looks like a swastika?
I did not make this editorial decision. I wasn't even.
Do you think it's reasonable to perceive that as a swastika?
If it were, and this is the thing I've been saying. This is the thing I've been saying for a long time, is that all of these weird little things, if a right-winger was doing it, Hasan and his crew would be number one there, defenders of Jewish people, turning around and going, oh, look at this, he's making Jewish jokes. This is 100% a Nazi. This is Nazi behavior. This guy is being a Nazi right now, right in front of us. But now that does not seem to be the case so much. I wonder what the difference could be. I'm doing me a thunk. Fucking ponderous.
Ethan,
answer the question. Is it reasonable to perceive that?
I don't think it was a deliberate decision that IDubbbz made, but I don't know. I don't know his mind.
Hasan, they're your swords, and according to the New York Times article, there was 10 options. So what's the chances that they chose the swastika one? That seems pretty slim.
Well,
you have 10 swords, don't you?
The week prior to that, I believe. I don't know the exact timeline. I don't really remember when they shot this, but I had the sword out because I was doing an Assassin's Creed promo. Do you feel like if I thought it was like genuinely a swastika sword, I would use it in an Assassin's Creed promo shot?
Yes. That's what we call a dog whistle, Hasan. And what you're doing is gaslighting some.
Hasan was the dog whistle master for years and years and years. Anything and everything that he assumed was a dog whistle, you better believe he was talking about it. Milk, dog whistle. Okay symbol, dog whistle. All of this stuff. Dog whistle, dog whistle, dog whistle. Swastikas, it's kind of open to interpretation, you know. It's not always that. Sometimes it's just a funny joke. Okay, sure, Hasan.
Somebody, you made a video.
Let
me make a point here, Hasan, because you're the king of microaggressions and understanding the perspective of minority groups.
True.
Right? So you made a video. You participated in a video accusing a Jewish. Let me finish my point, Hasan. No. Stop. You are making a video accusing a Jewish man of exaggerating anti-Semitism.
Don't let him talk over you. Don't let him try to silence what you're saying. Hasan has tried to change the subject like 4 times, and Ethan just keeps nailing him down. And I think that's what's going to work best for Ethan in the long run here, is if he keeps just holding Hasan to the same point. Don't let him weasel out of this shit. Hold him down.
While exhibiting the most hateful symbol against Jewish people. Do you not see this as a problem? Or at least, am I insane for thinking this is odd?
Ethan, take a deep breath.
Answer the question. I don't need you to console me.
I didn't even hear your question. I need you to.
Well, you should try listening instead of speaking.
I'm just looking for clarification here. Do you think that I deliberately was using a dog whistle in an Assassin's Creed promo, or that it was a cool sword that was laying around because it's the only long sword that I have?
You have 10 swords.
That's a katana. It's not a long sword. By definition, it's not a long sword. What? What is he talking about? Again, if some right-winger was pulling this shit on Hasan, he would be losing his fucking mind. He would be going insane.
I know, they're heavy. That's not a real sword.
So they're heavy. The sword is too heavy for you.
Oh, yes, I'm aware that it's not a real sword, but you had 10 to choose from. What does it matter how much they weigh?
Yeah, the other ones are heavy.
Let me paint a scenario. Hasan, let me paint a scenario for you, okay? Listen, okay? This is important. You participated in a video accusing a Jewish man of exaggerating anti-Semitism. You exhibited in that video the most hateful symbol against Jewish people. 1 out of 10 of your swords that you have previously already stated is the, quote, swastika sword. So am I insane for even... You're treating me like I'm insane for bringing this up, but it sounds pretty reasonable.
I mean, it's a little insane.
So, yes. Microaggressions just don't exist for Jewish people.
You're asking me why iDubbbz.
It's your sword, bro. I don't believe that you weren't there.
I'm not iDubbbz.
You were there, bro. It's in your fucking house.
I don't know why you're asking me.
Because it's your house and your sword.
But I also gave you what my speculation is, and that is that
it was just a cosmic chance.
I previously had it laying around because I had just done an Assassin's Creed promo.
Hasan would never ever accept this answer from anybody. Why is he trying to play like now this is the real answer?
Okay, if you say so. So if it's a cosmic fluke, which you claim, then why leave the photo up?
I'm not even in the photo, I don't think,
I know,
right?
It's in your room, though, and with your sword. Why leave the photo up if it's a cosmic fluke?
Wait, why are you asking me this question? I don't know. I'm not, Ethan?
I'm sorry, Hasan. Are you unable to make value judgments on situations? Like, isn't that what you do for a living? Do you think that iDubbbz should have removed?
I don't think it's relevant or that big of a deal at all. If that's what you're trying to get out of me, like, yeah, I think it's not.
Okay, so you're telling a Jewish man who's complaining about a very odd coincidence that I'm crazy and I'm exaggerating.
Over the Mangiana, Ethan. Can we? Okay, you got me. All right. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, you got me. I put a swastika in the video calling you out for exaggerating anti-Semitism.
That's not what I'm saying.
You got me.
I didn't do that.
Yes, you did. You literally did.
I didn't do that.
Okay, laugh about it. Go on.
It's not a swastika.
It's literally what he did.
And
then why should he leave it up?
You have that much of an issue with swastikas, considering you drew one on PewDiePie.
I'm a Jewish man. You fucking.
Oh God.
Moron.
Oh, I didn't realize.
Is anyone in that room Jewish?
Was
anyone in that room? Did I draw swastika one time on?
Do you think that Jews have an exclusivity?
If black people say it, we should all be able to say it. Shout louder, Hasan. He's making a point. Ethan has Tourette's. If black people, well, why can't we all say it if black people can say it?
Agreement with like being offended or not offended by Nazi imagery. You've done a Sig Heil approximately what 50
rappers say it all the time. Why can't I?
Why did I do a Sig Heil? Why did I do a Sig Heil?
I don't know.
Because you only watch clips on Twitter. I was making fun of Elon Musk and trying to see if it was valid or not.
Oh, thank you.
And by the way, as a Jewish man, are you going to tell black people not to use the N-word?
Ha! 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 Yes!
Wait, what?
Are you going to tell black people not to use the N-word because it offends you?
Yes, laugh. That is exactly the point. That is a great point. I thought of it first.
Do you think this is an apt comparison?
Yes.
Yes. Jesus Christ.
Okay. So you think that being able to draw the SWAT, your anti-Semitism radar is completely out of whack.
And who are you to say that to me? You pose with a swastika.
You're saying that it's not a swastika, and you.
So let's try to draw a one-to-one comparison with this if we can. What do you think Hasan's reaction would be if somebody posed with, let's say, who is a prominent right-wing creator online that still exists? Yeah, it doesn't even have to be right-wing. Let's say Destiny. Let's say Destiny did a photo where he was in like full clan getup, you know, the pointy hat, the whole nine, just full on, oh you bitch, full on clan getup. These people already say Destiny is a Nazi. What do you think their reaction would be if Destiny did that? Do you think they would go, oh, he's just memeing, bro? He's just having a couple of those memes.
You know it's not a swastika.
I mean, it literally is a swastika.
No, it's not.
Let me see the swords in your background. Why didn't you choose one of those ones?
I didn't choose the sword, Ethan.
I don't believe you.
Do you think this is a productive use of our time?
Absolutely. So anyway, you say it's a weird cosmic fluke. Personally, if I think it was a weird cosmic fluke, you say basically it's not a swastika. The difference between the Hindu symbol and
but it's not.
Okay, right. The difference between the Hindu symbol and the Nazi swastika.
On the other hand, was a swastika.
I'll finish what I said. Yeah, I'm a Jewish man. I depicted a swastika, cool. A tasteless joke on IDubbbz shirt 10 years ago. You said this is the swastika sword, and you keep it in your house, and you use it and pose it in photos, attacking a Jewish man. The fact that you can't even concede that looks bad. I referred
to it as looking like a swastika when my friend picked it up.
So
if I genuinely thought it was a swastika memorabilia, do you think I would keep it in my house?
Yes.
Dude, you're being so obtuse. I know it's not a swastika, right? And I know you know it's not a swastika, but it is literally a swastika also. Because the difference between a swastika and that Hindu symbol is this. You see what I'm doing? This is the difference. If you ask a Hindu person, would they walk around with a swastika sign?
Wait, so you know?
Fuck no, they know that looks like a swastika.
A swastika sword. So I'm a little confused.
Ask your Hindu friends if they would walk around with like a swastika brandished. They know.
Okay.
Are you Hindu?
Oh, Hasan is. You just need to ask to move on from this point, dude. You have shit the bed for like 15 minutes here. It's not working. It's not working out for you, Hasan. Just try to move on. You know it's a swastika sword. You got it because it's a swastika sword. Just take that L and keep it pushing.
I am not Hindu.
Okay, interesting.
No.
So anyway, it was a cosmic fluke.
Do you think
brandished
do you think that only Hindu people have bleach swords? Like, what's going on?
We're discussing the symbol, not the sword. Okay, go ahead. So you think it was a cosmic fluke. There was 10 swords. He magically picked that one.
I can't. I'm speculating on
he lifted
the
up.
decision making.
If it was a mistake, he could have deleted it.
I'm not him.
Go ahead.
I don't know. Again,
it's not going to happen. He's not gonna delete it. That's just in the video, and I don't think it was an accident.
I'm going to repeat myself here. I think I'm doing.
You
this
don't
a
need
lot.
to. Go ahead.
I am not.
Ask me the next question.
I don't know what was going on.
I'm not accusing
in
you
his
of being
mind.
iDubbbz, Hasan, but you're acting like you're incapable of making value judgments on things because you're not
No, because
iDubbbz.
I already made the value judgment. I think you're being crazy.
Okay, well, Mr. Microaggressions thinks I'm.
Why is he incapable of making the value judgment when it comes to stuff, you know, iDubbbz did that he was in the video of? Why is he incapable of making that value judgment, but he had no problem making value judgments on Ethan?
I'm being crazy. Very good. You have no problem telling Jewish people they're being crazy on what?
Yes.
It's like a blatant fuck. Go ahead. Ask me the next question.
Yes, I don't.
Do you think
I don't have a problem
if you could
telling
go back,
you're being crazy right now. You being Jewish has nothing to do with this.
Sure, I'm sure it doesn't. Do you think going back that it was a mistake to use that sword?
I don't really care about this at all.
Okay, fantastic. Well, that really shows where you're at on this. Go ahead and ask me a question.
Okay. So, since you believe that Israel is committing a genocide, what are the appropriate steps that people can take, both in the Western world and also regional actors can take, against this entity doing a genocide by your own admission, that you would consider to be appropriate? Because it feels like throughout this entire process, you have set boundaries on what you think
just
is
killing civilians. That's the boundary.
As you have set boundaries on what you think is inappropriate.
Killing civilians.
And time and time again has said is outright anti-Semitic.
He's answering
My boundary
the
is killing civilians.
Okay, that's great. So
is that unreasonable?
That's a perfectly reasonable boundary to set.
Okay, good. So then
we
don't disagree.
Agree with you on that. Great.
Okay. So let me ask you the next one. Let me ask you about this top Rsist tier list.
I have a. Let me finish.
Well, you asked and I answered. Go ahead. You could go on a little bit more.
Okay, so hold on. Everyone is complaining about my volume on my side because we're using Zoom instead of Discord. So my fucking audio.
It's fine. Take your time to get the audio.
My audio keeps going up and down. Okay. So one of the first conversations that we had, you and I had, that led to the Leftovers podcast ending, was that you considered from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free to be.
His Tourette's gets worse when he gets worked out. Yeah. Why wouldn't it?
An anti-Semitic slogan. You said that Jews feel like this is an exterminationist slogan, and Jews
I love how much Ian gets thrown under the bus. It's because Hasan really has no values when he's held on the spot like this. He's built his entire online career up on going after right-wingers and doing all that stuff, and one of the biggest things that he ever did was talk about how, you know, anti-Semitism is one of the biggest signs of Nazis and all this stuff. But now he's being blatantly anti-Semitic, and it's literally just because Ethan is Jewish. Now he has to try to say, well, it's actually not anti-Semitism when I do it.
Hear this slogan in the United States of America.
Correct.
If you think that Israel's doing a genocide, do you feel like it is appropriate for Westerners in the United States of America and Palestinians and people of Palestinian descent to be able to use emancipatory slogans, or should they go to jail under the Trump administration?
Okay, I mean, these are pretty...
What was that? Oh, I was reading chat. What was that question?
Palestinians and people of Palestinian descent to be able to use emancipatory slogans, or should they go to jail under the Trump administration?
Nobody is going to jail for saying Palestinian slogans. I don't think Hasan or Ethan's going to call him on that, but yeah, that's not happening.
Okay, I mean, these are pretty extreme questions. Now, I'm not making a value judgment. I'm just trying... I
got the loads. Hold on.
The question is what's happening right now.
Sin, did you get the part where Hasan says, unless there's a rape kit done, no sexual assault, no rape happened on October 7th? He straight up says that when Ethan says there is pics and talks about sexual assault happening. No, I don't think we've gotten there yet. We're at 1.5 hour into the debate, so I don't think we've gotten that far into it yet.
Want me to answer?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, M4. I appreciate it, buddy. And if you guys want to support like M4 did, Streamlabs is listed down below. If you guys like that stream goal too, I thought you would. Silence, Kami. I wish I could put that meme of like the bug with the laser eyes.
I'm trying to explain the Jewish perspective. I'm not trying to make a value judgment of it. But what I will tell you is that, how do you feel about Norm Finkelstein?
I am not sure who Norm Finkelstein is.
Love Norm. I know he has said that it
Here's
is.
what he had to say about this.
I know what he said.
No. I want the audience to see this, Hasan.
Hold on.
Hasan, I want the audience to see this video.
I know Norm's position.
Good, I'm glad you know. Let's let the audience know, Hasan.
You know what I mean?
Hey, Hasan.
Why does Hasan super not want this brought up? Hasan's like, why is Hasan freaking out about this?
Wake up, citizen. Do not fall for the commie psyop. Better dead than red.
I am all types of down for better dead than red pop-ups tonight. Sam with no comment. Thanks, buddy. Did that give you a stream, boss? I just saw you complaining about it. Let me refresh it. Yeah, look at that. Sam Silent, stream boss. Thank you so much.
Let the audience watch the video.
I can have a nuanced and reasonable disagreement with a person that I actually admire.
So that's what we're having.
Like Norm. But
so it's nuanced and understandable with Norm. Let the audience watch the video, Hasan.
Okay.
Palestine will be free.
Let me go back. Yeah. Here's the Norm Finkelstein, a prominent figurehead in the Palestinian liberation
movement. I don't like the slogan.
I know. I have more positions that I disagree with him on
the video
as well.
Be free. I think it's a bad slogan.
Why is I don't know what this video is, but I'm very curious to why Hasan is freaking out about it being played.
I know the slogan from the 1960s, the 1970s. It was a bad slogan then, and it's a bad slogan now because it has too much ambiguity. When you say from the river,
someone's going to hit me with the Cherry Act,
to the sea, Palestine will be free. Obviously, a question arises. Okay, what happens to the Jews in that scenario? And some people will say, well, all it's about is everybody being free. But that's not what the slogan says.
It's not. That is not what the slogan says.
In recent weeks, I have voiced my concern that it's a bad slogan. And I said, just change it, tweak it. From the river to the sea, one person, one vote, Palestinians will be free. And you can't answer that slogan because all you're talking about is equal rights for everyone. From the river to the sea, one person, one vote, Palestinians will be free.
Can't have that.
Well, I don't know if he actually means the one vote thing, because I think what he's saying is good in that from the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free, which I think is good. You're laughing at Norm.
Routinely talked at campus encampments, college campus Palestinian encampments as to, I'm not going to make much hay about the slogan in general. There's plenty of other slogans.
So he's literally talking about how he doesn't like the slogan, how he feels like it's not helpful and that it's dangerous. But Hasan's like, actually, nah. He said before that he didn't mind it, so it's fine, probably. I don't know why you're so worried about it. He said he liked it. Like, dude, you're not even paying attention at all to what Ethan's saying, are you?
Willing to listen to him, but when I say it, it becomes a big controversy. I literally,
I'm
not. It's not even my opinion. I can have
a disagreement with him on that, and you're forgetting one key factor.
What's that?
Okay, you're forgetting one key factor. Norm Finkelstein still ultimately will always say, while I disagree with the slogan because I think it scares people, it ultimately does not matter, and I'm not going to stand in opposition to it. He doesn't say it's anti-Semitic.
When have I opposed
He
it?
doesn't say it is extermination.
When have I opposed
he says
it?
That's what people...
He literally just said it's a bad slogan. He always thought it was a bad slogan. Why are you being so oppositional to saying, okay, let's try this in a different context. Let's put this a different way. Do you think that Hasan would feel the same way about this as the blood and soil thing when referring to Jewish people? Do you think he would feel the same exact way about blood and soil? Like, do you think that he would kind of explain it away and go, it's okay sometimes. What they're talking about is, they want the soil, and they actually really do like Jewish people. Like, no.
People think.
When have I opposed it?
If you think that Norm Finkelstein would be in agreement with you in any way, shape, or form on any issue, please have a conversation with him.
He's literally in agreement with me, like verbatim.
Okay. No,
actually, even more.
You said it was anti-Semitic. Norm doesn't think it's anti-Semitic.
Hasan, do you remember me advocating against it? Do you remember me advocating against it?
If he agrees with you on anything.
Sure, I'll ask Norm Finkelstein. Do you remember me denouncing that statement and saying people shouldn't say it?
I believe in our conversation.
No, it didn't happen. You're lying.
You said it was anti-Semitic.
I said it's perceived that way by Jewish people. All right, let's move on. The Sabra tier list.
Norm does not believe it's an anti-Semitic
Very
slogan.
good. I'll ask.
Just change the slogan from the river to the sea. Israel will be free, and see how long they take. Yeah, they would. They would lose their minds. I got to tell you, this has been my favorite. Sorry. This has been my favorite leftist civil war in a long time. And it's because people are trying to figure out how woke they want to be with this stuff. Like, sometimes like, yeah, those right wingers, and other times they can't. Two thoughts cannot exist in most of these people's minds.
Ask him about it. Now, let me ask you about.
Are you actually going to do that? Because that would be wonderful.
Yes, I'm going to talk to Norm.
Productive.
We'll have a great conversation about from the river to the sea.
Is it? Wait, can I ask you a question?
No. It's my turn.
Okay,
you spoke, and now it's my turn.
You know what? You go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's very gracious of you.
Well, I mean, it's just a back and forth conversation, but you seemingly have a lot of grievances not pertaining to the actual issue at hand. But
I don't know. The issue, my friend, the issue at hand is your behavior.
No, I think the issue at hand is the genocide.
Well, we seem to be coming at this from two different angles, which is great, right? So let me ask you this. Hold on. You said it's my turn to ask, so let me do that. Hasan, is it my turn to ask a question?
Shout louder, Hasan. Ethan is making a point. You better start yelling.
What?
There's a genocide. You already recognize that Israel is committing a genocide.
I can care about two things, Hasan. It's very important to acknowledge that. Don't you think?
I
can care about two things, my friend.
Incredibly narrow framework
surrounding
your own personal feelings.
I asked one of those commies at a Free Palestine protest what the river to the sea Palestine will be free meant, and they gave me a blank fucking stare and said it means free Palestinian. I told them it means to destroy Israel and getting rid of the state. Yeah, they don't care. It doesn't matter. These people don't know what they're protesting most of the time because they watch people like Hasan who don't really explain it.
I'm not that smart, but I can care about two things.
Okay. No,
even if one is more urgent than the other.
You think your own personal feelings born out of your misunderstandings is more important?
Did I say that? I said one is more urgent than the other, referring to the genocide.
Oh, okay. So you recognize that
Hasan,
the genocide is a more urgent
Hasan,
issue.
Please, let me ask a question.
Almost all of your commentary surrounding this issue on talking about your own personal feelings and how you've been wronged.
But that's what the debate started about, was Ethan's feelings about his supposed friend turning against him because he's Jewish. That was the point. That's what started all of this. That's what started all of this, was that you were supposed to be his buddy. You and him had a show. And then the more extreme parts of your friend groups did not like Ethan because he's Jewish. That, again, this all comes down to Ethan is Jewish, therefore Jewish.
To buy people.
Very good. Let me ask you. So you claimed
wait, can you answer that question?
No, Hasan, you asked your
sense?
question. It's my turn. I talked about how gracious you were, man. What happened?
Wait, but
I said you're so gracious. You're going to let me ask you a question. What happened?
Does that make sense?
Don't make me take it back. All right, let me ask you a question.
Sense to you?
Hold on to that. Ask me after this. You defended Frogan's use of the Sabra tier list. What was your opinion on that?
Oh my God.
Go ahead.
I think that the Sabra hummus tier list is absolutely insane to consider anti-Semitic, and most people have already laughed about it.
Isn't Sabra a slur used for Jewish people? I'm pretty sure Sabra is a slur. And they put Ethan in, and they'll probably talk about it actually.
Despite the fact that it was very damaging in terms of deplatforming a bunch of content creators that participated in this, egged on by yourself, by the way.
Yes. With pleasure.
And yeah, it's not.
It's insane.
Even remotely.
Okay.
It's not even remotely anti-Semitic.
Very
it's
good.
Like
let me ask you a
the
question.
Cracker band that Twitch capitulated on.
So let me follow up with this. Have you seen the thumbnail?
The thumbnail?
Yes, that's what I said. This is the thumbnail that's still up. Now, let me ask you this, Hasan. Here's Frogan's thumbnail for the Sabra hummus tier list. In the F tier is me and Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is not in the tier list. He has never explored or used. Why do you think Ben Shapiro is on the F tier?
Ethan?
Whoa, answer the question.
Again.
What, you're dodging?
I'm not iDubbbz.
But you can't make value judgments suddenly on your friends who you've spent all this time defending.
No, because I don't care.
Well, I do.
I don't. Like,
I think it's great you don't care. Why is Ben Shapiro there?
I don't know. I don't care. Probably because he's also
probably because he's Jewish.
Fucking, what?
Because it's the most prominent Jewish creators on YouTube.
Do you think Ben Shapiro's Judaism is the reason as to why he would be on this?
100% without a doubt, yes.
Yes, literally yes. They put Jewish again, just likening it to a different racial scenario. What do you think would be the outcome if it were not saying Sabra and the N-word are the same thing, but what do you think the outcome would be if it were an N-word tier list?
Wait, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Hold
go ahead.
on.
Take your time. I know it's a lot to process.
Okay. Yeah, this is a lot to process.
Yeah, I know, man. It's tough. You really don't know what to say because it looks pretty bad.
No, because it's so fucking stupid.
Well, tell me then.
You look kind of dumb.
So why
right
is Ben
now.
there?
You look kind of insane.
Okay, very good.
That's
why is Ben
I'm
there?
having a hard time. Like, I don't know why fucking Frogan made this thumbnail. And
why
I
is
don't
Ben
care.
there?
I don't have any issue with this thumbnail.
Why is Ben there?
Because he's a prominent defender of Israel.
You're quick to say that Jews aren't the only Zionists, right? So why is Ben Shapiro, of all the people in the world who are conservatives, who are Zionists, Christian Zionists, why Ben Shapiro? Me and Ben Shapiro in F tier, the two most prominent Jewish creators on YouTube? That's a coincidence, just like the swastika, huh?
Ethan,
these are two.
It's just insane coincidences. It has nothing to do with the fact that you're Jewish. It's just super coincidence, super duper coincidence.
Cosmic coincidence, eh? Hasan, they're really stacking up.
The tier list that you're talking about, first of all, the tier list that we're talking about was literally designed by a Jewish content creator who you advocated to ban, and he got banned.
Very good, and I'm glad he did. He definitely deserved it.
Jew. You called him a token Jew.
And I still stand by that. The man is just fucking. Yeah.
So you get to draw swastikas on PewDiePie, but Rafi can't say that there is a tier list here where Sabra
This is
hummus
Frogan's tier list. This is her.
Is the lowest. The Sabra hummus, liking Sabra hummus is the lowest tier.
Ben Shapiro.
And the highest tier is being able to get a Habibi pass. You, as a Jew, get to.
But see, the thing, and normally I wouldn't harp on the Sabra thing, but they made Habibi such a big issue. Only Arabic people should be able to say Habibi. Only Arabic people. So if Sabra is a slur and you're using it as one, why should we not say Habibi?
Determine what other Jews are able to do. You're the Pope of the Jews, as Sam Cedar likes to
I'm
call
not
Ben
determining
Shapiro,
what they can do,
enough.
but this is
going on.
This is Frogan's bit. This is her stage. This is her bit. I mean, you can say the Jewish dude is the fall guy and did everything, but that's not true.
Wait, so you get to draw swastikas, but Rafi can't even say Sabra hummus is dog shit.
He can say whatever he wants. I'm not criticizing.
So
By the way, you think that my criticism is that
he
he doesn't like Sabra hummus? Are you being serious right now? By the way, is that a beef? Hold on. What are you drinking?
It's a Dr. Pepper cream
Isn't that
soda.
who owns that?
I don't know, but it's not on the BDS
Are you
national
sure?
BDS list.
It is. It is.
We'll double check.
Yes, I'm 100% sure.
Okay, we'll double check that. It's not about Sabra hummus, and like let's not be obtuse.
Ethan, actually, the BDS one is actually pretty funny too, because like you've been, you consistently talk about how like I drink Diet Coke or whatever. When that fan came up to me and said stop drinking Diet Coke, it was not on the Palestinian National Committee's official.
Hasan is just about as into the protesting stuff as Foodie Beauty is, if that gives you an idea.
BDS list.
Yes, it was.
And ever since it has been on that official BDS list,
You're lying.
I have not drank Diet Coke or purchased any Diet Cokes at all.
You're lying. It was on the list.
Wait, what is?
What? Yeah, it was on the list. You're lying.
What was on the list?
Coke.
Yes, it was put on the list, and I stopped purchasing Coke, and I stopped drinking Diet Coke.
You said, you know what's
Coke.
funny? You told her
because I think it's like
you remember
not
what you told
that
her, son?
significant.
You remember? Yeah, you remember what you told her? You said, "I'll just put it in a cup."
Yeah, no, I was joking with her because I thought that it was a ridiculous request at the time because it wasn't on the Palestinian National Committee's official boycott divestment.
It literally always was. It was never not on the list. What the fuck is Hasan talking about?
And sanctions list, Ethan.
Okay. It's not about Sabra hummus, just so you know. Like, let's not be silly about this.
What is it about?
It's about what's Sabra means a Jew born in Israel. It's an Israeli company. Everybody knows it's like considered like Israeli hummus. It's been on the BDS list. Everybody knows the connotations of Sabra hummus, right? Nobody. Yeah, I don't like Sabra hummus either. We're not talking about hummus. What I don't like is anti-Semitism perpetuated by your friends and swept by you. Now, why is Ben Shapiro in the F tier? That's a cosmic coincidence? Okay, let's move on. Very good.
I am very happy Ethan is not just accepting this stuff. He's not just going, yeah, no, you're right. Yes.
Ethan,
go ahead. Next question.
I'm not Frogan.
I know and
I don't know
I know.
why.
How can I make value judgments on my friends I've been defending for 2 years?
Also,
who can say
there is a tier list in front of me, and it seems like a bunch of people, both
Ben
Jewish
Shapiro and me are in the F tier.
On the Loves Sabra tier list.
You're looking at the end. I'm looking at the thumbnail, bro. I'm talking about the thumbnail.
I know, but I first of all, again, I'm making inferences about editorial decisions that other people have made. I'm just simply speculating at this point.
Sure.
But you know
it's funny how all these cosmic coincidences happen around Hasan. All of this stuff he would never ever accept coming from anybody else.
It's a
Are you not embarrassed by this
joke.
armpit hair? It's so cringy, bro. It's like so weird. I'm glad you changed that finally. On a separate note.
What?
I find it just so weird and bizarre that this was your thumbnail for so long. Also, ironically, wearing a Rolex hat, which is like probably the symbol of capitalist excess.
Yeah. I got a
Cool,
free Rolex
dude.
hat from a friend of mine. I still wear it every now and then.
oh wow, who knew? So anyway, Ben Shapiro was accidentally in the F tier.
What does this have to do with anything? What's going on, man?
Yeah, I know. It's confusing. It's very confusing for you. It's like a car crash, I'm sure.
So why do you think there's a
so
Jewish
this is a
man
cosmic
in the A
mistake.
tier
Let's move
on the tier list if you think that it's like all about anti-Semitism and
do you think that this is at least a bad coincidence?
No, I don't.
Well,
I
that's
really
fantastic.
Don't. No, I don't think it's.
I don't think he cares. Hasan is the most cutthroat capitalist of all Twitch streamers. Yes.
I don't think it's a bad coincidence at all. I think you're trying to find with a fine-tooth comb like any incidents.
The Jewish man is crazy. He sees anti-Semitism everywhere.
A really hard time.
These are just cosmic mistakes.
I'm telling you. If you want my perspective, I'm giving it to you. I think genuinely, okay? I think genuinely, at a time when there is unprecedented levels of
I know. We can't talk about anything else. That's very convenient for you.
At a time when there's unprecedented levels of out and about anti-Semitism with incredibly prominent, oftentimes right-wing conservative figureheads.
There it is. The right-wingers. There is a lot of anti-Semitism. You're right, Ethan, but it's all on the right-wingers side.
Talking about Jews, okay, in deeply anti-Semitic fashion, you have lasered in on people that you can't even actually catch, quote unquote, dead to rights because they're not anti-Semitic.
Well, they're not wearing a shirt that says I.
Yeah, they're just holding up swords with swastikas on them and saying that Jewish people are sabras.
They hate Jews, but they're walking around with swastikas and doing careless with Jews on.
Oh, fucking wavelength, Ethan. Fucking wavelength.
On the bottom, I mean, that's as close as you can pretty much fucking get without them just saying, I hate Jewish people.
Ethan, it seems to me like
I think you're acting really silly and obtuse right now. The guy who's all about microaggressions and understanding the
You're acting silly.
perspective of minorities and stuff, telling a Jewish man that he's hallucinating anti-Semitism and won't even concede that this looks bad. Okay, fantastic.
No, you're hallucinating anti-Semitism in this circumstance.
Very good.
I'm not saying anti-Semitism is not a prominent fixture of American politics.
Very good.
Only on the right-wingers, though. Left-wingers don't anti-Semitic. Only right-wingers anti-Semitic, Ethan. You should know that. What are you, racist?
I actually do think that anti-Semitism has exploded in popularity in American politics, especially. So that's not my point at all. I'm saying you individually right now wish that these people were anti-Semitic. So you're trying to find any.
Okay, where is it exploded then? Where is the rise in anti-Semitism coming from in American politics, if not the radical left?
Thing you can hold on to.
It's really not a stretch. But once again,
none of those people are me. So I don't know why.
Let's stop with the value judgment thing. Like you can't make a decision. It sounds stupid as hell, dude.
Wait, I sound stupid as hell? What?
No, when you go, I can't draw. I'm not them. I mean, it's.
I mean, I don't know what you're asking me. What their genuine decision making?
Why would I want my best friend Ida to be anti-Semitic? Why would I want my best friend Ida to be anti-Semitic? Why would I want that? You think I enjoy my friends and people around me being anti-Semitic?
Do you want me to tell you why?
I would love.
I don't think you're gonna like the answer.
Yeah, this is gonna be good. Go ahead.
All right, come on.
Okay. You want everyone that has criticized you to be anti-Semitic so that it makes you feel better about your position. It's not your own personal positions.
What? You want everybody who criticizes you to be anti-Semitic so you feel better about yourself. I am getting annoyed by making this comparison also, so bear with me here. But could you imagine telling a black person, you just want people to be racist so you feel better about yourself? He'd lose his fucking mind, dude.
That you have explained to people that come across like you're using anti-Semitism as a shield to deflect criticisms against Israel.
This is
and that if they are actually out and about anti-Semites, that'll make you feel a little bit more comfortable, like you won the argument in your mind.
That is one of the dumbest takes I've ever heard from Hasan. Wow.
And that your community would also finally go, oh yeah, you're right. You're a permanent victim in this situation. But because there's an unimaginable amount of anti-Semitism everywhere online, it comes across as shocking that you laser in on what you perceive are dog whistles when they're very clearly not even dog whistles at all. And
swastikas, yes, not a dog whistle.
I'll give you an example of this.
Milk, dog whistle. Okay, hand symbol, dog whistle. Swastika, not a dog whistle.
Something that you did that I found very funny was you tweeted, or you don't tweet, sorry. You Instagram posted about my Theo Von podcast appearance.
Sure did.
My Theo Von podcast appearance where you were like, oh, I can't believe Theo Von didn't actually ask him about his like dangerous anti-Semitism or any number of different things in the conversation, including, I think you talked about Rick Scott. Now, we did actually talk. Theo Von and I did actually talk about Rick Scott.
Let's pull that clip up,
I'm sure you didn't see that. But hold on. Let me finish. But what I found very strange about that was the fact that Theo Von, and I didn't even know this at the time, the day prior to me, had actually interviewed Candace Owens. I think you and I both agree that Candace Owens is an anti-Semite, right?
I think that he was on that 1-2 punch.
Okay.
What does Candace Owens, and I don't know Candace Owens' opinions on anything. I don't follow Candace Owens. But what does Candace Owens being anti-Semitic have to do with Hasan being anti-Semitic? I'm a little lost here.
Bow, bang!
Do you think
you hit him with that anti-Semitism, boy?
No, Ethan.
I think he was on the vibe.
Co-host, as your former podcast co-host, do you think that I am anti-Semitic? One, and if I am, if you think I am, do you think I'm as anti-Semitic as Candace Owens?
So yes, I think you're anti-Semitic at this point. I'm comfortable saying that. Are you as anti?
Point.
Well, let me finish.
I think coming from me, I think I could say that Hasan is probably anti-Semitic. Yeah.
Can you okay?
Let me
let's
finish.
move
You
on
asked
from
me 2
Krogan
questions.
And let's address
No.
what you think I'm doing that's anti-Semitic.
Hold the phone. You asked me 2 questions together. I'm going to answer both. You said, "Do you think I'm anti-Semitic?" After talking to you so far today, I can say unreservedly yes. Do I think that you are more anti-Semitic than Candace Owens? No. I think you're former.
Candace Owens thinks Jews planted dinosaur bones to make Christians not believe in the Bible. Are you fucking with me? Are you? Is that? Hold on. I'm looking this up. Dinosaur bones. Candace Owens doesn't believe in dinosaurs. Candace Owens thinks dinosaur. Candace Owens. I can't find anything on this. Is that real? Candace Owens calls dinosaurs absurd. That's an actual thing she said. Okay, videos.
Join Planet Fitness today and save. Just $1 down, $15 a month.
Franklin University makes it possible. Time has come, make a break.
I just looked up to her and I was like, dinosaurs? That seems pretty fake and gay.
Reality alerted me of the.
Okay, I can't find a video. I'll take your word on it, chat.
Anti-Semitism is way more destructive and sinister. Candace Owens is outright. Hold on there, Hasan.
Candace Owens just bugs me on such a base level. Like, dinosaurs, that's fake and gay. Did I do the meme? I did the meme, right?
And this is an important question.
Do you think I'm anti-Semitic now? Because 2 days ago you said I wasn't.
I'm gonna answer.
Okay.
Your form of anti-Semitism is way more insidious because it's silent, it's tricky. She's out there just saying what she believes, and I respect her for that. Nick Fuentes is just out there. Nobody knows that what's his stance on Israel. Mm-hmm. Candace Owens' stance on Israel. But you're tricky.
Candace Owens is a right-wing Hasan. I from that 3-second clip I've gathered and her years and years of grifting from Social Autopsy onward, I think I feel comfortable making that judgment call. She is a right-wing Hasan.
Tricky. What you do is deny the heritage of Middle Eastern Jews, stuff like that. You accuse them of being always the oppressor, what? always everything. And by the way, you spent the first part of this debate calling me insane for what I think most people would perceive as blatant, obvious anti-Semitic acts.
I don't think most people would look at what you're doing right now and
let's
think
not
that
worry
this
about
is
that.
a
Let's
sign of mental sanity.
Well, we'll have time to poll the audience afterwards. So let's continue.
Okay. All right. Well, look.
Ethan is ready to, or Hasan is ready to call it. It's like, I'm done. I don't want to do this anymore. I want to go home.
Going back to the Theo Von situation, and you said, so you said I'm anti-Semitic, right? Yesterday you said, or 2 days ago, in the aftermath of the Sam Cedar conversation, you said I'm not anti-Semitic. So what has changed in that process? Is it this conversation that you and I had?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Got it. All right.
Here's the clip, by the way. You accused me of not. You accused me of not mentioning that Theo Von did not ask you about Rick Scott. Let's go back and watch the clip.
Because, no, I said I didn't say.
Bro, you literally look like the dude from Beetlejuice. That's crazy. The small head guy.
Ethan, I use my words very carefully. I said in the
He does look like the small head guy.
Instagram story that you posted. I don't watch your stream that much. I don't. You know, I don't. I only
in the
see
waiting
like
room. Bro, that's crazy. Do you see the resemblance?
What?
You're this guy from Beetlejuice. In this photo, you have like the same coat and shit.
Yeah.
It's
that's you are a comedian.
I sure am, buddy. I see you laughing. All right. Anyway, so you accused me of misrepresenting what happened. Let's play the clip.
Right, $800 billion of Medicare and Medicaid that they want to cut. Mike Johnson goes on stage, says, goes on Caitlin Collins on CNN and says, "Oh, there's a lot of fraud happening." There's not fraud happening in Medicare and Medicaid on the point of the recipient.
Right.
It's happening on the point of the providers.
Right.
And that's why I got banned recently on Twitch yesterday. Because
Sorry about that one day.
Yeah. So you just got back.
Yeah, Libs of TikTok was like posting about how I said something.
Wait, what is this?
And they misconstrued it as though it was a call to action to assassinate a sitting
why are you
US
showing
senator.
me this?
Well,
okay, that's the thing. Hasan is not wrong that there is fraud in the Medicare system on the part of the pharmaceutical companies. And sorry, my allergies are bad today. The pharmaceutical companies and the healthcare providers, there's absolutely fraud there. There's no reason why like an EpiPen should be $700, but that's not the point. It's what he said about it that got him in trouble.
You're saying I didn't bring this up, but or I'm saying that Theo didn't bring this up. He didn't. You brought it up, framed it in your own way to basically preempt a tough question.
Ethan, I said on the Instagram story that you posted about me, Dan, can you switch it back to Ethan?
Don't switch it back, Dan. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
I'm switching it back. Okay. 1 second.
All right. Thanks, Dan.
I know, man.
This looks ridiculous on my end.
Does, buddy.
I'm sorry. Okay. So yeah, this was
and it's not just because of the video.
Pull up the post as well, but the post I was referring to was make sure Theo knows how you feel about hosting a terrorist adjacent content creator, and I believe there was another post about it or something. But again,
I said he was irresponsible to platform you and not ask you difficult questions.
Yeah. So the question I have for you once again is like,
again, that I don't agree with that. That's probably not why he went on the show. But that is absolutely a criticism Hasan would level on somebody who had like Tucker Carlson on their podcast. Why didn't he ask him difficult questions about, this, that, or the third?
Like he had Candace Owens on. Like, do you feel like that's a little bit more damaging in terms of spreading potentially anti-Semitic narratives? Or do you think that anti-Semitism is when you feel bad personally, and that could be any number of different things that I've done in any given moment?
Do you remember when Hasan's biggest argument was right-wingers think that he's a fake socialist because socialism is when poor? And now he's using that exact same argument against Ethan. Anti-Semitism is when Ethan.
Yes, I think you were just as bad as her in your own special way, and that's why. You guys were hitting that same flavor.
Candace Owens,
yes,
on anti-Semitism in my own special way.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Very good.
Cool.
Very good. So let me ask you a question. Hasan, can I ask you a question?
Can you now officially not talk about like Frogan or anyone else and tell me why I'm anti-Semitic?
Well, we're kind of getting
2
there.
days ago, you said I wasn't, but
I
also for a year.
You're repeating yourself.
Well, I am, because you haven't answered this question.
I have literally answered it probably 2 times. The reason that I'm saying you're anti-Semitic is because how you responded at the beginning of this interview.
Ethan, for an entire year, you called me a virulent anti-Semite, a rabid anti-Semite.
Never did.
You did.
You
did.
You went
back and forth.
I have actually went back and checked
you on it.
I had said that you spread anti-Semitism and stuff, but I never called you an anti-Semitic. I went back and checked.
So
You're
I was
lying.
just simply spreading anti-Semitism.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difference.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
List, is about Habibi, not Sabr. You're conceding to the framing? Yeah, we're not conceding to anything. I don't want to even talk about the tier list anymore. Stop it. Okay.
Okay, let me ask my turn. Do you think it's appropriate to accuse? Do you think it's appropriate to accuse any Jewish person you disagree with of working with the ADL?
No.
Here, for example, is someone using it anti-Semitically.
Saying that Ethan Klein and ADL in unison.
Hasan, let me finish. You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy.
Yes, I do. I do think that that's
you're getting ahead of yourself.
The left eating itself is amazing, and it's really come to a head lately with the Palestine-Israel stuff, because that's like 2 of the left's biggest things that they stand up for is Israel and Palestine. Then they went to war. They're like, oh, fuck. Okay, fuck the Jewish people. Like, what you're doing is blatant anti-Semitism.
That's a valid thing to not only speculate, but also I stand on that for sure.
Hasan, I'm getting there. You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy. Here's an example of it being used in an anti-Semitic way. I'm sure you'll agree. Timeline on that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I heard you're in the ADL.
What is this?
This is your fan who ran up on me on Rodeo.
Who the fuck is this guy? My fan?
Yeah. You remember?
Wait, is this the? Is this the guy?
Yeah, you remember.
Wait. No, this is the guy that you claimed was my fan, right? He was calling me the fucking.
I mean, there's a clip of being like, "Yo, I love this dude." Anyway, who cares if he's your fan or not?
No.
The point is,
hold on.
Don't let up on it.
Hold on.
No.
You brought this dude
up. It doesn't
up.
matter. I'm showing him as an example of you.
It does matter.
Okay, fine. He's not a fan. I don't care.
You brought him up. Wait, what do you mean you don't care?
If I brought,
I don't think Hasan A, understands what he says, or B, really believes what he says. I think he has cultivated such a rabid, insane audience on the internet that he is not only afraid to disagree with them, but he knows that they might leave him.
Hasan, if I brought him up, let me finish my point.
He's not a fan of mine.
Why
did you make it seem like that person was a fan of mine then?
Let me get to there, okay? You asked me. It's my turn to ask a question. Just because I brought him up doesn't give you the space to interject.
Is it because he rolled up to me
and
tried to fucking clout farm? Is that why?
Yes. Okay, thank you very much.
I was very clearly disturbed by his presence.
Hasan, I think you know where I'm going, and I think you're scared. Yeah,
Ethan, can you answer the question? Why did you falsely claim that this fucking
because
random dude who does
he
not
loves
like
you, that you're his favorite person in the world? What do you mean?
Wait.
All right, Hasan, here you go, buddy. Here we go. You wanted it. I've got it.
Can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so sorry,
bro. I love you.
I'm so sorry.
I love you, bro.
I love you, bro.
You're like my girl, bro.
You're the goat.
Interesting.
You're the coolest guy in the world, bro.
Wow, how crazy.
Look gay in that.
I'm fucking. Is this another hysterical delusion?
Yes, it is, and I'm gonna explain to you exactly why.
Because wow, dude, I love you. You're the goat, bro.
We spent a good deal of our time in the encampment. If you watch the unedited full live stream, we spent a good deal of the entirety of the encampment running away from him because he kept trying to ask me dumbass fucking questions.
Okay, but that's got nothing to do with he's a fan.
Listen, for his own dumbass podcast.
You're derailing this, and I need to.
I'm not derailing it.
You
absolutely are. It's not called derailing. What I'm telling you.
You are literally derailing it, Hasan. You are not letting Ethan talk. If I talk louder, he won't be able to say anything.
I was there, and I'm telling you the situation.
Very good.
You are nefariously making it seem as though this person is a massive
Do
fan
I need
of
to
mine.
play the clip
He was
again?
just trying to cloud chase.
I'll play it again. You know, I'm fucked.
You can play that clip again.
Oh my God!
Here, I'll add subtitles.
Can I give you
Can you play the clip where he openly admits he doesn't know who I am and asks people around? Because that also.
You're my hero, bro. I love you.
You're the coolest guy in the world.
You're the coolest guy in the world.
Hold on, I think I look gay in that one.
I think I look gay in that one.
3, 2,
Ethan.
1.
Ethan.
Yes, sir.
Ethan.
Do you think he knows his name yet?
You okay?
If you think he was a fan of mine, why'd you call him a Sneeko fan when you interviewed him?
Because he's both. I mean, surely there's crossover.
Oh, there's a crossover.
Do I need to play the video again?
Okay,
I'll
well,
do it again. Fuck it.
My producer and my camera op, March. My producer and my camera op, March,
I'm so sweaty, bro.
there.
I'm so sweaty.
And he's in the chat right now.
I have to interview you. You're my hero, bro. I love you, bro. You're the coolest guy in the world, bro. Hold on, I think I look gay.
Listen, he might not be a fan, but you can't accuse me of being delusional for saying that.
You are delusional.
Okay, very good. I'm delusional. Let me get to my point, please. I mean, so I'm not even asking you to endorse this guy. I'm just simply showing you.
I don't endorse him.
I know you
and
don't.
He's not a fan of mine. So why did you claim that he was a fan of mine? Because he fucking
I'll play it again.
chased.
I mean, I feel like we're running in circles, but I'll play the clip again.
Palestinian encampment. That's why. That's all it takes for you.
No, it was when he said, "You're the GOAT. You're my hero. I love you."
He didn't know who I was. He was just saying that so he could fucking ask for an
literally
interview for his
recognized
podcast,
you.
for his PUA podcast.
Okay, who cares? I don't care. So let me move
now
on.
You don't
do you
care.
want to talk about this for 2 hours, or do you want to actually have a conversation?
Like this is a, wait, well, hold on.
They want to talk about
this
for
you
2
don't care
hours.
all of a sudden when you look like a fucking asshole for falsely claiming that
I'm sorry, but the two retards fighting comes to mind a lot here.
Some random person who stalked you is a fan of mine. You said he was a fan of mine in, I believe, in,
I lied.
in one of your videos.
I lied
you
about
said
him
he was
being
a fan of mine, and I was sending harassment your way.
Yes, very
Don't
good.
you think that's a big point of contention? Don't you feel like this is a big point of contention?
I concede. I want to show you an example of.
Do you see my side of this though?
I think no. You're being dishonest.
A random Sneeko fan comes up to me.
A random Hasan fan comes up to you,
and you, wants the cloud chase, and you turn around and you say that he is a fan of mine to prove a point, to make a false point to imply that I'm sending people to harass you.
That's not what I implied.
Like that's appropriate?
That's a total lie. I have never accused you of anything of the sort. That is an outright horrific.
You did not imply that this person that was a fan of mine was
I did.
actually harassing you.
Yes. Now, that's a big logical leap, Hasan, from he's a fan of yours to you're sending people to harass me. That's fucking insane. And by the way, I mean, you are a liar. You know that, right?
Did he not harass you?
Bro, what are you talking about? Did you send him to harass me? No.
Did he harass you and then you
Guys, if you're enjoying the show, please hit the like button. Put it up on your social media. I don't know. We are an hour and a half into this stream and barely an hour into theirs. I don't know if we're going to be able to get through all this. And there's a sped up. So please hit the like button. Please share it out. All that fun stuff. Slabs down below if you want to help us get to the goal of silence commie. We have the robot stomps, which is the perfectly apt donation that Sam hit up earlier.
Imply in your video that he was a fan of mine.
Go ahead. When you're done, I'll wait.
Leading the audience to believe. Here, we have a clip, by the way. Dan, if you want to play this supposed fan of mine, since you guys are playing clips over there.
By the way, this was a while ago. He turned on you when he saw that you support trans rights. I know. He spoke ill of you.
No. Even before he actually
who cares?
meets me.
I'm not even mad. I don't care about this guy.
No, well, seemingly you care enough about it that you brought him up here and you used him.
You didn't even let me explain why I'm showing it.
You used him in the past to act like I was sending
hate
your way.
Bro, you're terrified because you know where this is going.
I have no idea where this is going. This has been a journey.
Well, how about you let me fucking speak and then we can figure out. We can take the journey together.
Can you play this clip though?
So this clip is just an example. Not that you're endorsing him. Not that he's a fan.
Can you play? Dan, I sent you a clip.
I passed it along. It's out of my hands.
It's the
introduction
of this character onto the stream where he's like, "Who's this guy?"
I'll play it. Yeah.
Pothead or Potman. Is that it? Hey,
I could. be on it. Are you guys doing interviews? I'm Palestinian. I know I look Jewish.
He doesn't.
Oh, no, we're just streaming.
Israeli. I look like Israeli.
We're just, the guy, normally the answer would be yes, but he's busy right now.
What are you guys doing?
You're not there.
We're just streaming.
It's live stream.
Oh, live streaming?
Yeah.
Dude.
You're not even in this clip, bro. What are you talking about? You're not even present.
Later.
You're out.
What?
You're out playing with swastika swords or something. You're not even in this clip.
Dude, why? Chat. I think he's showing it on his side. You're not seeing the clip. Yes. Yeah. He's
it's really
showing the clip.
okay.
That is the first introduction of this character onto the broadcast, and he doesn't know who the fuck I am. He just sees cameras and goes, "Oh, I would like to do interviews with this person who is famous." It seems that was the whole point. The reason why I showed you that is because he was never a fucking fan. And then when he saw the full extent of my viewpoints, he started calling me the F.
He was definitely a fan. Like, that's kind of undeniable that he was a fan. How can you deny that he was a fan?
He's a Sneeko fan.
Hasan, in that clip, he doesn't see you. You're not there.
Oof.
Ethan, he is a clout chaser and not a
bro.
fan.
I don't care. Who cares? Let me ask you a question.
I do care because
okay, very good.
I do care because you have made an inference.
Oh my God,
erroneous.
Dude. You are dragging your feet on this topic, bro. It's getting ridiculous. Can we please move on?
That is ridiculous.
This clip you sent didn't prove me wrong at all. You're not there. And you were never there, Hasan. Okay, let's continue, please.
All right, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so this is an example of someone who I think is anti-Semitic. You probably agree with me on that, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. He's not a fan of yours.
I think, no. I think that guy.
Yeah.
I think they are getting way too bogged down on this.
What I've seen, from what I've seen, any number of different things I've seen from that dude. I think he's like a right-wing dating coach or something.
Yeah, he is. Dating Money 101, baby. Like and sub. All right, so here he is using the ADL. He accuses me of being in the ADL, and I'll play it. Operation?
Okay.
I don't know, but I heard you survived it, and I heard you survived the Holocaust.
That timeline on that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I heard you're in the ADL, bro.
The ADL? No, I'm not. All right, so he says, I heard you're in the ADL, bro, which, like, obviously is, you know, I perceive that as anti-Semitic.
I don't think you're in the ADL, Ethan, if that's what you're going to say.
Well, you said, and I'll quote a tweet.
I don't think that's anti-Semitic.
That you made. Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead. You said, I'll quote, he worked with the ADL to make Zionists a protected class on Twitch.
Oh, okay. God damn it.
Now, that is an outright lie.
I don't think it's an outright lie.
I worked with the ADL.
Over it, didn't you?
Sorry. I worked with the ADL. What does that mean?
Yeah, as in like worked alongside. I don't think you're in the ADL.
Oh, that's what you meant when you said I worked with the ADL. I worked beside them, just incidentally together. You didn't mean that I worked with them privately to get people banned. Of course not.
No, I do think that.
Didn't you say you choose your words very carefully?
I think people throw anti-Semitism around a lot in unnecessary scenarios, but I don't think Ethan is really throwing it around here.
Carefully
alongside the ADL.
You just told me briefly ago. You choose your words very carefully, Hasan.
Not always. I am famously.
Okay, we're walking that back. Sometimes I speak out the side of my mouth when I say you work with the ADL. So. Here you are again repeating the lie with Steiny on video. Go ahead. You had time
constantly come after me when his knows I'm not anti-Semitic and making these inferences that I am and like partnering with like the ADL and
partnering with the ADL. You want to unpack that one there, buddy?
Yeah. Again, partnering with the ADL. That is precisely what took place.
I have never spoken to the ADL, so what does that mean?
I'm not saying you directed the ADL
to take action. Do you know how silly you
Well, actually, you know what? I am kind of saying that. I am implying that you directed the ADL.
He started to back off of it, then he realized he would look like such a flake. Then he's like, you know what? Yeah, I did say that.
To take action.
Well, that's a defamatory claim that has zero proof. And frankly, it sounds a little Jewish conspiratorial.
If I thought that you worked for the ADL.
With,
I wouldn't have
I've
said
not
you worked
spoken
with
to the ADL.
I would have said you worked for the ADL. Now, what's interesting to me, of course,
Hasan,
about this is that
I
you
do
have
not
taken
work with the
credit
ADL
for these bans.
Hasan, I do not work with the ADL.
You were a part of the mass smear campaign.
That is not working with the ADL. Would you say that,
falsely
I got
claimed
nothing to do with the ADL? Blame Frogan for doing a racist fucking panel at TwitchCon that became a viral story independent of me.
Panel, Ethan, just like cracker is not an anti-white term, except public pressure clearly works on Twitch, and they make erroneous bans when they don't want people coming after them.
Here's Frogan repeating the same lie that you heard from you.
Pressure on numerous instances.
This is what she learned from you.
Everything in your power to push people to bully and harass me, including weaponizing propaganda organizations such as the ADL to get me banned off Twitch because I made a
So
joke.
she said I weaponized.
I do like how the ADL is now a propaganda organization.
The ADL, you said I partnered with the ADL, you said I worked with the ADL, but you didn't mean that I spoke to them. You just meant that we were magically skipping along and happened to just, without even seeing each other, just working together in perfect harmony and love. And by the way, I'm pretty sure you're implying that I worked directly with them on this.
No, I don't. I don't
okay,
think you
well,
worked
you doubled down
with
on
them.
it. You said that you do believe that, and I just want to let you know that that is a
No, I don't think you directly work with them. I think your goals are aligned on this. Yes, and
but then for Mr. Precise Words, say that. Don't say you're partnered with the ADL. Do you understand? You said partnered with the ADL. Me, a Jewish man, you accuse without any evidence at all of being partnered with the ADL.
Ethan,
you're now trying to rewrite history and say I said you were working besides them. You are a liar.
What are you talking about?
You are a virulent fucking liar.
Hasan is blatantly fucking lying.
Ethan, did you or did you not take ownership over the bans?
I think, yeah, I might have. Does that mean that I'm working with the ADL?
That's the question. Does him saying, yes, I got them deplatformed mean he's working with the ADL?
Ethan? Hey, Hasan, can I ask you a question? Are you working with the Neo-Nazi Party of America? Because they're also anti-Zionist.
Oh!
No, seriously. Are you working with the Neo-Nazi Group of America who's also anti-Zionist?
Ethan,
do you work
have
with
I
them?
ever taken
Are you
credit?
affiliated with them? Are you
Have I ever
partnered?
taken
Are you
credit
partnered
for
with
an
neo-Nazis?
anti-Semitic
Or
incident
or
that the
do you guys
neo-Nazi-
happen to have the same
Okay,
goal
wait, no,
and
I
are
have a question for
completely
you.
related? Yeah.
Here's a parallel for you. Have I taken?
Oh, wow. How did somebody watch this and go, yeah, Hasan fucking nailed this. Ethan totally lost. I have no idea. But I need some robot stomps.
Taking credit for a neo-Nazi anti-Semitic incident that took place. Because if the answer is yes, if neo-Nazis actually engaged in an action, neo-Nazis actually, not like your fucking hallucinations, something that we all...
Not neo-Nazis, not like your hallucinations. Coming from the guy who saw a frog and went, Nazi. The guy who saw the OK hand symbol and a gallon of milk and went, Nazi. Dude, I fucking cannot deal with this.
Agree. Like neo-Nazis did an anti-Semitic incident and I took credit for it and I said, this is awesome. I'm glad that it happened. I made numerous videos so that they would do this. Yes,
I was
you
on
would
the
be
tier list,
valid
bro.
in saying that.
It was literally targeting me. I was on the tier list. Why wouldn't I respond?
Ethan,
I don't have to be a member of ADL to respond to someone harassing me. Are you fucking
to my words,
dumb?
Please listen to my words.
I'm trying, but it's just fucking lies and filth and like empty air.
From your perspective, my association as a 10-year fighter of anti-Semitism, my association from your perspective with anti-Semitism is like something that is so laughable that I don't even know how to describe. Like you're like, oh, it's a swastika sword, but then you admit that it's not a swastika sword. That's how loose this association is. But on the other hand, I can't say that you have worked alongside
That's
the
not what you said.
ADL in getting
You said I'm
streamers
partnered
banned.
with.
That's
Partnered with.
anti-Semitic?
You are
took
lying.
credit
You
for
are
it, my
rewriting.
man.
You are not taking accountability. You said I'm partnered with the ADL.
Ethan, I can't
Do
take
you
accountability
think,
for your
Hasan,
hallucinations.
do you think that the normal, reasonable person watching that will infer that we were just coincidentally working on the same, or that I was working directly with them?
Well, he did say worked with the ADL to do XYZ.
What do you think
What
a
do you
reasonable
think the average person would
when you
conclude
take
from
credit
saying
for the
I'm
bans?
partnered with the ADL?
What do you think a normal, reasonable person would infer when they hear you,
Bro, you are
Ethan
literally
Klein,
gaslighting me.
make
It's
numerous
so
videos
obvious what you
demanding
meant.
the bans of Twitch streamers, and then after they are banned, you say, I'm glad that they got banned. I take credit for it. What would a normal, reasonable person infer
I was on the
from
tier
that?
list, dude. I was responding to them. It wasn't like a fucking it wasn't like I went out of my way to get them banned. I responded to them. I was on the tier list. There's been
So they did exactly what Ethan or what they wanted, and now they're mad about it. Gotcha. You know, that makes total sense. As one Sam Silent would say, it makes total sense if you don't think about it. Just don't think about it. It makes perfect sense. Yeah, absolutely. Sure. Yeah. Okay.
Now 3 instances, I think, of, in my opinion, very credible accusations of anti-Semitism. You've accused me of hallucinating all 3 now, which is very convenient.
No,
and also,
because they're not credible. We are not in agreement. These are not credible allegations of anti-Semitism. These are hysterical hallucinations of a person who desperately wants all of his critics to be anti-Semites so he can feel
so
comfortable
glad this is on record.
in the unique position that he has created for himself.
I'm so glad this is on record. So you think?
Yeah,
that,
I'm glad you. Yes.
So you think that the you think a reasonable person would hear you say he's partnered with the ADL? And not think that I was working directly with them?
I think a reasonable person will hear your own words and think that you probably worked directly inside of the ADL.
Have I ever mentioned the ADL?
Didn't even make that inference.
Have I ever mentioned the ADL?
You took credit.
Did I
for
ever mention the ADL, Hasan? Answer the question.
It doesn't matter. You took credit for the ban that the ADL pressured.
Do I ever mention the ADL in my entire...
Again, it's very weird how Hasan cannot answer this question or will not answer it, but just isn't answering it. It's very weird.
Your fucking career. Actually, I mentioned them once, but I didn't even know what they were. Frankly, if you have the thing, it was even. Did I ever?
Yeah, it's a clip where you are saying,
okay,
I did that shit. I'll fucking take credit for it. You know who did that shit? The ADL did. You are taking credit for something that the ADL did. I'm not even making that inference.
Well,
You're
they attacked
saying,
me.
Which one do you think? What do you think the average person would think in this situation when you are saying that you did that shit? And it's the ADL's pressure that caused these people to be banned for such
Bro,
a
I was
ridiculous,
being silly. I don't care. Listen,
not anti-Semitic thing at all.
I was being silly. They attacked me. I responded. Do I know?
I know
who?
Silly.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. Okay. Well, all right. I guess we can move on.
Well, do I
then.
think
Now
I got
you're
them
being
banned?
silly.
I don't know. Who knows? You know. I think that
you got a Jewish content creator alongside multiple Arab content creators banned off the platform for 30 days.
There's a
because
reason
you
they
cried
call him
about it, and
token,
then the
my
ADL
friend.
actually reacted.
You spend time
because
being
they
a
saw it as
token,
great
you're gonna get
opportunity.
spent.
But it was just silly. You know, fuck him.
You want to cash in on?
No, his Twitch. He's had Tourette's forever. It's not anything to do with the jab or anything like that. He's had Tourette's forever.
Your Jewish friends anymore? Or can we move on?
Am I what?
Would you like to cash in on your Jewish friends more, or can we move on?
Cash in on my Jewish friends.
That's right. Do you know any Jewish people that aren't anti-Zionists?
Yes.
Who?
I'm not going to review. I don't want to. They're normies.
Okay.
I don't want to dox them.
You're lying. You're
No, I'm
surrounded.
not.
Yes,
I'm
you
not
are.
lying.
You're absolutely lying.
Dog, I live in West Hollywood. You think I'm not around Zionist Jews? What are you talking about?
Do you pass Jews on the street? Yes. Are you friends with?
No, I'm friends. Yes.
Okay.
I
Very good.
am.
I don't believe you.
And they've treated me with much more dignity than you have, as a matter of fact.
Well, yeah, because they're not on the receiving end of an insane fucking harassment
I can have a more normal conversation with them than you, seemingly.
All right, so you think that
they would most likely
just
laugh
to recap
at all of this.
Just to recap here, so we can move on. I mean, did the random Zionist Jews that are treated you so kindly, did they have CPS show up to their house or skulls sent to their house?
Ethan, I didn't do that.
Ethan.
I didn't say you did that.
I don't know why you're bringing that up.
I know you don't, but
that
you're
has
acting
nothing to do with me.
Part
I'm not
of your
in
shtick,
support of
Hasan,
that.
is acting obtuse when you're caught in the corner.
Okay, all right. You've dominated the conversation so far. I think we should get back to some stuff that
I agree. Let's just summarize.
No. Look, can we just get back to
Israel
Palestine,
it's
please?
very quick.
Like you
I just
want to
put a cap on this. Just a cap.
And making these
you're doing the
that
thing
I
that I'm
am,
so
and
critical of you on.
Partnering with like the ADL and
you says so. Just to put a cap on this, and we'll move on. You said I am quote partnered with the ADL, which you now claim was just a you didn't mean that I was working with them. You mean that we had the same goal. Okay, very good. We'll see how that plays. Go ahead. What's your question?
Okay.
All right, let's hear it. What's the question going to be? Come on. Any day now, Hasan.
You okay?
It's interesting because you're currently doing the thing that I'm criticizing you on, where you are looking at a situation that you recognize is a genocide, and your only consideration and your only concern.
That's not my only concern. I care about multiple things, my friend.
Yes, you can, but these are really stupid things to care about, Ethan.
I mean, that's easy for you to say. You're the one being accused of it. Let's just let's ask the accused how serious their crime is. Fucking brilliant.
Ethan.
O.J. Simpson, do you think that this is a serious court case?
Do you think that
no, I don't. Well, fucking there it is. Let's let him free.
Do you think that the Sabra Hummus' shit tier is akin to O.J. Simpson killing someone?
No, obviously not. You're being obtuse
Then why
again.
are you bringing up stupid fucking
Because you're
parallels?
You are saying that the accused, right, can dictate how serious the accusations are.
Okay. All right. Ethan.
I'm partnered with the ADL. Remember what you said.
You have in the past talked about your pro-Palestinian bona fides. You have
what do you mean
talked about how you gave my fundraiser. What?
Sorry, what do you mean by bona fides?
Like you've claimed that you are a stalwart ally of the Palestinian cause.
Correct.
You tried to also say this to Sam Cedar as well. You brought forward the fact that you had given $6,500 in your context puke that you did as a further indication that you are pro-Palestinian, even though you then turned around and actually criticized additional.
So he's done a bunch of pro-Palestinian things, yet you're still calling him an anti-Palestinian Zionist, whatever. Okay.
Additional fundraisers that had taken place, like the Creators for Palestine charity that generated $1.3 million, including the fundraiser that you initially had given $6,500 to as a reason for why you were such a staunch ally. Why did you turn around and say that pro-Palestinian fundraisers are actually completely irrelevant in the grand scheme of things and completely useless? Do you think that pro-Palestinian charities are simply there to make yourself feel like you're pro-Palestine? Do you feel like $6,500 was enough for you to spend the rest of the year actively deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators?
$6,500 to a cause and getting people who are harassing him kicked off Twitch are two very, very different things. The fact that Hasan cannot see the difference is fucking wild. That these are two extremely different things. That would be like saying, yeah, you know, I'm pretty pro animal. I like animals. I like to donate to animal charities, but I'm not a fan of Hitler. Like, that is almost a one-to-one comparison. You can share opinions with somebody. You guys can have the same opinion, but not like them enough to like them as a person, unless you're Hasan, and apparently the only thing that matters when you're taking a value judgment of somebody else is if they have the same opinions as you do. I guess I'm not really sure what he's trying to what point he's trying to make here, but okay, I guess.
I'll answer your question.
Right.
So I claimed when talking about, now, by the way, this is something I criticize you for, which is, being obtuse, mischaracterizing arguments, and basically just being a prolific liar. So here's what the conversation was about, right? I was talking about how when you're talking about activism, raising money isn't the most important thing because it can only do so much. There's other ways to do effective activism, like protesting, et cetera, working with Palestinian organizations. So I'm just saying, my point was not that.
But you wanted
hold
me to
the
be
phone. Let me
as
finish.
A virulent anti-Semite, and I've done all of those things.
My point was that not that raising money is bad or dumb or pointless, as you erroneously claim I said. My point was that it's not the most effective thing in the world, and there's other things. It's probably like the least effective form of advocacy you can do. That was my opinion.
I don't think that's the case, and I don't think that the Palestinians that
What's not the case?
Those,
what I said or what I claim?
Jesus.
No, your claim is wrong.
Okay, that's fine.
In terms of the fundraisers not being important.
That's fine.
So we've established that you claim to be pro-Palestine, and yet you've spent all of the genocide coverage criticizing
attacking people that harass me.
Should he not be responding to people who are harassing him?
Creating, working with Palestinian organizations.
I never said it's not important.
Interviewing Palestinians from Gaza.
Hasan, being an advocate for Palestine does not absolve you of criticism. Stop with the silliness.
Claiming that they are anti-Semitic. No, this does not. Because your criticisms are ridiculous.
That's kind of up to other people to decide at this point.
Your criticisms are in your own mind. Like you have hallucinated an alternative
By the way, gaslighting,
reality.
anti-Semitic
is... All right, chat. Do you think Ethan is just making this stuff up in his head? Do you think, chat, I'm asking you right now, do you think Hasan is anti-Semitic?
Semitic trope called this is what dog whistles are. You whistle to other people, and it's subtle enough that you have plausible deniability, so that when you get accused of being anti-Semitic, you can call the accuser crazy, which is exactly what you're doing. You are a fucking anti-Semite, and you've been caught out 3 different times, calling me crazy for very viable, very credible examples of anti-Semitism that.
Hey, Fastonia, what's going on, bud?
You should at least be able to admit are at least not insane.
He's absolutely anti-Semitic. Yes, he's very anti-Semitic, 100%. Yeah, I agree. I think he is as well.
And maybe a misunderstanding, but not insane. But no, according to you, they're all hallucinations. So go ahead and tell me why you're not dog whistling.
Yes, because people having an issue with your statements and with your coverage on, as a prominent content creator with a relatively progressive audience, your coverage has entirely focused on your own personal feelings.
Not entire.
And a lot of misplaced paranoia from people who are
there
criticizing
you. Go, dog whistle.
You literally think.
Can we get a whistle soundbite every time he calls me paranoid or hallucinating?
Anti-Semitism.
You got a whistle?
That's not the case. I used to like you. I don't know anymore. And I don't think it's because of anti-Semitism.
I definitely don't like you.
Anti-Semitism.
Let me stand on business and say I think you're a terrible person and a liar, and I don't like you at all.
I'm gonna have to agree.
Oh, I know. I still wish you well. I do.
I'm gonna grab a drink of water. I'll be back like 2 seconds.
I wish you well, and I really do.
I wish everybody well. Everybody be well.
No,
all right, let's move on. You got it. You want any more? Call me crazy or hallucinating again? Is that all you got?
I don't even need to do that. I think you're doing that all on your own.
We'll see.
To be fair.
Yeah, we'll see. So do you want to tell me what is your evidence that I work with or talk to or have any association with at all with Destiny?
What? Destiny? What?
What? What? The guy that I talk about fucking obsessively 100 times a day? That is like basically like the Antichrist, the Lord Voldemort in my community? Yeah, you accuse me of working with him, knowing him, talking to him. What is your evidence for that?
Oh, Thank you for asking.
Oh, you're very
Not
welcome.
only is there video footage of you corresponding with someone in your Discord that literally aligns perfectly with Destiny's own Discord, offering clips for you to pull.
That sounds like a stretch.
You've also used used clips that are unlisted called.
You talk to somebody who talks like Destiny, therefore same. Is that really what we're going with here?
Hamas Obie
Yeah.
when making arguments about my virulent anti-Semitism.
Who gives a fuck?
From
I pulled a clip
link that came from a Destiny fan account.
So that's your proof that I work with Destiny.
None of that is relevant.
Okay.
What's relevant is your constant coordination with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman, who you featured on your context nuke. So yeah,
Did I feature
I
him
don't
in
think
my
it's that
content?
ridiculous of
My
a fucking assertion to make, especially when
don't remember what it was.
considering the fact that you have been corresponding with Dan Saltman.
Yeah, he talks to somebody who's in Destiny's Discord. That is delusion.
And you did, and he is Destiny's podcast co-host, and the what does he call himself? The general of the Hezbollah, I think that's what they call themselves, the Taliban and the Hezbollah, their mass harassment operation that they engage in. So yeah, I think that is not a ridiculous fucking claim to make at all.
Hasan is delusional. He is absolutely delusional. Remind me, isn't Hasan the millionaire communist? Why, yes, he is.
Actually insane, and it's a really convenient way of discrediting me when I've never spoken to,
No, I think you're
worked
doing
with,
enough
talked
to
about
discredit
Destiny
yourself
in my
all on your own.
life.
I don't need to bring
it's
that
a
up.
really nice way of you. You know what? I think you're hallucinating, buddy. I think you are you pulled a meme from his subreddit once, and there was a guy in your Discord that's also in his Discord. I think you're hallucinating.
I didn't say any of those things.
You sound fucking unhinged, dude. Are you crashing out, Hasan?
Ethan, I didn't.
Hasan, are you crashing out?
I gave you.
Do you have friends who are aware of the condition and can help you get the help you need?
Okay, Ethan.
You're delusional.
You featured Destiny's podcast.
I said he discovered the IP ban. Is that not true? I said Dan Saltman discovered the IP ban. That's all I said. I didn't endorse. I didn't. All I said is he discovered the IP ban. Is that true? Is that materially true?
I don't think
it
so.
is. It is.
I think someone in Destiny's community did, but it's fine. Yeah.
So how is that an endorsement?
Ethan, are you claiming that
is this
you
what
don't
you
have
do whenever you're trying to avoid
Ethan,
Hasan, are you hallucinating?
Ethan,
Hasan,
do you not correspond with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman?
I've talked to Dan Saltman, but also I don't think that that's Destiny, is it?
Yeah, no, that's just his podcast co-host and is perfectly aligned with him and uses his community to brigade.
Okay, then why did you not call out iDubbbz for what his editor said?
Also has literally tried to blackmail people in Destiny's own community.
I don't really fucking care because that's not Destiny, is it?
Unearthing sex crimes that he did.
Man,
Do you feel like that's a good person to align with?
I'm not endorsing him.
You now openly admit.
I'm not endorsing him at all. I just said I've spoken to him.
No, yeah, you're not endorsing him. You're just getting information
Have you ever
from him
spoken to somebody you don't endorse? I mean, what kind of silly bullshit are we doing here?
Certainly.
Well, there you go.
I speak to
Oh my
people I
God,
don't
dude.
endorse. I'm speaking to one right now.
You talked to Dan Saltman. You're fucking outed as a Destiny's best friend.
Ethan, you're the one who admitted that just now.
I said I've spoken with Dan Saltman, not that I'm a Destiny collaborator, which is what you claim, which is an outright, pathetic, provably wrong lie. And this is part of your disinformation campaign to delegitimize my points without ever having to address them. And isn't that convenient? You never have to address anything I say because you can just say, Ethan's friends with Destiny. Ethan's hallucinating.
Ethan, I don't think I need to. I didn't bring up Destiny. You did.
Yeah,
and also
because you lied about me for 2 years.
All right, Fastonia.
Working with them.
2 years.
That's right. Hasan, listen.
Ethan, this is kind of embarrassing.
Year and a half.
To admit, but I defended you both to my community and in general because I thought that you were a lot more open-minded until.
What have we disagreed on?
What
have we disagreed on? I'm sorry. What am I not open-minded about? What have we disagreed on, Hasan, other than me criticizing you and your friends? What have I said against the Palestinian people? Go ahead.
Ooh, that is a great point. Please explain what Ethan has said that you disagree with in regards to this exact scenario that wasn't a direct response to something one of your friends said.
What do we disagree on?
What we're disagreeing on is what you choose to focus on.
Does that seem
and
significant?
What you think is the major point of contention here.
Well, that's first of all, what I choose to focus on is certainly something you can critique.
A little frivolous.
But does that justify like lying about me continually for a year and a half just because you don't like where I'm focused? That seems immaterial.
Lying about what?
About me being a Destiny fan, about hallucinating, sweeping for your anti-Semitic friends. Lying about context, saying that my video's out of context without watching it. Hasan, take your time.
Do you feel like your video wasn't out of context?
Absolutely
wasn't a
not.
Compilation of a 2-hour sequence of out of context clips?
You want to do this? What's out of context?
Okay.
Name one thing. Go ahead, read the chat. Someone will send you on Discord.
No. I have it readily available.
Well, I'll wait.
One of the major points that you made that I've seen through other people's coverage of it so far.
Okay, so not something you've seen directly. Okay.
Is that I deny rapes happening on October 7. Okay? That I deny rapes happening on October 7. There's a clip of you when you first encounter that statement where you are actually understanding of my position until your wife stops you and says, that's inappropriate. You literally say, oh, he's saying the likelihood of rapes happening does not justify genocide, which you agree a genocide is happening.
Uncontested.
Ever since then, though, months later, you still chose
Her
to
name
use
is
that
Hila, by
clip
the way,
that is
Hasan.
14
I don't
seconds
know
long
why
out
you
of
refer to her
context.
as my wife. I find that a little chauvinistic, frankly. You know who she is. You know her well. You've begged for Teddy Fresh from her many times. So, like, yeah, you know who she is. You've written her emails
Hila.
asking for clothing. Her name is Hila.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so
yeah,
why don't
that's
you say
fine.
that? Who goes, oh, your wife?
Okay, that's kind of a weird point to get hung up on.
Like she's just like, oh,
I wasn't. Can you respond to what I was saying?
Yes, absolutely. With great pleasure, I will respond.
Why is it that you
Hasan,
initially understood the full context until Hila stopped you
Very
and
good.
said,
He said
no.
I'll answer. Would you like me to answer? That's one example of many. Seeing your response in the totality of all the responses shows that you do deny the rapes that happened on October 7th. In fact,
the totality of all my responses.
In fact, you had promised me, and I know you would never lie to me, that you would watch the context puke with me. So why don't we pull up that bit there, and we can see how out of context it is.
Boom. Do it.
Great. Someone pulling that, Dan? How you doing? I'm waiting for the link. You good?
Am I? Oh yeah, I'm great. I don't think this is going the way you perceived it to be.
I don't think that Hasan really thinks he looks good in this scenario. I don't know how he could think that. This is insane. I've only seen bits and pieces of this, but holy shit, this is so much worse than I thought it was.
Going, but
sure. I mean, you're reading your chat. Do you think that's the most accurate way?
I'll be honest with you. I was thinking about being a lot more stern initially, but this has turned into the last conversation that we had where I am trying to gently nudge you in the direction of sanity.
I was going to be more stern with you, but I have decided to take it easy on you. Holy shit. That is really what Hasan thinks he's doing, too.
I want you to really understand. You're crazy. You're crashing out. You're hallucinating, my friend. Come sit over here. You know what I mean? Don't ignore the swastika. Ignore the accusations of working with the ADL with no credibility. Ignore the tier list with fucking Ben Shapiro and Ethan. Come sit here. You're hallucinating. Oh, thank you so much for, you know what? Thank you, Hasan. That's so kind of you. How fucking genuine of you to take off the baby gloves. You fucking liar.
The concern trolling is insane.
Liar.
I mean, this is.
You are a prolific liar, bro. Where's the link? Just control.
He just doesn't understand politics like I do.
F for.
The reason, for the record, the reason why I don't like to bring Gila into the conversation is because I'm addressing my concerns with you, and I don't think that it's appropriate for me to, you know, extend the lens of criticism
that's a
to
little
other
silly
people.
considering you're like, well,
It
actually,
wasn't 1.35 shit.
Hila who influenced your opinion, the evil IDF lady. Anyway.
Okay, while we're waiting for the clip.
No, I got it.
Deny the
violent rapes that took place. That is way beyond the pale.
I'm grabbing another soda, but I'm hearing you. There is one instance in captivity.
Cherry act.
That we have.
I'm not gonna let you cherry act to me, buddy. You grab that Dr. Pepper. I'll wait.
No, I said I'm listening to you. Don't worry. I was just grabbing another soda. Go ahead.
Beyond the pale.
Is that there is one instance in captivity. Put a Hamas headband on me?
I sure did.
There is one instance in captivity that we have actually gotten verifiable evidence on. Beyond that, the systematized mass rapes that Hamas dealt on October 7, not a single bit of that has been verified. And people still run with it over and over and over again.
Many young people who were simply attending a music festival. Women were horribly raped.
I can't see myself, by the way,
As
if you're
I
showing
said,
my
You're
giggling. You're giggling. It's so funny.
Has a right to defend
No, I'm not
itself.
giggling.
You sure are.
Bro, what rapes did Hamas do? What are you talking
What
about?
rapes did Hamas
Stop
do?
Anti-Semitism account that considered me to be anti-Semite of the week has also been hallucinating rapes once again, doing rape fantasies once again because they're fucking mentally ill.
Hamas has committed.
That's something you go to a lot. You notice that? Call people mentally ill. Find that odd.
Hasan is pretty profound at gaslighting. Sin, choosy time. Listen to Hasan's laugh for an hour or Salah's laugh for an hour. Hasan's.
Probably should revise that. I don't know if that's kosher for leftist values.
Horrific acts
I'm not
of sexual
exactly
violence.
I'm not exactly doing a lot of stuff that's kosher for leftist values in general.
So you have no problem weaponizing mental health.
Yeah, when someone is hallucinating, I think it's appropriate to say that.
By your authority, I will decide who's hallucinating. Hasan.
And girls.
Watch this.
Horrific acts of sexual violence.
Eden.
Hasan, I am so sorry. You promised that we would watch this. I pulled it up. Now sit silently and enjoy.
Okay. But I got the point. You're saying that like you're showing clips.
Sit down and shut up.
Of me. You're showing clips of me saying that
women
someone
and girls,
is
men and boys
Wait, what?
slaughtered after enduring sexual violence. The deadliest day for the Jewish people.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7. Like that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people can't contend with. Like
I can't believe how quickly leftists go from believe all women to Pixar didn't happen.
There you go, Hasan. What do you got?
Pixar didn't happen. That's great commentary, by the way. Okay.
I mean,
so,
it's pretty apt.
Okay, so let's talk about it.
I don't think he's wrong.
You did actually. I'm surprised. You did actually show my findings on the UN committee report that came out.
The one that you misrepresent continually.
I did
you
not
fucking
misrepresent
continually
the UN
lie about the
preliminary
conclusion.
report. Wait, what did I misrepresent about the
Go
UN
ahead, you
preliminary report?
tell me what it said.
The UN preliminary report was not an investigative report. Like, for example, the investigative report that came out about Israel's systematized sexual assaults that was 49 pages long.
Horrible.
Dick, pew pew to your dick, foreign policy beauty, or Hasan. Who would I rather argue with? I think foreign policy beauty because she's at least repeating what somebody else said. Hasan just talks. And he doesn't say words. He just talks.
What a horrible thing that was.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Just unacceptable.
The level of evidence in a preliminary report is only enough to actually create an actual investigation. The problem is Israel has denied an actual investigation to take place. Israel has told the United Nations that they are not allowed to do an actual investigation and to simply listen to what they have to say. Now, not only is Israel...
There are literally women who have said, I was raped.
Do you feel like the Israeli government lies?
Do you? I mean, all governments lie. I'm not going to defend Israel.
I agree.
You said there's women that come out and said, I was raped.
What?
Well, they lied.
Are women on the record, on video, saying I was raped.
Like you're saying, you're saying there are multiple women that are on the record saying I was raped.
Correct.
There is, as far as I understand,
one
instance in
as
captivity.
far as you understand, because you don't give a fuck about the
directed by Hamas. What?
Well, of course, that's as far as you can conclude because you don't give a fuck about the truth. You just want to do propaganda.
Ethan,
remember?
Ethan.
Hasan, please calm down.
Okay.
You're getting worked up.
I don't know why you're
whoa.
behaving in such a childish manner when we are actually talking about finally some serious stuff. Okay.
Well, okay.
Okay. in terms of the UN preliminary report and the findings, okay, there is a clear-cut lack of evidence for any forensic examination to take place due to the incompetence of the Israeli government and specifically the organization Zakah that spent most of its time in the immediate aftermath of October 7 taking bodies out of body bags and putting them into Zakah branded body bags. This was reported by Haaretz as well. They polluted the evidence pool. Okay? That's number one. Number two, numerous people that came out and offered eyewitness testimony have since then been discredited, also according to Haaretz reporting.
Which article?
What's
the Haaretz article that accuses victims of sexual assault of lying about it? Go ahead and link me that one. And by the way, while you look for that,
no, not victims of sexual assault, Ethan. I'm using my words very carefully.
Right.
Not
of course,
victims
I remember
of
you do
sexual
that.
assault. Not victims of sexual assault. Eyewitness testimony initially provided that led people to believe that there were sexual assaults that were taking place.
Show me the source.
Were then discredited.
Show me the source.
Yeah. Can we see the source?
By the way, Hasan, while you look for that, I'm assuming that you're quoting the UN Representative Secretary General on Sexual Violence and Conflicts report, right? This is one everyone refers to. Now, are you aware how these kind of papers work? They do a very precise conclusion at the end that summarizes the main thesis and points driven home in the article. That's what the conclusion is. Let me read it for you. Overall, based on the totality of information gathered from multiple and independent sources at different locations, there are reasonable grounds to believe that conflict-related sexual violence occurred at several locations across the Gaza periphery, including in the form of rape, gang rape, during the October 7th, 2023 attack. Credible, circumstantial information, which may be indicative of some forms of sexual violence, including genital mutilation, sexualized torture, cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment, was also gathered.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So I'm gonna walk.
Are they hallucinating?
No.
Are they hallucinating? Are they mentally ill as well?
So you just don't know what words mean. So credible.
Okay, what? I almost just did the same fucking thing. Yes, sexual violence, genital mutilation, sexualized torture, cruel, inhumane, degrading treatment. That's not what words mean. So he really is he's just making this shit up and does not care about what's being said. That's what I'm getting from this.
Circumstantial evidence. Do you know what that means?
It means that there's, yeah, of course.
Credible circumstantial evidence is not a substitute for forensic evidence.
That's why I said.
Oh, so everybody there should have had a rape kit done. I wonder if Hasan would feel the same way if it were the other way around. If there were Palestinian women claiming the IDF raped them, if he would go, I don't believe it until I see a rape kit.
That picture didn't happen, bro. You need rape kit.
I wonder, do you think Hasan's famous enough to pop up on a Google search if I look this up real quick? Hasan Piker IDF rape. No. That's okay. He has not talked about it, I don't think.
Prosecute.
Hasan needs
Credible
rape
circumstantial evidence is not enough.
Pixar didn't happen, right?
Prosecute.
Yeah, I got to complain.
Rape, which is precisely the reason why the Israeli prosecutors themselves have said that in the absence of a singular victim coming out, and also with all of the forensic evidence that has been tarnished already.
Show me evidence for anything you're saying.
What?
That's not. Show me evidence for anything you're claiming that isn't some unhinged freak on Twitter. Believe all women, hey? Hey, are we believing all women unless they're Israeli? Right after October 7th Hamas attack in Israel, Zakah, the disaster victim identification volunteers, were among the first civilians responding on the scene. Zakah is an Israeli rescue and recovery organization primarily staffed by ultra-Orthodox Jewish volunteers, known for their work in collecting human remains for proper burial according to Jewish law. I think what happened is, a lot of what happened is that obviously you don't rape someone and then keep them alive. Right? So most of them were murdered, and a lot of the forensic evidence.
I'm sending Dan the PBS article about how 2 debunked accounts of sexual violence on October 7 fueled a global dispute over Israel-Hamas war. This is from May 22nd, 2022. This is about the witness testimony that was discredited. Okay.
But so even if one account was discredited, there's many.
No, it's not one account. It's 2 accounts. But the rest
there's
of the,
way more than 2 accounts. Hey, Hasan, you know what you're doing? You're like, this girl lied about being raped, therefore all these women need to be questioned. That's actually what you're doing. You're saying Pixar didn't happen. I don't believe women if they're Israeli.
Can you point me to actual to victims that came out?
Yes.
Because as far as I understand, Israeli police have asked victims and witnesses to testify about Hamas and sexual violence in the aftermath of October 7, and it seems like their investigations were inconclusive because by the admission of the Israeli prosecution,
show me evidence of anything you're saying.
They openly said that there were no victims that came out.
Yeah, let me guess. You read it on
Why can't he provide evidence of this?
Haaretz.
You don't wait. Do you think that ours is not a credible institution of journalism at this point?
No, but you guys lean on that. You just lie about what it says because it
What do you mean,
sounds
you
credible.
guys? Who is you guys?
You and all of your fucking dumbass cohorts that do the same typical like rhetorical tools to just say whatever the fuck you want without ever having to back it up or knowing what you're talking about in the least bit. So show me the evidence. Ritz boy.
While Hasan is looking for the evidence, would you guys be so kind as to hit the like button? Perhaps share it out on your social media if you feel like it. I said before I'm trying to do more stuff over here. Besides just the AAA, I've been uploading videos. Hopefully I'll have one up this week. So if you guys would be so kind as to hit the like, share it out on your social media. And if you want to support Streamlabs is down below. We're almost 10% to the current goal. Thank you guys very, very much. Robot Stomps is the greatest anti-communist donation ever created.
I sent the debunked narratives, and also here is the Israeli prosecutor Morangitz has acknowledged that 15 months after the events of October 7, 2023, Israel has still not identified any victims in which a case can be brought against an alleged perpetrator of a sexual attack.
They're all dead.
The admission is in line with the complete lack of any credible evidence regarding incidents of sexual violence, which is particularly notable when these claimed. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this foundation is, but there is news reporting on this. I don't know why someone sent me this link of this.
Do you think what is your point? What you said doesn't change anything. You're talking about. Do you think that they raped people and then didn't kill them?
You said that there are victims. Can you give me the names of the victims?
Yes.
I will. First of all, I am not in the business of denying rape. If there are victims that have come forward in this process,
I will play it for you.
As I've said, there was an instance of sexual assault that took place in captivity, and it was not the systematized rape that was directed by Hamas, as the New York Times' erroneous reporting that did not meet its own standard, its own editorial standard, as a matter of fact, written by a person who literally was taken off the editorial board, taken off the actual paper for some of her insane tweets about Gaza. None of these. Like, there's a lot of stories surrounding this, but I'm not in the business of fucking denying rape. So if you have credible evidence, please present it, and I will admit that I'm wrong. Give me the names.
There's a video. Hold on.
Is the video from Screams Without Violence? Is that where you're gonna? Is that where you're gonna present?
No, it's not from that. There's one recently of a woman testifying. I think it was either in the UN or to Congress. She's sitting on a bench. She's talking to a mic, and she's speaking in English.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get there. But like, yeah, I mean, what's your problem with Sheryl Sandberg's documentary?
Sheryl Sandberg has also been accused of sexual harassment herself, but outside of that,
what the fuck does that have to do with what's written in her documentary?
Her documentary is basically the unsubstantiated claims that some of which were directly found to be incorrect. But not only is it unsubstantiated claims, it's just a recycling of the same Screams Without Violence. The Screams Without Words article that the New York Times wrote that didn't even meet its own editorial standard. Okay? We're having this conversation. You seemingly act like you care about sexual violence taking place.
He's not talking about the fact that he cares about sexual violence. He's talking about the fact that you just outright denied that it's like possible for some reason.
Against Israelis. Meanwhile, one of the hostages that actually was returned in the early stages did get raped by an Israeli fitness instructor.
You know,
I have not seen you talk about that. I have not seen you talk about the Israeli pro-rape riots that took place.
Did unrelated to the conflict.
Israel had a January 6th style. Israel had a January 6th style pro-rape riot where a bunch of
Israel had a pro-rape riot. Okay, I'm going to listen to him explain this away, and I'm going to go potty real quick, but I'm going to turn on my headphones so I can hear it.
Of rabid right-wing.
Do you think I'm defending this? I'm not defending this.
The prosecutor's office and forcibly, with guns, took out 6 concentration camp prison guards from the Sde Taman facility that had actually raped numerous Palestinians on camera.
Are you done grandstanding? Here's a victim.
One that they raped to death.
Are you done? Here's a victim you asked for. Here we go. This is from... I think there was an even more recent one than this, but where's the audio? Fuck. Hold on, let me unmute.
Unable to move and had to ask for permission to use the bathroom. In that house, I was sexually assaulted by the Hamas terrorist who had guarded me. He forced me to go to the shower and entered the room, pointed his gun at me. He was breathing heavily and had a monstrous beast-like face. He meticulously planned his assault, scheming and waiting for the moment to have his way. He kept asking me private sexual questions while sitting next to me in his underwear, lifting my shirt, touching me, and constantly asking me when my period would be over.
Sorry, just to butt in here. Is she lying yet or no? Is she lying or hallucinating?
Ethan, have I ever said that rapes did not take place, at least according to one credible personal testimony in captivity, not on October 7, but in captivity?
Kind of, yeah. Yes.
Over.
You're doing it right now.
What do you mean,
I know
kind of?
exactly what he was planning to do.
You literally
and I couldn't do
featured-
anything to prevent
Wait, pause it for a second.
No. Listen to what she has to say, Hassan.
When the assault was over.
Hassan, don't silence her. Let her fucking talk.
Was it even allowed?
No, because you're acting like this never happened, that it's exaggerated, that everybody's lying, that Israelis are just inherently evil monsters that are responsible for everything bad that's ever happened. Listen to her.
Cry or to be sad.
Listen to her words.
I had no one to comfort me and was forced to act nice to the person who had just sexually
Listen to this
assaulted
victim.
me.
You know, I think Hasan might figure it out at some point in this stream. They're just going, Ethan is not gonna stop the video.
Show her some respect, Hasan.
Horrifying way.
Oh, it's so gross.
Not a
the way
day
you're
goes
doing
by
this.
that I don't think about
Yeah, it's
what
gross.
that terrible man did to
It
me.
is. You're
We were held
you're
in such
Show respect, bro.
monster, brother. That
no
is fucking
no person
gross.
should ever be subjected
Dan,
to
pull
such
the fucking
brutal
plug on this. Holy
treatment.
shit.
Now,
You really have no problem speaking over a rape victim when they're Israeli.
Dude, you don't give a fuck about rape. Look, what are you doing? Look at what you're doing. I never said that no one ever got sexually assaulted in
First
captivity
male
in the
rape
hands
survivor of Hamas on
militant.
October 7th.
I literally said in the video,
A man
in the
who was
video
stripped naked
that
and
you
raped by
showed
Hamas on
from
October
your
7th
context nuke,
has revealed
in the
for the
video
first
that you
time
showed
how he was spat
from
on
your-
it.
Hasan, shout louder. He's making another point. Don't let him. That's literally what's happening here. It is, do not let him speak by any means necessary.
Humiliated as his murderous rapist left. The victim, only identified as Initial D, is the first man to speak about the sexual assault he and others experienced when Hamas elite the NAPPA unit massacred, kidnapped, and raped innocent people enjoying the Supernova music festival. They pin you down to the ground. You try to resist. They take off your clothes, laugh at you, humiliate you, spit on you. Said the victim who's hold on.
Okay, listen to me. Listen to my
They
words
touch my
very
private
carefully,
parts, they
because
rape
you're not going through this in a dignified way, and I think it's very gross. What you're doing here is simply weaponizing a victim
you are so
as a
pathetic.
fucking prop, a victim that I also acknowledged. Okay?
Silence.
And you know
In
I
your
acknowledged
footage,
it because you posted it in your video that
Here it
you
is.
just showed me.
Here's the clip.
Reveals that sexual assault and rape was a regular component of the life as a hostage in Gaza.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happened on October 7th.
Hassan, maybe you would like to call her a liar. Please, go right ahead.
You're doing it matter if fucking rapes happened on October 7th.
There are dozens of testimonies from witnesses, most of who
Dozens
were
of
in hiding
testimonies.
and heard.
Oh, yeah. So is there supposed to be hundreds? Thousands? Millions of testimonies? How many testimonies before gracious lefty Hasan decides, oh, okay, yeah, maybe there were actually those things happening?
Ethan,
Are you denying that?
You said in the beginning, I'm going to use my words very carefully here.
more
In the
stories
beginning,
coming
you
out.
said
There's
on
a
October
UN
7th,
report.
there were numerous victims of sexual violence that you said, not me, you said that there were numerous victims of sexual violence that actually came forward. So I ask you for names of the numerous victims of sexual violence
Showing you
on
people.
October 7th. Because
Wait, hold on,
I
hold on,
never
hold on.
said that
You're
there was
saying
no
only-
sexual
wait, what?
assault that took place.
Wait, you're
As a
saying they
matter
have
of fact,
You're saying rapes are happening? Name rapes are happening? Name every rape victim.
Have been on
looked at that report. I looked at that same UN report and said that there was valid, credible, firsthand testimony on sexual assault.
I
that
wish
took
you
place
had the
in
energy
captivity.
you
That
have
was not on October
for
7th.
the Israelis raping people. As I wish you had the same energy for the fucking Palestinian terrorists raping people. I wish you had the
Because
same energy.
I can't invent rapes. You have not given me any names. What are
I'm
you
showing
talking
you
about?
people and names. What do you mean?
What do you mean? What's with my people and names? I don't understand.
The victim.
If there are
Just because
victims,
you need your
said
you know
believe
what?
women.
This is not going anywhere. Let's just move on. Yeah, let's just.
What do you mean? You can't just
I mean,
let's
I gave
just
you
move
two.
on from this. This is a
Why? Because you're not saying anything, Hasan. You're saying, okay, no, there were no rapes. You've not given me any victims' names. And Ethan's going, okay, here's the victims. And you're going, no, that's not real. So what the fuck else is he supposed to do?
major point of contention. You have
It's
falsely
just
smeared me
exhausted.
as a rape denier when you yourself, the one evidence,
You deny
the
mass
one
rapes happened, and you're doing it right now.
The instance of sexual
I showed
violence in
two. I just
captivity
showed you two.
that we know of up until this
Just showed
point.
you two.
You and I both agree on.
I showed you
know
two.
that I agree with that. You know that I've talked about it. You know
No, you
that I've
deny mass
acknowledged
rapes
it,
happened,
and yet
not that rapes happened.
What?
You deny that mass rapes happened, not that rapes
Yes.
happened. Listen to my words.
Yes, I do.
Okay,
I do
good.
deny
Well, there
it
you go.
Because there is no evidence. And
I just
for the
showed you
record,
two.
The clips that you used, ironically
Actually, I
enough,
showed
the
you
reason why I
three.
say it's out of context is because at that point, I personally took a position where I said very carefully and very deliberately that mass rapes that are directed by Hamas did not happen. There was no evidence for this whatsoever.
4 survivors told authorities they were sexually assaulted on October 7th. Report. First-hand account of such crimes have been rare, as most
And
victims
not
were
only-
killed. Hasan, report follows earlier testimony from a man who said he was raped by terrorists at the Nova Festival. 4 people have told authorities that they were sexually assaulted by terrorists on October 7th. Channel 12 reports. On Thursday, adding to a growing body of evidence of the systemic sexual assault.
Oh, that's why. Oh, that explains it. They can't report it if they're dead. Is that Hasan's point here? Dead people can't complain? What the fuck? What is this? How is this a real human being?
Assault committed by Hamas. Unlike most of the previous evidence of sexual assault on October 7th, which was largely based on eyewitness testimony, the Channel 12 report is notable because it is based on firsthand accounts of victims. You can yawn all you want. Firsthand testimony of such crimes has been rare because the victims have been killed. Dipshit.
Okay, Ethan,
they fucking kill them. According to the report, 4 individuals approached the welfare minister with their account.
Sorry, no way to actually examine.
Sorry, talk about being gross. Listen to these victims.
When someone is murdered, there's no way to do forensics evidence to actually
you know
conclude,
the fucking answer to that.
Actually conclude
because
that
you know that Jews,
assaulted.
you know that the religious organization that is first responders that you cited has a policy of burying the bodies to avoid disgracing them. That's
Ethan, you just said dozens of victims came out in that
I'm
article.
reading you. What are you doing, bro? I'm showing you the evidence that you're wrong right now. According to the report, 4 individuals approached the welfare ministry with their accounts of what happened to them during the Hamas onslaught, which saw blah, 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 12, sorry, not blah, 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 but 200 people killed and 250 kidnapped. The report followed a separate Channel 12 story on Wednesday that provided firsthand testimony from a man who said he was raped by terrorists at the Supernova, where hundreds of people were killed. Are these all lying? There are 5 people here. There's 3 that approached the ministry and 1 man who said he was raped. Are these all liars?
I don't know. I don't think they are. I have no reason to believe that they are. But from everything that I have seen, from everything that I've read on this, and I have read extensively on this, as far as forensic examination has been concluded, there is no evidence, no hard evidence of sexual assault. And I will give you a clip from a Haaretz article that was posted by Lisa
here comes the Haaretz article. I just read you first-hand testimony of 4 people. What are you doing? You're saying that you're not believing the victims.
Ethan,
you're asking for pics or it didn't happen.
It's not that I'm not believing the victims.
You said, where's their bodies? Pics or it didn't happen.
You have mentioned, since
you're saying pics or it didn't happen.
Okay,
right?
Since the article that you mentioned came out, there have been further prosecutions on this. Why have they not led to any real prosecution?
They're dead. They're fucking dead, you moron. What do you mean?
First-hand testimony in this regard.
You killed all the fucking Hamas operatives in Israel.
I killed them?
What? Why are you saying
you killed them?
I said they. Why the fuck would I say you killed them? That's insanely stupid. Are you okay? Hallucinating.
I didn't say you killed them.
Are you crazy? Operatives in Israel.
I killed them.
What do you mean?
First-hand testimony in this regard.
You killed all the fucking Hamas operatives in Israel.
I killed them?
What? Why are you saying you killed them? I said they. Why the fuck would I say you killed them? That's insanely stupid. Are you okay? Hallucinating. Are you crashing on? Go ahead.
Maybe I misheard you. I'm pretty sure you said you killed them.
Sometimes when you're under stress, you can mishear things, but that's okay. I understand.
I might be my mistake. I have you on much lower volume because my volume is very low.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. It's a misunderstanding.
That's part of the reason why I do ask over and over again what you're saying.
That's fine. I understand. I want people to hear what we're saying, so that's totally fair.
If you're saying,
are you done, or you want to keep going?
Gaslighting, you just clip it and send it to me, chat. It's that simple. Okay. And you probably said it by mistake, even if you did, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, we done with this one?
Okay. No, we're not done with this at all.
Go ahead. I just read 4
because the question I have for you is very simple. Okay.
Don't do that.
Oh,
I agree. Don't do that. I don't know what that stream health was there either. Let me refresh Stream Boss. Because that should not have taken that much HP. Oh, I guess it did. Outside committing actual crimes against humanity, he's just as bad as the mustache. Huh? Who is just as bad as the mustache man?
Oh, if I said you, I misspoke. That's my bad. By the way, I may have actually said you.
It's fine.
I apologize.
You misspoke. I don't care.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
Just want to make sure.
Let's get back to the actual main point of contention here.
The liars. Pics or didn't
There
happen.
have been no rape allegations filed in the October 7 attacks. Not one. Okay? And this is from Ynet, speaking to Moran Gatz, who I posted about earlier. Moran Gatz is the Southern District Prosecutor's Office in Israel. Okay? She was a member of the Team 7110.
What? Okay, maybe I'm... I guess you should up your HP there, Sam. Maybe I'm missing something here. Maybe I don't understand. But, like, were the people who were graped on October 7th, were they supposed to file a police report after getting shot at?
Responsible for cases involving captured Palestinians in connection with October 7th attacks on investigations related to sexual violence, she says, In the end, we don't have any complainants. What was presented in the media compared to what will eventually come together will be entirely different. Either because the victims were murdered, okay, this is what they're saying, or because women who were raped aren't willing to expose it. That she excludes here another explanation, says Drop Site News, that no rapes occurred. We approached women's rights organizations and asked for cooperation. They told us that no one had approached them. There were parents who reached out to organizations asking what to do if something happened to their daughter, but they didn't reveal the abuse. So the question I have for you is this, okay? The question I have for you is this. What am I supposed to do in the situation when there are no victims that have come forward?
4 victims just gave first-hand testimony. I read it to you.
Died, but there's no forensic examination. There has been no justice for these victims in Israel on October 7 due to the fact that the government completely ruined. Okay. The government completely ruined any sort of forensic examination that could have taken place. There is no way to actually bring justice to these victims. Your assessment on this is so off base.
Hasan, are you listening?
You think
4 first-hand victims. I just read it to you.
Okay, but
you know what? You're right. You know what, Hasan? You're right. Let's err on the side of these victims lying. Let's err on the side. No, you're totally right. This is the progressive way. Let's err on the side of these people lying instead of believing them. Let's do that. And
no,
yeah, they're all
I'm
lying.
not saying that they're lying. I'm telling you, my confusion on this comes from the fact that
it's not confusing. It's obvious. Most of the shit happened were killed, and it's a religious part of this first responding unit that they bury the bodies immediately to avoid humiliating them. It's all explainable.
What?
Yes. If you don't know that, then you are like woefully misinformed. Which just
dude, what are you talking about? What do you mean? Oh, it doesn't matter. There has to be a forensic examination.
Pickser didn't happen. They buried the body.
No, not Pickser. It didn't happen. You don't think that the victims deserve justice? What's wrong with you? You don't think these victims deserve justice? Why did Israel refuse an outside investigative committee?
How do you explain these 4 accusers?
Under normal circumstances,
how do you explain these 4 accusers?
Or a third party?
How do you explain these 4
and conduct an investigation?
How do you explain the 4 accusers?
I don't know.
Okay, very good.
How do you explain the
let's err on the side of them lying.
4 accusers? My information is more relevant.
Hasan really cannot pick a side here. Okay, why is there no forensic evidence? Okay, so you are sticking with the Pickser, it didn't happen. No, I'm not, but it also didn't happen. But what about these accusers? I don't know. And again, how do people think this looks good? Like, this is insane.
Relevant because it's new. It's newer, okay?
Okay.
I don't know. I
guess we're at an impasse here. Listen, Hasan, we're at an impasse. Can we move on?
Something that I don't know about when the prosecutor, do you think the Israeli Southern District prosecutor actually did not examine the testimony given by these victims?
If you don't know what happened in the 4 accusers, why are you speaking so confidently?
Because I'm speaking
you're a liar.
about
you're a propagandist and you fucking hate Israelis. Can we move on, please?
What?
There's obviously an impasse.
No.
Oh my God, I'm just trying to consider the audience. Everybody wants something else. I'm telling you, dude. This is exhausting.
You have claimed falsely that I do not recognize the testimony of a sexual assault that took place in captivity.
Yes.
That was false.
Yep,
Do you
it was
admit
false.
that?
Yep, she lied. It was false, etc.
No. It's a falsehood that you claim that I don't recognize that. Do you admit that?
Yes, 100%. Can we move on?
Wait, so you're admitting that you falsely smeared me as someone who is denying a verifiable claim of rape from a first-hand account, and it's not from October 7th.
Okay, yes, I'm smearing you. Can we move on, please?
Okay.
Okay, very good.
All right.
Can you explain this tweet to me? This is your tweet, and I'd like you to summarize it for me. Here it is. You said, go ahead, you can read it for me and explain the picture.
I can't. I don't know where it is.
So you can't see it?
Oh,
okay,
yes.
okay.
Fantastic.
Okay, very good. I guess it's just a little delay for him, Dan? Or?
No, I can see it. Bro really said my lived experience in Israel proper. Great.
What's the picture?
This is Zone of Interest. You're familiar, yes?
Explain for the audience what this picture entails.
This is Zone of Interest, which is a Oscar award-winning movie depicting the banality of evil during a literal Holocaust taking place, the monotony of the day-to-day existence, the beautiful garden.
And your implication is what?
Rudolf Hess and his family put together.
And your implication
in the backdrop, you can see there is a concentration. There's a concentration camp, Auschwitz.
Your implication
and, there's a
to
train
me
that
is
is
what?
Most likely inferred to be sending.
This is the clip you're responding to. Hold on. Like it's completely based on my. I actually don't know where it is, but I said we know what it was. I just said Israel proper, right? I said my lived experience in Israel proper.
Can you
explain
play the clip?
It's 2 minutes and I don't know where this happens. If somebody can find out.
No, play the clip. Play the full thing. We have time. I'm not going nowhere.
Well, let me see. Yeah, I mean I want to watch it too. It's just.
I know you do.
Let's see here. I'll just play it. Oh, this is a clip from the critically acclaimed Content Cop. How's that working out?
You think Hasan thinks the rapist should have individual trial convictions? Apparently,
I haven't talked to him about it.
I mean, he put out a really big video. I mean, I would be stoked.
I don't know why you're asking.
That was probably a good thing that they moved from the grape discussion, because it really wasn't getting anywhere. They were both starting to look bad on it. But I think Hasan has absolutely just drank the Kool-Aid. And I feel like he could have avoided a lot of this shit by just going, you know what? Yeah, it's because Ethan's Jewish. That's really all there is to it. I don't know what else to tell you. Sorry, bub.
Asking me about what iDubbbz is thinking. But I mean, I assume. I mean, it performed pretty well. I think it doubled your video. So
yeah, I mean,
it's not that bad.
If anything, I think it just means that more people are interested in me than you.
Yeah, no, definitely. I believe that for sure.
Very good.
I think a lot of people. I think a lot of people, some falsely and some for decent reasons, wants to.
Do you want to look at the like
ratio?
ratio?
Put you down a peg. It's probably the reason why there's a lot of people watching this conversation as well.
Do you want to watch the? Do you want to watch the like ratio on this? Damn.
The like ratio on this.
That's correct, my friend. Here it is.
Wait, what? Ethan, play the video. This is also been reported even by your favorite. What is it? Nicholas Eat Oreos.
My favorite.
To be false.
Okay. Well, here.
The dislike
let's
metric is
watch
not
it.
correct.
Let's just watch it.
Why am I arguing on behalf of Ian's the video's performance? I don't give a fuck. Come on, play the video, dude. Come on, Jesus Christ. Play the fucking clip.
I mean, it is ironic that he came and did this whole show of doing it with you, and it like just completely humiliated him. I think that's kind of funny and interesting. But I'll play the clip.
Not on leftovers. He's now talking about it on his podcast.
What I want to do is show you. Are you denying? Hold on, I'm sorry. His entire creator clash is in ruin. The event is going to be fucking absolutely canceled. He's probably not even able to reimburse most of the fighters for the time they trained. How is that not a train wreck?
Ethan,
I'm just saying.
I am not iDubbbz. I don't care about your petty vendetta against iDubbbz. Play the fucking
the video.
How
clip.
I see Israel. You in the video. When you listen to Hasan and you hear all these fucking.
Yes, you ruined a charity event. I hope you're proud.
Oh my God, bro! You have no idea what you're talking about.
He's now talking
about Israel proper. What I want to do
is he trying to say that Ethan Klein ruined Creator Clash? Is that really the argument we're stating right now, that it's Ethan Klein's fault that Creator Clash failed? What?
And you're showing headlines about Gaza. I literally say in this clip that has nothing to do with the conditions of Gaza and the conditions of the West Bank, which I consider to be like apartheid. Like it's completely based on my lived experience of 5 years living in Israel. My lived experience, bro. You are so fucking out of line. You have no idea. How do you have the confidence to make this video? Again, I don't know where it is, dude. The phrase.
You guys, how I see Israel, because you don't see that when you listen to Hasan.
Israel blocks, and he shows these headlines. Israel again blocks Gaza aid. Again, I'm not talking about Gaza, which I say clearly in this clip, but go on.
You hear all these fucking mega lefties talking.
Israeli authorities block healthcare to Gaza. Again, I'm not. Do you think that I'm talking about walking around Gaza? When I say how great multicultural it is,
we
did
never
you think that?
How Israel attacked Gaza since October 7th. Not even.
Shield your eyes.
We never co-signed what they did.
Is that not the point he's making though?
It already happened. I said it. Oh. No, okay. Well, anyway, the phrase I said is that my experience in Israel proper.
What happened after that? When AB chimed in, I wonder. Anyway, listen.
Who knows? I mean, you like to make inferences based on.
I'm just asking. I don't know.
You know what's so funny? You know what's funny? It's all on the audio. Go listen to it, dipshit.
What's up, Drunkle?
It's on the audio. You don't know what you're talking about. You're a pathological liar. You are a propagandist. It's on the audio. You can go listen to it if you gave a fuck.
AB and Olivia were chiming in. I don't know why you.
Okay, well that's where I think you fucked up. Hasan doesn't give a fuck. That's the big misconception right there.
Buttoned it. I'm just asking. It's fine. It's not that big of a deal.
What are you implying here? What are you implying with this photo?
What photo? Oh, with the photo. Okay, yeah. So let's begin. This is going to finally cause us to talk about Israel-Palestine.
Bro, just explain what you're trying to say.
By your own admission, there is a genocide that is taking place in the Gaza Strip. By your own admission, there is also an apartheid structure both in the West Bank, but I don't think you believe that there's an apartheid happening within Israel proper by your own terms.
I don't think
Yeah, okay. So do you feel as though Israel is somehow inseparable from both of these actions?
No, but obviously the conditions are different in Israel proper.
Sin, you're missing the point. The dead people were supposed to come back from the dead, break out of the Hamas capture, file a police report about rape and sexual assault, then go back. Clearly makes complete sense. That's true, actually. You're right. I missed that part. My bad.
Versus the West Bank versus Gaza. The West Bank has checkpoints. It has like different areas of zones of interest. People don't have freedom of movement. So obviously that's more apartheid-like than the main body of Israel.
Yeah. Don't you feel like you going to Israel proper would actually resemble someone going someone going near Auschwitz and being like, well, it's actually beautiful there. It's not that big of a deal.
No.
It's multicultural. Oh, you don't see the comparison.
Well, I mean, where Israel, you mean in Tel Aviv? So you're saying that...
Jonathan Glazer, who made this video, Jonathan Glazer, who made this Oscar-winning movie, does see the comparison.
So hold on, your criticism.
He said as much.
You're saying
his Oscar
all I
award,
said was my
winning
lived
speech.
experience in Israel proper. Is the problem that Israel proper? That sounds racist or something?
No, I think you're trying to present Israel as a beautiful multicultural land when it is directly doing a genocide across the border boundary, okay? And also as an apartheid on a good day.
Yeah, I make a distinction for sure.
You can't. I
lived there for 5 years in Tel Aviv.
From the crimes that is happening 6 miles away, Ethan. That's my point. So
6 miles from where I live in Tel Aviv? 6 miles from where?
I don't know how many miles away it is from.
It's a lot further than 6 miles. What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know how many miles away it is. That's not the point. It's
no,
close.
Why would he make that? Why would he make that comparison then? It's 6 miles away. I don't know how far away it is. What?
You can see it. If you go to Sidrock, you can watch it.
The point you're making is that everybody living in Israel is living next to a concentration camp.
Yes.
What?
So I said, bro really said my lived experience in Israel proper, and you're saying that I am a Nazi officer living casually and enjoying life as people are.
No, you're not directly a Nazi officer.
Well, that's what this says.
No, Ethan, you're taking it a little bit too literally. I think the point there with that imagery is not that it's a
Why
Nazi
did you choose
officer,
the one with the guy standing in it?
Well, I'm actually interpreting the work of art in the exact same way that Jonathan Glazer, who made this piece of cinema, interpreted it. The entire point is you can have a wonderful life as an American Jew in Israel. Of course you can have a wonderful life in Israel. That's the point, because Israel is a ethno-religious supremacist apartheid state that is currently doing a genocide. It is the entire underlying principle of why this nation state was founded. That's what it was founded on. It was founded on exterminationist principles of the indigenous Palestinians, which you seemingly agree to. So yes, if you actually think Israel is doing a genocide, then it comes across as rather odd that you would go to Israel to show how multifaceted and how wonderful Israel is.
I mean, yeah,
it would be exactly like someone saying, "Oh, you don't understand. I'm German. I am going to Poland. I'm going to go to Warsaw. I'm going to go to Auschwitz.
It's not the same at all, dude.
How wonderful Auschwitz looks like because it's German territory."
Okay, I lived in Tel Aviv. I worked beside Palestinians. I worked with them. I took the bus with them. I walked around the street.
What? Dude. What the fuck is Hasan talking about?
With them. I went to the restaurants. They worked with me in my businesses. It's not what people expect. That's my point. You don't see.
Yeah, that would be lying. That would be lying to your audience about the actual totality of Israel. You want to talk about my totality of anti-Semitism inferred off of like hyper-specific, narrow definitions that you have invented in your mind? Talk about the totality of a country that you recognize is doing genocide. You think it's appropriate? You think it's appropriate to go to Israel while there's a fucking genocide going on?
I mean, you did a show with me and you considered me your friend, and you knew that I was apparently a Nazi officer that whole time.
What?
I said you were considering me a friend. You did a show with me. You knew I lived in Israel that whole time. I'm surprised you were willing to work with a Nazi officer.
I also have interviewed members of the Knesset, as a matter of fact, like Ofer Kassev. I have interviewed Israelis from the anti-Zionist youth movement Mezarvot. Israeli members, Israeli Jewish citizens that have refused service, refuseniks. I don't have an issue with people that have lived in Israel. Some of the reason why I know the total and utter depravity of the inception of Israel comes from Exeter University's very own Ilan Pappé. His writings are what guide me. Of course, I don't have an issue with people that have lived in Israel and no longer live in Israel, or even still live in Israel as a matter of.
What the fuck? His entire gripe here is that Ethan's Jewish. Drunkle's right. 57 likes, people. What the hell are you doing? Smash the like button. Share it out. All that fun stuff. You want to support? You know how to do that. Thank you very much also to M4 Sherman, Looney Lenny, and Sam Silent, who have shown support tonight. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. We are almost 10% to goal if you want to push it a little bit farther.
For a fact, as long as they are anti-Zionist, because I care about Zionism as an ideology. I do not care about Jewish people or Israeli people. These are not a part of my consideration, because I believe in the best of people. I believe that people, regardless of the circumstances that they've been presented with, can see right from wrong.
Okay, very good.
I thought foolishly that you were one of these people. I foolishly thought you could also see right from wrong. But it's obvious to me that you have simply used what is going on for the past 16 months of horrific mass bombing and starvation.
Hassan, you got to stop. You got to stop with the gish galloping. I know. You're righteous and I'm evil.
I'm explaining to you my position.
Let me respond.
This is literally a gish. He's literally gish galloping. Anytime Ethan makes a point, Hasan just starts screaming and screaming and screaming. It's literal. That's literally what's happening. Is gish galloping.
I agree with you. I think that my characterization of it as a utopia, like in that moment, was distasteful, and I wish that I had said that differently. And I see that it came off bad. It came off bad, and I was wrong on that one. I totally agree. Watching that clip back, I'm regretful about how I spoke about it. So I agree with you.
Okay, that's fair. See, this is. I wish you were this open-minded for the past 16 months, Ethan, because I feel like a lot of the conversations that have taken place.
My problem is not with your philosophy on Palestine. My problem is with your community and the harassment you've leveled against me and my family.
People make inferences off of what you say. They do not know what's in your heart. Okay, and this is something that I
agree on a lot of things. The issue is the harassment.
Talked to you about in the beginning after October 7. I told you time and time again privately.
Okay, bro, you've talked a lot. Let's just move on, please.
The reason why people think you are a Zionist is not because you're Jewish, but because of what you're saying.
What did I say that's Zionist?
And they made these inferences.
What have I ever said that shows that I'm Zionist?
That is true.
Ethan, the way that you have tackled...
Ethan has at least enough balls to admit when he's wrong.
Say one thing that has shown the world, undoubtedly, how Zionist I am. That I am worthy of the scorn of you and the entire left.
How wrong that was, what you just said.
Okay, does that mean I'm a Zionist? I mean, and by the way, that was a recent clip. That doesn't explain the last 2 years.
Yes, it doesn't.
So what did I say in the last 2 years besides that clip? What did I say, Hasan? What did I say that's Zionist?
As last month,
you can't give me one fucking contextual example of me saying something that's Zionist after this entire... Go ahead.
Yeah, okay.
You have something?
I have many things.
List
recently as last month. As recently as last month.
List one example of me saying something
I'm giving
Zionist.
You another example. Just calm down and listen. As recently as last month,
you're not answering my question. You're just doing this gish galloping.
Hamas is actually putting hostages inside of hospitals. Hamas is actually using tunnel systems under hospitals, and that is part of the reason why Israel is bombing hospitals. Bombing hospitals is a war crime. Okay, bombing hospitals is a war crime. In your conversation with Sam Cedar, while on the one hand you now recognize that Israel's doing genocide, and you have in the past as well, for sure, but you've also gone back and forth on it, and you've called it a war or whatever. But having said that, in your conversation with Sam Cedar, you thought you had a gotcha where you said that, well, I find it very strange that there's not a single bomb shelter in Gaza.
That's a condemnation of Hamas.
What?
So how exactly is that anti-Semitic? Like, can we get... How is that anti-Semitic?
That is a condemnation of Hamas.
Failure I think it's a condemnation of your assessment of reality.
How is that pro-Zionist?
Look at the Gaza Strip.
How is me criticizing Hamas pro-Zionist? Would you like to explain that?
Do you think a bomb shelter would actually survive bunker buster bombs?
It'd be a lot fucking safer than
There's not a standing structure remaining in most parts of Gaza. For Israel to actually systematically destroy every hospital
with Hamas spending the...
Yeah.
That a bomb shelter would just simply be fucking crosshairs.
Can I please ask you a question? Again, me criticizing Hamas makes me a Zionist?
You criticizing Hamas makes you a Zionist?
That's what you're claiming.
I mean, it depends on what you're saying. Yes.
Well, you know exactly what I said.
You can have criticisms of Hamas in terms of like their own internal domestic affairs, in terms of their governance. But if that's your hyper focus, then yes, people are going to make that inference that you are definitely against any kind of resistance against the state of Israel.
Because they don't make bomb shelters?
Because your expectation for the Palestinians is to just simply sit there and take it so you can fucking act like you felt bad 10 years down the line.
Everything that you claim, the whole fucking apparatus of harassment that exists across social media with you at the center of it, it infringes on an inference that you maybe meant this. I have never once said I'm Zionist. The only reason people believe that is because you repeat it maliciously
no, the reason
time
why people
and time
believe that
again.
Is because of your hyper-focus
Name
on you, and your distractions away, and your deliberate deplatforming attempts towards pro-Palestinian content creators. It is ridiculous.
Being pro-Palestinian doesn't absolve you of guilt.
You recognize the genocide, but you also literally get mad at people who fight back. You get mad
I'm
at the
public
Houthis.
enemy number
You call
one
them terrorists. You call Hezbollah a terror group, which is, by the American state's definition, absolutely considered a terror group.
So it's a terrorist group, and Ethan or Hasan is upset that Ethan called it a terrorist group. So calling a terrorist group is Zionism. Am I getting that right? Am I understanding Chank's nephew's point here? Because I feel really lost, and I'm starting to feel a little gaslit too. Maybe I'm just not. I'm definitely paying attention. I'm just failing to see what the point is here. So calling a terrorist group is Zionism. Am I getting that right, chat? Help me out, chat. I need help.
But there are plenty of terror groups that have
do you not consider Hezbollah a terror group?
Against American imperialism and other forms of settler colonial violence.
Do you not consider Hezbollah a terrorist group?
I think the definition of terrorism by the American State Department is intentionally vague to deny people their habeas corpus, deny people their due process. It is there to justify whatever kind of militant action that the American government can take. This is a severe violation of the American Constitution.
So yes,
please, I think that this definition is intentionally vague.
Can I request something?
It's silly.
Can I please request something? I'm interested in having a conversation. You take this and you just go on and on and on and on. You repeat yourself. You double down on the same point. I just want to have a conversation. You make your point and then you move on. You're doing too much. Please. We're going to be
the
here.
American terrorism designation is silly. Do we agree?
I don't know. But
what do you mean? But here,
I'll be more precise.
You use its definition without ever actually thinking about it. What do you
mean? Let
me
be more precise. Here's what you said.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization.
Do we like them or no?
They are a terrorist organization. Like they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well, like
I like what you like.
I don't have an issue with them. Let's just say.
What did you mean by that? You do not have an issue with Hezbollah.
Okay, Leah, thank you for asking. Exactly. All right, let me explain. I do not have a single issue with the way that Hezbollah has defended southern Lebanon.
Me neither,
I do not have a single issue with Hezbollah as a form of militancy trying to incur penalties on the genocidal state of Israel. Because if you recognize that it is a genocide, then what is the expectation from other parties involved in the region? The very fact that other countries, other countries are not also up in arms is ridiculous, considering that Israel is a belligerent force that is destroying everything in the fucking region because it has an underlying.
So Israel is destroying everything. They're destroying everything in the region. Everything Israel touches just turns to ash. Am I doing a good Hasan impression, guys?
Extermination is policy. And you agree with that because it's a genocide. You said it's a genocide.
Right,
so what is the expectation?
Please, this conversation is becoming impossible if you don't just stop talking for a minute and allow me to respond. Okay,
now respond.
Thank you. Hezbollah, when it was first founded, I think was a noble thing, right, of defending Lebanon from the IDF invasion, and they were successful in sending them back to Israel. Now, since then, a lot of terrible shit has happened, right? And you sat there and you said, I do not have a problem with them. So do you not have a problem with what the Hezbollah did in Syria, mass murdering civilians on the behest of Assad?
Can you find a single instance where I've actually said I have no problem with Hezbollah's actions in Syria?
You said I don't have a problem with Hezbollah.
No, that specifically.
You know what's so funny?
Do you feel like
oh shit, I muted myself. I gotta hear that one more time.
Problem with what the Hezbollah did in Syria, mass murdering civilians on the behest of Assad?
Can you find a single instance where I've actually said I have no problem with Hezbollah's actions in Syria?
You said I don't have a problem with Hezbollah.
No. That.
Oh shit. This is all of us, this entire debate right now. Tell me where I said that. Well, you said this. No, it's not what I meant.
No, that specifically.
You know what's so funny?
Do you feel like that is the entirety of my conversation? Because I have talked about Hezbollah's actions in Syria, as a matter of fact, and I do have a problem with that.
You're precise with your words, right?
I don't think that harming civilians is in any way, shape, or form remotely correct. Now, having said that, I'm glad that you brought up Hezbollah because, again, in your video, you falsely claim that Hezbollah is responsible for 500,000 deaths in the Syrian conflict.
Yeah.
Okay? You say that Hezbollah is responsible for 500,000 deaths in the Syrian conflict. That is the entirety of the deaths, including the Hezbollah militancy in the Syrian Civil War.
And therefore what? They did nothing wrong?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
So what does it matter the exact count?
You erroneously claimed that they were responsible for all the deaths. You stood in front of footage. You stood in front of footage of an entire town that was destroyed by what? By barrel bombs. Who has the capacity to have an air force and use barrel bombs to destroy an entire city? Do you think Hezbollah has an air force?
They participated. You're not listening. You're being silly.
Is that why you posted that photo?
Why are you defending Hezbollah's action in Syria? Do you think that's a good look?
I'm not defending that.
You sure are. You're like, Hezbollah didn't do that. Hezbollah would never blow up a village in Syria.
Do you think Hezbollah has an air force?
Do you think I think that?
Well, you implied it when you showed a hollowed-out town that was barrel bombed.
They worked
most likely
with
by
the
Russian
government,
forces.
bro.
So why? Why did you use?
Oh, Russia. Yeah, I forgot. Russia. Yes.
That imagery to imply that Hezbollah had killed 500,000 people.
They were complicit.
That is false. This is my main problem with you, Ethan. You are spreading.
You're defending terrorism
falsehoods.
right now, by the way.
What?
You are defending a terrorism right now.
No, dude, I'm defending the truth. How does
he's literally defending terrorist organizations as we speak?
How is this so hard to comprehend for you?
The truth is Hezbollah did in Syria wasn't that bad?
They did not kill 500,000
okay,
people
so wasn't
in Syria,
that bad? So what Hezbollah did in Syria wasn't that bad? How many did they kill?
Assad regime. You are taking
You're minimizing their actions. How many did they kill?
You're taking the responsibility away from ISIS. You're taking the responsibility away from the Russian
No, I'm putting
military.
blame on Hezbollah where it belongs. How many did they kill?
I don't even know the exact number of how many they killed. I believe it's like around 2,000 to 5,000, which once again is inappropriate. I have no issue.
Did they collaborate with Assad?
They did. Yes, they did. They did.
And so, what is the issue here exactly? You said you have no issue with them. I think that's a problem.
I think I've described it numerous times at this point. I have no issue with Hezbollah's militancy against a state that is conducting a genocide. That much is very clear.
You didn't say any of that. You said I do not have a problem with Hezbollah. You're lying.
As a matter of fact, there are plenty of instances where I have talked about Hezbollah's militancy in Syria.
When you're done lying, I'll explain.
Wait, what?
When you're done lying, I'll explain. You didn't say that.
You said I'm lying.
You said I don't. You were talking to a normie. You were talking to a normie who didn't understand anything about the conflict, and he said, "How do we feel about Hezbollah?" A general question. How do we feel about Hezbollah? Your answer was, I don't have a problem with them. Let's just say." And then, by the way, Hasan, you start trying to minimize their inclusion in this fucking wanton slaughter of Syrian civilians.
Wait, what? I'm minimizing their inclusion in the wanton slaughter of Syrian civilians?
Here's what you said, because you want to be precise.
You made up the...
I like what you like.
Ethan, you
I don't have an issue with them, let's
said
just
that they
say.
killed 500,000 civilians. What are you talking about? I did not...
Hasan, quick, don't let him talk. He's getting close to a point. You better hurry up and jump all over whatever he's saying.
I did not minimize their wanton slaughter in the Syrian Civil War.
Do you think that they didn't participate with Assad to make that happen? I mean, they were allies. They participated. Okay, so then why are you defending them?
I'm not defending them,
sounds like
Ethan.
it.
I have already described to you that I am critical of their actions. You are misquoting me. You are misunderstanding.
I'm verbatim repeating what you said, you liar.
I'm having a conversation directly with you, so I don't understand.
How can you lie to people? Like we just watched the clip.
The arbitrary number that you put there because you don't do enough research.
No, that number was based on the totality of deaths. My claim was that they participated in it. You were not critical of their actions in this clip.
Why did you put so you're telling me you've never claimed that Hezbollah has killed more Muslims than Israel has? That IDF has.
I don't know when I think I did say that, and I think that was wrong. I was incorrect.
Yeah, you've said that numerous times. You actually said you ChatGPT'd against AB when AB was like, I don't think that's correct.
Yeah, by the way, that's something I looked into, and I was actually wrong about that for sure.
Okay, don't you feel like
so? Ethan has no issue going. Yeah, yeah, I was probably wrong on that. I probably should not have said that. But anytime Hasan gets pushed into a corner on something, he's like, well, I didn't say that. Well, no, here's a clip of you saying that. Well, that's not what I said. No, we got a clip of you saying exactly that. I didn't say it. Like, dude, can you try to own it at least one time?
Like this kind of misinformation is somewhat, don't you think that saying stuff like that is going to make people infer that you might be more pro-Israel than you let on?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't work like this, right? You're not just like clicking a box and you're like, well, I said it was a genocide. What more do you want from me? Okay, you did. But then you spend all of your time criticizing people who are offering analysis and not justification, but analysis.
Can I flip it on you a little bit?
Actually formed. You're upset.
Hasan, you're doing it. You're doing it again.
I'm not doing anything. I'm
talking,
hoping
bro.
to explain to you something.
Hasan does have a tendency to just say a lot of words really quick and not let Ethan really respond. And Sam's been saying it in the chat and he's been nailing it. Anytime Ethan comes close to a point, Hasan's like, he just starts motor mouthing.
So you recognize that you're wrong as you've done twice now.
You don't need to explain anything to me. I understand
now.
your point. Don't you? So you're accusing me of being irresponsible with my words. Don't you think saying you have no issue with Hezbollah makes people think you're pro-terrorist?
I don't care that people think this. It's ridiculous.
So are people valid for thinking you're pro-terrorist?
Do you believe the State
Answer.
Answer
the question.
This is the missile guidance system, bitch. I'm about to show you why the U.S. doesn't have free health care.
Oh boy, how did that not take out Sam? Jesus, look at that overkill bonus. The first hostages Hamas took in October were civilians at a concert. But Hasan doesn't agree with attacking civilians. Okay, buddy, eat your nuggies. It's nap time. I want some nuggies. I am hungry. Keep word vomiting, Hasan. It's working. He's getting tired of the topic. He'll move on. Maybe that's his tactic.
Is it reasonable for people to think that you are pro-terrorist when you say I have no problem with Hezbollah?
Do you believe the State Department's designation for terrorism is valid?
You answer my question, and I'll answer yours. Are people valid?
Ethan,
and
you rely heavily on your audience not really understanding the terms that you are using.
Let it be noted you are dodging.
When you say, "Oh, Hasan defends terrorists," okay,
literally
there's a reason why you say that. You say that to disparage me without actually addressing my arguments. And now, when you're faced with me, face to face, to talk about these issues, you agree with me. So if you agree with me, you called Hezbollah.
What did he agree with you on? Did I miss something? What did Ethan agree with you on?
A noble group. Should I just run around being like Ethan defends terrorism? Well, I think you do, but
I said their actions were noble. I didn't call them a noble group. Again, you have a problem with the truth.
You just said that their inception was a noble one.
Yeah.
You said Hezbollah was.
It's different from saying Hezbollah is a noble organization. But I really need you to answer this. Isn't it reasonable for people to assume you're pro-terrorist if you say stuff like, I have no problem with Hezbollah? Just answer the question, yes or no?
I don't think it's reasonable for people to assume that I'm pro-terrorism because I think people are going to assume that regardless because I am.
People can assume I'm Zionist, but it's okay for people to assume I'm Zionist.
Yes.
Got it. The logic is clear.
You don't understand what I'm saying. I get why people assume that. I get why people assume
you're pro-terrorist.
Yeah. Do you feel? Okay, let's talk about that then. Do you feel like someone being branded pro-terrorist is as impactful under the Trump administration as someone being pro-Israel is?
Well, as someone.
Israel is
pro-terrorist.
Yeah. Do you feel? Okay, let's talk about that then. Do you feel like someone being branded pro-terrorist is as impactful under the Trump administration as someone being pro-Israel is?
Well, as
that is giving big problemsome energy. Do you think that being labeled as pro-terrorist is as impactful as being labeled pro-Zionist is what he meant, but Israel is what he said? Yeah, I think being labeled pro-terrorist is as impactful as being labeled as pro-Zionist, yes. Probably more, actually.
As someone who's been branded as a pro-Israel Zionist in my space, it is a horrifically fucking it's resulted in the unbelievable, unprecedented. I've been on the internet for 10 years, right? I've been through all kinds of controversies, all kinds of shit. I have never once in my entire life, Hasan, experienced the amount of harassment, the organized, psychotic campaign to try to ruin my life, all of my employees' life, my family's life, their family's life. This is your community acting in response to what you're saying about me being pro-Zionist. So do I think it's worse? In my experience, it's much worse.
My community that's done any of these things that you're talking about.
Okay, Hasan, can I ask you a question? Why the fuck were you browsing H3 Snark the other day and pulling clips from that?
I don't know. Someone fucking sent me a clip in the chat.
Okay. And so you shit and pissed about me pulling a meme from Destiny's subreddit. I have never even pulled the subreddit up, but you're on stream browsing H3 Snark. How do you explain that?
Ethan, your entire subreddit is a snark subreddit dedicated to me. What the fuck are you talking about?
That's literally not true.
I don't have a single issue at this point. What are you talking about? You have personally moderated your own subreddit to turn into this, by the way. So many people that have criticized you from your own fan base have left your community.
You said your community has nothing to do with this.
You can't take a fucking ounce of criticism from your paying members. How many people are like, I love Teddy Fresh. I have so many fucking pieces of Teddy Fresh clothing. Now I feel embarrassed to wear it because look at what he has become.
There's plenty of fans. Don't worry about that.
Problem. If you want to talk about it, from the perspective of psychoanalysis, the real reason why you've gone on this endless vendetta is because you can't comprehend the reality.
Bro, I just want to have a conversation. I don't want to just gish gallop forever.
Cultivated has a difference in opinion in the way that.
God damn, he is right now is where he's crashing out because Ethan nailed him on that point, and he has no recourse to it. This right here is an actual gish gallop from Hasan.
That you've presented yourself throughout this conflict.
Please,
and if
let me
you
just talk. You say your community has nothing to do with the harassment that I've received.
Ethan, if you
please, Hasan, let me finish a point.
If you demonstrated,
dude, you gotta let me finish a point. This is ridiculous.
I'm gonna mute you and just keep talking.
Okay, that's great. I think that means you won the debate.
Yeah. No, listen to me.
So I'm not muted. So hold on, let me finish. You gotta let me say something.
If you demonstrated a fraction of humility you did just now, most people would not have left your community. By the way.
I don't care that they left the community. That was obvious.
You definitely.
He really just won't let Ethan talk. Wow. Is that all it takes to nail Hasan in a debate is to be Ethan fucking Klein?
Definitely do.
I've got plenty of fans left. Don't worry. Here, listen. You claim your community has nothing to do with the harassment. Yet you said in the same breath that your chat linked you to H3 Snark, the subreddit primarily responsible for coordinating that harassment, and you pulled it up on your stream.
Do you have evidence that H3 Snark called CPS on you?
Did I say that?
Like random anonymous
Did I say that?
Wait.
I said they're primarily responsible for harassing me.
Who called CPS?
What the fuck? So I don't know. Did I claim they did? You're dodging, bro. You are absolutely dodging. You claim your community has nothing to do with the harassment, yet you were browsing H3 Snark. Now, let me ask you this, Hasan. How many times have I browsed the Destiny subreddit on my show?
Have blamed virtually everyone for calling CPS. Answer my question. What? So you don't know who called CPS, and yet for the past couple of months, you've been like, it's whoever I don't like that is called CPS. No. And now you're claiming that my community is responsible for it.
I think it's the tone. No, bro, what is wrong with you? Did I say your community called CPS? The harassment campaign is much more broad than that.
You're inferring it.
You can't address an actual issue, so you turn it into you're straw manning, basically. I'm saying your community is responsible for participating in this harassment campaign. You said chat sent you this link, did they not?
Yes, last week. What are you talking about?
Okay, so your chat is involved with H3 Snark, which, by the way, funnily enough, the new Snark page is called Leftovers H3, and it's got a picture of you in the avatar.
Shout out. Shout out to Leftovers H3.
It's got a picture of you, Hasan. You don't need to shout him out. You're already doing it. Don't you think that's odd?
You did it.
No, I think it's...
Also, what do you think? Like, first of all, do you think I have any say on what fucking happens in these subreddits? What are you talking about?
Well, you have a say what happens in your Discord and chat, which you absolutely do not moderate. And there's so much evidence of this disgusting shit.
That's also completely fucking
false.
Why
did you criticize XQC for not moderating his chat when you called in?
Ethan?
Why did you criticize XQC for not moderating his chat?
Yes, XQC has actively used his community over the course of many years at this point, as he was, doing Gamba and wanted to fucking keep gambling and felt bad that I was criticizing him, to attack me. Okay, there's a difference.
That's different than what your community has done. How?
What?
How is that different than your community attacking me?
Oh, hold him to it. What's up, Matt Barnes? Long time no see, buddy.
You want to know how it's different? I have an 8-minute clip compilation all the way from when our podcast ended all the way to December of 2024 where I actively defend you. That is moderating my community.
I do not give a fuck about your quote-unquote defending as your community went rabid with your approval. Please spare me.
With my approval? I just told you.
It's your community, bro. You literally say in this clip that it's... let me play this clip for you because it will show just what a liar hypocrite you are.
People don't fucking like you, big dog. I don't know what to do.
Oh, they love you, huh?
What do you want me to do?
Fucking everybody loves Hasan. Everybody loves iDubbbz, too.
Ethan,
my objective is not to be liked, Hasan. That might surprise you. It might surprise you. My objective in life is not to be liked. Or I mean, it's not to specifically be liked. That is not my objective. I know that's foreign to you.
Why? Why are you bringing any of this up? People don't like you. I can't change that. Okay? There's plenty of people who don't like me either.
My whole career has been people not liking me, but I've never experienced this level of harassment. You are unwilling to contend or concede at any point that you are...
because I'm not responsible for it. Here, play this video, Dan. Here you go.
Anyway, it's not about being liked either. It's about harassment, bro.
Go ahead. Show your audience because you've been saying that I've been like...
Yeah. I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it.
I sent it. It's
Dan,
embarrassing
hold on.
especially because of the way you behave now. Ugh.
Dan is in the bathroom, so hold on. You okay?
My argument with you in that conversation where I said there's not anything I can do was literally because of the way you were presenting yourself. In the conversation that we had, you inferred that JVP was akin to capos. You said that from the river to sea Palestine will be free.
I'm not gonna let you stun lock me, but again, another pathetic fucking lie. Holy shit.
You literally fucking posted about a pro-Palestinian dude on Twitter saying that he would be thrown off of roof like fucking Hamas is ISIS. If you say all of that, if it walks like a duck, it walks like a duck, most people are going to not think that you're a chicken. They're going to think you're a duck.
Okay, I'm not going to get stunlocked by these insane accusations. I never called them capos. That's what you said. That's part of the harassment campaign. You put those words in my mouth, and now it's something that I still hear. I have never called them capos.
Wait. So you haven't, as recently as a month ago, still called them token Jews and that they are completely off base with the rest of the movement.
Do you have a problem with like levels? It's all or nothing. Is calling someone criticizing someone to be a token the same as calling them capos?
Why would you call Jews who are standing against genocide, which you also recognize as a genocide,
can I play this? This is
token Jews that are not representative of the broader movement?
Well, they're statistically
You also called Matt Lieb a capo.
Matt Lieb's
what the fuck is... Dude, what? I gotta stand up. I need to stand. This is... Thank you, standing desk. I've been sitting for way too long.
Disgusting human being who platformed Bad Empanada, who's like you.
So you do have a problem. You do have a problem with
Matt Lieb specifically.
Jews
yes.
That you don't like, and you are.
I have a problem with Matt Lieb, who's platforming Bad Empanada. Yes, clearly. Is there? You don't like Bad Empanada. You understand? A year ago, you were talking about how crazy he was.
But I'm not.
But suddenly, when he starts talking about me, he's your best friend. Interesting.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I think Bad Empanada is insane. But you know what? I also
and all of a sudden, you love his videos. Why is that?
Bad Empanada.
Why do you love his videos suddenly? Before you pledged never to watch his videos on stream. Why do you love them now?
I wonder what the difference could be there.
Oh, because he did not want me reacting to his videos.
That is insane, pathetic, bold-faced lie.
That's what it is. No, he said.
You literally told. Oh my god, dude.
I have.
Okay, first of all, let me play this clip of you criticizing XQC.
Okay, wait. You all these other
you asked for it.
Actually,
hold on.
Dude, does Hasan ever just stop yammering?
Asked for this. Here's what you said.
Because it's not something you would ever ask for.
I sent you a clip. All these other content creators actually, whipping their communities when their chat is going fucking absolutely bananas. over random dumb shit and bringing my name up for no fucking reason. That you were just allowing that shit to run rampant in your chat, and I thought that was fucked up. Ethan, I love you. Like, there's only so much I can do, especially as
Kira Soldier. Yeesh, the verbal vomiting between these two is mind-numbing. I'm getting a headache from the nonstop insanity. This is the reason why Rogan is smashing both of these little shits. $5 Stream Boss Wars, bring it on, bitches. I don't think that was $5 Stream Boss Wars. It's Game Revealing, but I can reset it to $5 Stream Boss Wars if that's what you guys want to do. Give me a second.
Someone who thought we were fucking friends. I think that's a reasonable expectation for someone who you consider to be a friend.
The problem wasn't that he was so
Yeah, you have to show my clip now.
It makes sense.
Okay, no, great. Show my clip.
Sure.
Show my clip that I sent Dan.
Yeah, no problem. But there you go. I'm gonna pull it up for you. Oh yeah, TikTok. This is gonna be good. Ethan Klein debunked 7 minutes, bro. Hold on, I'm not gonna watch the 7-minute clip. What do you want me to watch?
7 minutes of it.
Okay, you think if I just play it from the beginning, they'll get the gist of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you'll get it.
Right.
And you can skip towards like the end too if you want, like towards the
By
middle.
the way, this has 1,000 likes, bro. Are you name searching yourself or what?
No, the person who made it sent it to me.
Oh, okay. Nice. I guess it's hard hitting.
Ethan is a mega Zionist. You are wrong. Okay. Trust me. I don't think you know. I don't think you know many Zionists if you think Ethan is a mega Zionist. Not even close, dude. Time and time.
Funnily enough, that's still true.
Again, I've spoken about how Ethan is not your enemy. A person who cries when a Palestinian child dies is not your enemy. Okay? He's not. I've said these exact words over and over again.
The problem is that your community is obviously unhinged, and if you don't defend me, my community is going to get mad at you. It's definitely just an optics play, which, by the way, you never stuck to.
Shut up. Keep playing.
Let me guess. It's more videos of you defending me?
Keep playing. Enough.
Play the clip.
I told people in this community and people everywhere that will listen to what I have to say that you have to choose who you're actually angry at. There are people who are so loud and so proud about the ethnic cleansing campaign the Palestinians are experiencing currently. Go yell at them. He's been shitting on you on his members-only streams. I don't care. I don't care. Bro literally shouted on you yesterday and his co-worker for saying from the river to the sea, sorry, dog. I don't care.
Women should not be allowed to vote. It's ridiculous.
I watched a minute of it.
Okay, I guess no $5 Stream Boss Wars then. That's fine. That's okay. I guess we weren't doing that. Fuck me for trying. Right. But thank you, Matt Barnes. Long time since I've dropped by. Had to do this because they're millimeters away from being women. Jesus Christ. Question mark? I'm not sure what the question mark's for, but yeah, you're not super far off. Thank you, Matt Barnes. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing well, bud. Long time no see, indeed. Hope everything is okay.
Really don't give a fuck what you said.
Keep going. No,
why?
Shit, we're almost 20% to goal, guys. Thank you very much.
It's
Come
7
on, we
minutes
watched
long,
a
bro.
lot of your clips.
Spare the
Keep going.
audience.
This is about you. Go on.
What are we going to glean from watching longer?
Keep playing it. This is just November 1st.
Nah, I don't want to
Go to
finish
the
it.
middle.
I know what it is. You
Go
talk
to the
kindly
middle.
about... Okay, here, I'll go to the middle for you, okay?
You think I'm not moderating my fucking community?
You
think I'm
absolutely
not
are
trying
not.
to get people
No,
to stop yelling about you at that
okay,
point?
let me go to the middle so you can have your thing, and then we'll move on.
And it frustrates me to no fucking end. I've told you this time and time again in this time frame. Just like I kept telling you, Ethan is not your enemy over and over again. That's why I love iDubbbz, Ethan as well. People that have actually changed course, recognize their mistakes.
Okay, I mean, yeah, we get the idea. It's fine. You know what I mean? You're the best friend ever. By the way,
whoa.
No, whoa.
I'm
My
never
turn.
watched bad ending.
You were just screaming, play the video. You told me to
just
shut
said I
up.
wasn't moderating my community
Hold the
and
phone.
claiming that
You screamed to shut up and play the video. So I'm
So, okay, now don't play the video. From what we can see, his fifis are hurt. No, yeah, I don't know.
I'm going to ask you to return the favor at this moment. You claimed that
Okay,
you didn't
go
watch...
ahead.
Here's what you said about Bad Empanada. You lied to me and said you don't watch his videos because he asked you not to. Magically, when he started talking about me, you became his biggest fan, and you watch his videos on your stream regularly, which has resulted in an explosion of his popularity. Here's what you said about him a year before this conflict.
Banana video on
Next
the
shirt,
stream.
by the
I'm
way.
just letting you guys know. If you think I'm gonna fucking watch a YouTube essay from a dude literally openly antagonistic towards me watching fucking YouTube videos, you're out of your fucking mind, okay? You think I want him to write like 700 hours worth of new YouTube essays about how I have wronged him? I don't want that. I don't want that at all, okay?
Day genocide propaganda will come.
Thanks
Thanks for
for
watching.
that's in the clip.
Free
Ethan, you
Palestine.
keep doing this thing.
Thanks for watching.
Yeah, go support this.
I'm playing the clip. Just chill out.
I said it. I told you why I wasn't watching that.
Oh my God, Hasan, you're talking over the clip. You need to let it play, okay?
Dude, Hasan begged him to play the clip. Now that he's playing the clip, he still won't shut up. I'm at a loss as to what the fuck Hasan wants. Like, does he want him to play the clip, or does he not want him to play the clip?
You're making the clip unwatchable.
Mine, okay? You think I want him to write?
Bro, it's just a minute long. You can chill for a minute.
Will come. Thanks for watching. Free Palestine. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, go support this dipshit that I do appreciate, regardless of my disagreements with him,
that's you now,
on his optics and the ways that he conducts himself with regular frequency. Because ultimately, his product, his YouTube essays, as a standalone entity, is always solid. Such a fucking freak, dude. Oh my lord, he is such a goddamn freak. He is the most insane person. He has like 7,000 accounts. I just said I have an official blockade on Bad Empanada videos on this broadcast while I'm live. That's number one. And number two, he's not just mean on Twitter. He is a psychopath, okay? The idea that he's just...
correct. By the way, the guy who's a psychopath, who's not just mean on Twitter, who has 7,000 accounts, as you say, is somebody that you gleefully platform his videos about me. So I'm just saying, your community doesn't do harassment.
I don't want to be strong, like man who look pretty. I want to be strong, like bitch that fight bears in the forest.
Me too. Hasan's people don't want Palestinians. No one wants them because they're troublemakers. I don't know. Even Iran is only funding Hamas to try to overwhelm Israel. It does seem like they're just using the Palestinians, but that's just my layman's grasp of it.
Command over the English language to harass people by your own fucking definition.
None of the things Thank you, Valina. I appreciate that. Guys, you have been very generous this evening. I really appreciate it.
He is not just...
you're doing it right now.
And since you guys are being so nice, if you want to unlock one of the new donations, those are annotated down below with question marks. Ooh.
Wow.
Most insane person on Twitter. Yeah, let me go watch a video about a dude who constantly talks about idea. It's age restricted, which means there's like TOS violations galore in there. Fucking Bad Empanada. The cringiest, like, classic angry leftist who never shuts the fuck up and is just angry at the entire planet. Anyway, let's continue.
Is he a terrorist? He's an Arab in Yemen. Why else would he be a terrorist, right?
Someone who, by the way, yes, you're. By the way, you couldn't even watch a fucking 7-minute video of me actually defending you to your audience because that would kind of betray the narrative.
It's almost done. It's almost done. It's almost done.
He would perhaps benefit tremendously if I did watch his YouTube videos on this channel, but I'm never gonna fucking do that.
So you said he would benefit tremendously if I watched him, but I will.
Oh shit! Am I roboting? Or are we good?
Never fucking do that until he starts shitting on Ethan. By the way, my community doesn't harass people.
That's not true. Let me explain to you
absolutely, provably, empirically true.
Do you want to hear my perspective, or do you want to fucking just keep playing clips that...
I was having a conversation. This is super off topic, but I was having a conversation with Polly the other night. Yes, I had to replace the $10 Witcher. The $10 Witcher is gone. I was having a conversation with Polly the other night, and he was talking about paint streams. What would you guys... Because I'm getting more into the Warhammer stuff, and I want to paint, and I've been building like 3D print models and all that stuff of Warhammer. If like during this kind of broadcast, if I had a camera pointed down while I built the models or something like that, is that something you'd be interested in? I was trying to game earlier while this was playing, but I think the save didn't keep from my house to this one, so I'm not too sure what was going on with that. So just a thought, just spitballing
that your production team put together. Okay, so
sorry for preparing.
No, there's no problem with that. I mean, you're still doing a horrible job at it, but it's all good.
We'll see.
So Bad Empanada, he's crazy. I still say that. He attacks me all the fucking time. He says I'm a Jewish exceptionalist Zionist. Okay, like there's disagreements that I have with Bad Empanada. There's disagreements with his tactics, as I've shown in that video, as I've said in that video. There's
What's up, Butsy Slutsy?
With the way he presents himself. But if you notice,
is that something you guys might be interested in? Because I would like to do some more of these like long form streams. If that's something you guys would be interested in, let me know. I'm just curious.
In that video, I also said something. His work on YouTube, okay, his work on his YouTube essays stands alone. Bad Empanada.
What about his videos attacking me? Are those, is that part of his great body of work?
Bad Empanada on his YouTube essays, especially when it's issue specific, are actually very instructive.
Then why are you watching one called Ethan Klein as a Zionist baby killer? Why are you watching that one? Is that part of his master body of collection? Is that part of the Criterion collection there, buddy?
I would love paint streams. Well, I've never painted a mini before, so I think we would start. I think I would start with like model building because I have a couple models laying around that I printed out.
Why does Bad? Okay, it is good. Why does Bad Empanada role play hunting Hila and killing her in video games?
Have I ever said that I think that's appropriate?
I think no, of course not. But what you are doing is endorsing this guy.
Do I agree with you that Bad Empanada is crazy and also does crazy shit because he's a fucking scraggly internet troll who is, once again, as a separate, you like to compartmentalize Israel proper from doing a genocide. I like to compartmentalize the content that I'm consuming from a guy who I do think is doing well-sourced, well-researched YouTube essays, who also happens to be a fucking freak.
Ethan Klein is a Zionist dog, and by the way, I want to kill his wife.
The reason why that blockade ended, and I've watched other videos that are not related to you from Bad Empanada in the past on this broadcast as well.
How many?
The reason why that blockade ended
How many have you watched not about me?
What?
How many videos of his have you watched that are not about me?
I don't know.
Go pull up his page. Let's see what the watch is. Pull up the page.
Oh,
maybe I don't know. No idea. Maybe one.
I watched a fuck ton though. I watched a fuck ton of Bad Empanada videos.
And are most of them about me?
No, no, not all of them are about you.
Actually, this segues perfectly. You claim I'm obsessed with you. That's part of the narrative, right?
This is me claiming that, Ethan. I think at this point, a lot of people see it, right?
Very good. Well, let's see. Ugh, God damn it. Well, I got to refresh this. So here's an example from one of these clip channels. These are all different clips, right? Over a 2-month period, there's edited down 24 hours of you talking about me. 24 hours. That's over the.
These are most likely.
Hold on. Let me. Over 60-day period. That's 24 minutes per day.
Ethan, these are fan channels. This is disingenuous. You're presenting the same. You're presenting.
Okay, first of all, I'm just showing how much you talk about me on stream.
Okay, this. I would say this is probably not good because if it's multiple channels, it's probably multiple clips of the same thing. So okay, yeah, that I can understand not accepting this. Yes, that's okay.
Second of all, that the fan channel defense is let me finish. The fan channel thing is a clever part of your disinformation campaign to avoid any responsibility. And the fact is, if I wanted to show all your fan channels, this is how many fucking videos was uploaded about me in the last 22 days. You think that's regular? You think that's regular?
Ethan, I have no control over my fan channels. What do you mean? You're literally showing the same. I say one thing on
66
on my Twitch
videos
stream.
about me.
I say one thing on my Twitch stream. Fan channels make the video of the same thing over and over
love
again.
it. It's all part, so you don't ever have to accept responsibility.
More than it actually is, but it's actually the same fucking video.
Yeah. No. Well, so yeah, this is the total. No.
It's the same moment.
No. This has the same moments. The last one does not.
The same moment multiplied.
No,
Go
this
back
one
to the
does not have this.
photo.
No, this one does not have the same moments. This one is unique. Times you talked about me on your stream. Well, why do you deny that you talked about me for 24 hours of unedited content the past 2 months, 24 minutes per day, 7 days a week?
For the past 2 months.
Yes, 24 minutes a day.
I don't deny that. Probably.
Okay, so
because I think you are up until this very moment. You have presented yourself as someone who is actually playing a formative role in deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators. That was the reason why I'm having this conversation with you. Also, now. I'm glad that you brought up the obsession.
Do you think this is reasonable?
I have some numbers as well.
Hold on, you're accusing.
I miss old, fluffy, non-political Eve. What? I don't know what that means.
Me of being obsessed, Hasan. Is this reasonable? Or is this obsessed behavior? At what point does it become obsessed behavior? At 30 minutes per day?
Oh my God, Valine, I saw that like 10 minutes before I went live. I have that for tomorrow. Don't send it to fucking Polly.
Because I don't talk about you that much, not even close.
Ethan, I have some information.
Wake up, citizen. Do not fall for the communist psyop. Better death than red.
Gator Guy, 1991 with no comment. Thank you very much. Getting us almost 25% to goal. Much appreciated, buddy. We're in a woo away from 25, actually. Thank you.
As well, 2% to you.
Go ahead. And by the way, just take this in, okay?
On your Instagram stories alone, since January 1st, 2025. Hold on. Let me pull this up really quickly. You have on your Instagram stories, not including clips, since January 31st, you have mentioned me 110 times.
What? Based on what? I don't believe that.
On your Instagram
hold on.
story
From what period?
post,
From what period of time?
January 31st.
Hold on. Since what date?
No, that's you, not fan channel.
I'm asking you for what date?
Instagram.
What's your date? What's the date? I'm asking.
January 31st.
2023?
January 31st on your Instagram stories.
What year?
Not including clips.
What year?
You have mentioned
what year?
me. 2025.
So you're saying I storied about you 100 times this year? That's an absolute fucking lie. Show me the evidence of that. Show me your
maybe not the point you think it is. His old bullshit content that's not political or podcast related. I guess I was trying to be funny. Oh, Ethan. Sorry. Okay.
Evidence. I've got pictures. What do you got? I talked about you 110 times. Show me.
Clips. You have basically 1.2 posts per day about me, 9 stories per week.
Where are you? Show me the evidence.
We tabulated it. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the dump. Oh, no.
Sure, yeah. But this isn't a somehow, by the way, this doesn't surprise you. 66 videos about me in the last 2 months. They're not my channels. They operate with your approval, under your direction. It's part of your disinfo campaign to avoid responsibility. It's so obvious.
Within the context.
All right, I reset it to $5 Stream Boss Wars, but I also don't think this is the slam dunk that Ethan thinks it is. I don't think that this is doing what he thinks it's going to do.
It's almost always within the context of you literally fucking Houthi, when are we in agreement?
Hasan,
Let's
you
not
say
call me stupid, and I said my
you're
video is
streaming
bad,
it,
but
bro.
wait.
You're streaming the hate videos. You're streaming. This is what you stream. I make a
Ethan, your
story.
entire fucking stream is a hate video. What are you talking about? Your entire subreddit is a hate subreddit against me, which is fine. You want to do that? You can do that. That's precisely the reason why Reddit literally got back to you when you fucking cried to them about the snark channels and said, "What are you talking about? You basically have a harassment channel on Reddit. How are you complaining about this?" Not only that, but you also tried to sue anonymous Redditors to dox them.
When did I try to sue? Whoa.
You wanted to dox them to their families.
When did this happen? Why did he wait till just now to bring this up in the debate? That's weird.
What? This is
you sent frivolous lawsuits to Redditors, to anonymous Redditors, knowing full well that they would be scared into submission. You also posted about that on your Instagram stories
Can anonymous Redditors defame you and harass you? Can anonymous posters who literally posted fake, they doctored posts, posted it on our subreddit saying I was banning people who are wishing a happy Ramadan. Okay, and that went viral.
I don't even know what the deal was. I don't even know what the fuck that was about.
Well, it's an outright lie. Hold on, dude. Let me respond.
Did you or did you not get your lawyer?
You need to stop. Because I'm going to.
Did you or did you not get your lawyer to try to bully, extort people that are anonymous Redditors?
Who's
sure,
extorting?
They said some shit about you.
Bro, let me answer. Are you just want to fucking? Okay, you want to make this interview?
He just won't let Ethan talk. Anytime Ethan gets close to a point, Hasan just starts motor mouthing insanely.
Unwatchable? Is that your goal?
Go on.
Kind of, right? So let me talk. These anonymous posters, okay, were showing pictures of the front of our office, organizing to meet there. They were I know you haven't seen it, but it's true. They have documented. I have proof of them faking a post saying I was banning people wishing Ramadan that was supposed to start, that went viral in your community. It was picked up by people in your community, leftist Twitter, TikTok, etc. It was an outright lie. It was defamation. And by the way, those people should be held accountable.
You can find one instance where I've talked about you, Ramadan, whatever the fuck.
I'm explaining the context, dude. You're accusing me of something.
Until this moment. What are you talking about?
Bro, you're unreal. I'm explaining the context. How's that weird? You accuse me of something. I'm explaining why.
Because you're saying that I'm responsible for this when I have no fucking clue.
No, I'm not.
What you're talking about? I only saw the litigation.
Hasan, is it ever okay to sue a random Redditor for a reason? Is there ever a good reason?
There could be.
Okay, very good. Well, they were fucking.
Do you think? Okay. About this
great.
Instance,
it's not that crazy then.
One of the Redditors that you sued.
I didn't sue anyone.
Not only did you sue for.
Is he going to give any proof of him suing anybody? That's what I'm curious about.
For copyright infringement.
Hasan, you are absolutely. Hold on, you're lying. So
in the process of suing them for copyright infringement, your lawyer demanded such insane things. Your only option to avoid litigation. You provide our office with all correspondence you've had with the moderators of H3 Snark. You provide our office with all correspondence you've had with other H3 Snark users. You provide our office with all correspondence you have had with Reddit.
Why?
What does that mean?
Do you know why?
You provide our office with information regarding the identities of H3 Snark moderators.
Do you know why?
What does that mean? And then
I'm trying to tell you. You just asked me what does it mean, bro.
If you do not or cannot satisfy all 5 conditions, TEI will sue you for copyright infringement and misrepresentation.
Okay, so first of all,
does your lawyer think that you can just like make people dance?
All right.
If they got him on a copyright claim?
Do you have a conversation, or do you want to just talk uninterrupted? I mean, that's what you do every day. Let's have a conversation. Okay. All right.
Sure.
Do you know why we sent them that letter?
I don't.
Well, I mean, do you think that the context might be important?
Sure.
Okay, so then what the fuck are you doing?
I'm listening. I'm waiting for you to explain. Just like you didn't explain why you had 110 Instagram stories, by the way. Which was shocking to even you.
By the way, these people were committing continual copyright infringement. They were posting clips with the stated intention, Hasan, of stealing views from us. This person, we took down the DMC post, and they erroneously.
Views from you how?
I'm sorry. Do you want me to respond? This person
stealing views from you how?
Because they
by
say
posting on Reddit.
Yes. Duh. What the fuck are you talking about? Really?
So you're admitting that you literally filed a fucking frivolous,
really are stupid.
A frivolous copyright infringement lawsuit.
Do you know what a lawsuit?
Fair use.
Do you know the difference between a letter and a lawsuit?
Filed a frivolous lawsuit to try and stop people from criticizing you on Reddit.
Did I say?
Do you know how many people criticize me on my Reddit?
It's probably not the smartest thing, but you know what can you do?
I didn't say
criticize.
You know how
many people criticize me on your Reddit?
Oh my god, this is so.
Imagine
pointless.
if I was fucking suing them.
Bro,
how much would you talk about that?
You know what? I want to ask you something. They're posting paywall. They were posting paywalled content, and
I don't remember who asked earlier, but yes, the $10 one got replaced, but it's really cool. We haven't seen it over here yet, but I think you'll like it.
Saying, watch it here so that you don't support Ethan. Okay, spare me. Now let me ask you a question because this is fucking dumb. Okay, you always say that whenever. First of all, let me give you a stat. You've watched 11 hate videos about me since this has started. Do you know how many I've watched about you on stream?
Your whole stream is a hate video.
Zero. I've had zero people hold my hand through some obscene hate videos. You've watched 11 of them. Now let me ask you this: whenever I make a response to these videos, for example,
Ethan is understandably getting very upset. I think, anyway.
The content cop, you say you don't have time because you need to get to the news, which is something important. Then how the fuck do you have 19 hours straight, uninterrupted, to watch 11 hate videos, but you're not willing to show my response? Don't you think that's a bit cowardly?
No, I don't.
Wow,
because what's cowardly is ducking me for the past
I'm
4
standing in
months.
front of you.
When you dropped the content nuke, I said I'm willing to talk to you, and you knew it wasn't going to look good, as today has demonstrated.
I said just
and
watch
that's precisely why you tried to add additional qualifications to it, like, oh, just watch my video, just watch my video.
That's super reasonable. Why the fuck would I have a conversation with you about a video you haven't seen?
Because it's me. I'm speaking.
It's not a biography. You understand that, right? Do you understand the difference between a biography and a video that's critical of your positions? Do you understand the difference? Hold on. Do you understand? Because I'm not sure you understand.
What's interesting?
It's not a biography, Hasan. It's not about the points in your life, about your mom and your dad and growing up with your family. I'm making specific arguments that I've articulated that you have not seen. So how the
very
fuck?
poorly. By the
how
way.
do you know that? You haven't watched it.
Because I'm talking to you.
Because I've watched 11 hate videos.
And you haven't articulated a single good point yet. But
by the way, I said I would debate you if you watched it. It's very simple.
I'll tell you why.
You were dodging as fuck.
Because I responded to your context nuke before the nuke came out.
What you can't provide, by the way.
There's a video on my channel. There's a video on my channel that I urge all of you who are interested to go and watch. It is sitting at like, what, 600,000 views? Not that many people watch it as opposed to the content nuke, okay?
Oh, 600,000. Not that many. Jesus Christ.
In that video, you will notice that months prior to Ethan's context puke, months prior to that, I addressed every single claim he made in his video.
How do you know that?
Do I have the capacity to...
You didn't watch the video.
Do I have the capacity
to
see
where'd you get the
picture?
list? Do someone send you a list of all my points?
How?
Why not just watch the video then? Why not just watch the video? It seems cowardly. You're like, I don't want to watch the video. Just send me a list of all the things. So I don't want to get my feelings hurt. And maybe he'd make a good point.
You have, in the cringiest ways possible, considered yourself to be Kendrick Lamar in this beef, this one-sided beef that you created initially.
That's right.
I didn't respond to until you tried to deplatform me and people who are pro-Palestine. Okay.
Who cannot? By the way, being pro-Palestine means you are infallible, can never be criticized. That's awesome logic. You want to talk about the content nuke, Hasan? Hasan, you want to talk about the content nuke? Can you name one clip that was out of context? You call it the context puke. Name one clip that was taken out of context. Go ahead.
Watch my video and you'll find out.
Name one.
Watch my video.
Go ahead. It's about me.
No, I'm kidding. I'll show you. Okay. So one of the best examples that we were initially...
The USB was me, sorry.
Going to get to, and then we went on a long drawn-out sequence over
what's out of context.
Assaults, is that one of the clips that you used, in your context nuke was the claim that I deny rapes happen. It was from
I showed evidence. That wasn't out of context. That was an opinion.
At the time, that thing that you clipped, where me being like, rapes happening do not change the dynamic for me, which was about...
We talked about this, bro. Can we please talk about something else? It's exhausting.
That argument, quite literally,
why are we going over this again?
Defending the likelihood of rapes happening, Ethan. Do you feel like that was an appropriate way to show that was a rape denier?
It wasn't out of context, bro. It literally wasn't out of context. What else do you have? I showed
you. I showed you. That wasn't out of context.
How was it out of context? How was it out of context?
Because that was an argument that I was having with a chatter who was saying, why don't you deny that rapes have happened? And I was saying, there is a likelihood that they might have happened because rapes are actually... Rapes are actually commonplace. Sexual assault is commonplace in conflicts in general. So without evidence, I am not going to immediately dismiss these claims.
So here,
do you feel like that was sufficient to show that I was actually that I was actually at that moment saying,
I think I showed sufficient evidence, yes. But the video is an hour and 40 minutes long. It's very long. That's one example. That's one small. What else is out of context? Go on.
Okay, great. All right, let me give you the master list, okay? If you want to watch the context of it, we can also go through these videos as well, or you can just take my word for it, up to you. What do you want to do? You want to go through the videos one by one, or do you want to...
Give me examples that was out of context.
Okay. One of the other things that you've consistently done, aside from also the dude that you claimed was my fan, who now you admit wasn't my fan, that you falsely said was my fan.
Jiminy fucking cricket.
Okay, was the usage of the term inbred. I use inbred as a
because I have that because I knew you were going to do this, and I have the clip pulled. Let's play it. And then you can
play it. The Jewish KKK brigades out there, just a bunch of fucking inbred hicks. Imagine the most inbred white supremacist guy you can imagine, okay? Every week there was another fucking psychopathic settler, inbred fucking douchebag. Oh, these
inbred, huh?
Inbred fucking douchebags in the background, dude. A nation entirely comprised of messianic, inbred, ultra-orthodox psychopaths. These inbred don't understand. Educated, inbred, fundamentalist hicks.
Calling us in the middle of campus, calling us inbred, that we have no culture. One of them grabbed my friend's Israeli flag in the middle of campus, carried it to a mob by the gate that were communicating with the angry mobs outside of campus.
Oh, that's untrained, awesome. Inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, telling us that we are all inbred and that we have no culture.
You want to?
You gotta watch these clips too.
Inbred.
The clips, and that's not necessarily the algorithm.
Okay, so yeah, go ahead and defend your continual use of the word inbred to describe Jewish people. Go on.
Wait, do you think I'm describing all Jewish people as inbred? Is that what your assessment is here?
Microaggressions, my friend. We're pretending they don't exist.
Shut up, dude.
You continually refer to Jewish people as inbred.
You are such a pussy. Oh my god. Yeah, dude. Of course I'm calling the fucking
of course the guy again who saw white supremacy in milk is upset. Okay.
Honest Jewish supremacist settlers inbred. Why is it that you tried to defend the actual Kahanist settlers that were destroying humanitarian aid when I was calling them fucking inbred? You were like, oh, why? They're just nice young Jewish boys, you said, when describing that fucking video.
Did you? So again, Hasan, you have a chronic problem with the truth. Here's what you're talking about.
Douchebags in the background,
these are just dudes. By the way, this is the difference between me and Hasan. When I get criticized, I pull it up and I watch the fucking criticism. Hasan opens Comrade KC tweets and snark posts and reads their interpretation of my video. Talk about being a pussy. You need people to hold your hands. Let's fucking be real here.
Yeah, I'm so scared of you. That's why I wanted to debate you.
And this is an ongoing like joke with this community. These are just fucking benign dudes. Just I don't know what the fuck they're doing. It looks like they're doing charity or something. It looks like they've got water or a box or something, like they're helping. And he's going, oh, look at these inbred fucks. It's like, bro, who are you? What are you? By the way, even if they're doing whatever bad, you're still calling Jewish people inbred repeatedly. You understand that, right? Rubs off on
people. They're fucking Nazis, even. What's wrong with you? They're participating single-handedly in a genocide.
Continually to Jewish people as inbred, bro. You don't think that can affect people?
I call all racist right-wing reactionaries inbred. It's one of the fucking terms that I can use that isn't like immediately slammed.
How about one that doesn't feed into like an anti-Semitic trope? Why did you laugh when that guy said that people were calling them inbred on campus? Why was that funny?
What do you mean? Because it's a fucking crybully claiming that he was
walking through campus.
What?
He was walking through campus. How's he a crybully?
No, he's a crybully for going on Fox to be like, I was under attack. I was victimized once again.
What was the bully aspect?
What do you mean? When someone
to be a crybully, there needs to be a bully aspect. What's the bully aspect?
Have you literally left your goddamn Bel Air mansion for a second and looked at the news? Do you
Coming from the guy in a Hollywood mansion. Jesus Christ.
Going on? An entire year of genocide side by side with people claiming that Jews are being victimized on college campuses has now led to the fucking Gestapo literally packing up pro-Palestinian student activists. You don't think that those fucking dipshits played a role in that on Fox News of all places? What the fuck is wrong with you? Of course you're not pro-Palestine. This is the reason why nobody thinks you're pro-Palestine, okay? Because you do this dumb shit. Because you can't fucking see the world outside of how you feel slighted by.
So you're saying people think I'm pro-Palestine because I don't like your repeated use of the word inbred against Jews?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you're running defense.
That's literally what he said. What? What?
For Kahanists who are literally
I'm not defending them.
Nazis.
I'm attacking you. How is me saying why
you are fucking crying about me calling Nazis inbred in the process of them destroying humanitarian aid, going into Gaza, and then you're going, they look like kind boys.
Yeah, I took it back immediately.
They look like nice boys that were just holding the humanitarian aid. How do you assume that
I literally took it back immediately?
What the fuck is wrong with you?
I admit I was wrong and took it back immediately when I learned the context. Do you know how that works?
Oh my God, there's a lot more. Do you want to keep going?
Have you
piece by piece?
No, it's fucking boring.
Now it's boring.
Because you're a chronic liar.
Well,
I went back.
Maybe I wasn't afraid of the context nuke. Okay?
I went back.
Maybe I wasn't afraid of it, but I was worried that you were going to fucking clip shit out of context and keep chirping to your audience and lie to them. And now you can't lie to them. And all of a sudden, lo and behold, half of the fucking shit that we've talked about, you backtracked on. Maybe that's the reason why people think you're fucking pro-Israel at a time when you say that they're doing a genocide.
You said that the Houthi Luffy was not a pirate.
He's not.
All right, sorry, not Houthi affiliated.
He's not, but even if he was, I wouldn't care. I hope you understand that.
Because that's rewriting history.
I'm gonna say this very clearly.
No, it's not that you cared. It's that you fucking glazed him up.
I'm gonna say this very clearly to you right now. 10 toes down. Are you ready for this?
Go ahead.
I believe what the Houthis are doing in terms of stopping Israel doing a genocide to implement a blockade on the Red Sea is a good thing. 10 toes fucking down. They are on the morally right side. Don't you also think they're on the morally right side?
What have they done?
You're supposed to.
Hold on.
You're saying that it's a genocide.
What have they done?
What the fuck are they supposed to do?
They hijacked a boat that had nothing to do with Israel. Like fucking
That's
bravo.
Not true. That's not true.
Really? What was that? What did it have to do with Israel?
It was literally owned by an Israeli.
It was partially owned. It's a big multi-conglomerate company that was partially owned by an Israeli.
Yes.
It was bound for fucking for Turkey from India.
What do you mean?
There was
they
kidnapped 5 totally unrelated Filipino fucking prisoners and kept them prisoners for a year.
In your fucking video, are you going to take that back too now? Now you admit that you were wrong on that part too?
I didn't hear.
Wow, what are we on? 4? 5? How many points have you actually backtracked
I don't know. I don't know what you're accusing me of. What was I wrong about?
You said in your video that it had nothing to do with Israel. You claimed that it wasn't owned by an Israeli conglomerate.
Oh my God.
You were wrong.
Partially owned by an Israeli guy? It's British owned. It's owned by a British company.
It's an Israeli
It's owned by a British company.
Ship.
So it's owned by a British company.
You literally claimed that it was owned by Isle
Sorry, Chad, are you guys not enjoying the stream anymore?
of Man. It was Isle of Man ship.
It is.
Like you think all of these ships mysteriously are just owned by that, and it's not a fucking easy flag to get.
How much of this? So if this Jewish or this Israeli guy,
0.5.
If this Israeli guy, how much does he need to own of this business that owns this boat to justify? Is it 0.1? Is it 0.2? Is it 5%? How much?
I don't know, and I don't care because I think that even if they got some of the ships wrong, I still think they're on the right side. Don't you?
I mean, like, I agree with their...
I'm not even conceding on that front, by the way, because I do think that, once again, that was owned by an Israeli conglomerate.
No, it wasn't. That's an outright lie. You're lying. It's not owned by an Israeli conglomerate. You're fucking lying. That's an outright pathetic lie. And you're basically running defense for a terrorist organization. Now, do I defend what they do? I think what they're doing, their message is good. Their method is terrible.
Oh, wait. Dude, let's ring up the fucking Houthi family real quick. Tell us how you would stop a genocide when you're the poorest country.
Well, not hijacking an unaffiliated boat and kidnapping.
Houthis are natural to what country? Houthi, Yemen. Is Yemen a country? Yeah, okay. Is Yemen the poorest country? No, Yemen is not the poorest country. So Hasan's lying again. Okay.
15 fucking nationals and holding them for a year. How is that helping anyone?
Yeah, that's another thing that you actually got wrong, by the way, that even fucking Willie Sloptube called you out on. Those people, by the time you had released your context puke, those people had been released.
It was, yeah, I remember. I said they were prisoners for a year. I know they were released. It literally happened like the day I was finishing the video.
Oh, it's just you couldn't.
Were they held prisoner for a year? Were they held prisoner for a year? Were they held prisoner for a year? Were they held prisoner for a year?
Yeah, they were.
That's what I said. Thank you.
Yeah, they were all hostages.
So how's that help Israel? Taking a bunch of Filipino fucking unaffiliated sailors hostage for a year.
Do you understand the concept of deterrence?
Well, how's it deterrence?
No, Google popped up with, is Yemen a real country?
Real kidnapping fucking.
Do you understand the concept?
I was not asking if Yemen was a real country.
Deterrence. Yes,
how is that a deterrence?
It is a show of force to stop successfully, mind you, to stop other commercial shipping from going through. They literally bankrupted an entire Israeli port. I'd say that's numbers on the fucking board, baby. And like I said, 10 toes down, support that initiative. Because if you believe it's a genocide, what the fuck are they supposed to do? Should they allow their coastline to continue having commerce as though nothing is going on up there in Palestine, where Israel is doing a genocide in Palestine? How do you think the Yemeni population should have responded to the Israeli genocide? Should they have sat back and just let it happen?
Yemeni is not Houthi, by the way.
And also, they can't say, obviously, they fucking can't say from the river to the sea, Palestine, because that scares you, Ethan. So obviously, they can't do that either. So
that's what Norman Finkelstein said.
How can people be pro-Palestine in a way that you think is appropriate?
Where your example is hijacking an unaffiliated ship and kidnapping 15 sailors?
Is that... Hasan, why don't you give us an example of how Ethan is not being pro-Palestine? I don't think he's ever answered that question. He's gone more in depth on defending terroristic actions than actually like giving an example of something that could be good.
It's not unaffiliated, but even if it was unaffiliated, as I said already, if it was unaffiliated, that wasn't unaffiliated. You lied about that, and you recognize that you lied about that for the record. Okay. But if it was, people can look into it. It wasn't, even if it was
they didn't need to kidnap random people. That's like terrorist shit. Why are they kidnapping random unaffiliated sailors? How are you defending
Ethan,
that?
You're
defending them kidnapping these unrelated foreign sailors?
You know what's terrorist shit? Israel fucking blowing up a humanitarian aid flotilla. 1,002. No, I'm not saying you're defending that. I'm just explaining to you what actual terrorism looks like.
Well, you are defending terrorism,
as of this conversation taking place, Israel last night literally drone striked a fucking humanitarian aid ship that was headed for Gaza off the coastline of Malta. That's real fucking terrorism. What the Houthis are doing, on the other hand, is resistance. And it's not only moral, but it's just...
Very good.
It's not only moral, it's just...
You're so righteous.
Justice is
served. Do you think that the Filipino hostages who were held there for a year agree that that was an awesome, that was an awesome act of resistance? Probably not. Right?
Probably not. Can you explain to me what you would do? What would you do?
I think, well, first of all, I think that like there's something to be said for stopping the cargo in that strait, but they're doing it insanely fucking stupid. They're stopping unaffiliated ships and they're kidnapping unaffiliated people. How is that good? They're doing it bad.
It's not an unaffiliated ship, by the way. But even then,
you won't explain how it's affiliated. You said it's owned by an Israeli conglomerate. That is an outright lie. Hold on, you're doing disinformation right now. It was not owned by an Israeli conglomerate. You said that. It was a lie. Galaxy Leader is a vehicle carrier that was owned by a British company, operated by a company connected. It was connected. It wasn't even. He didn't even own it. It was connected to an Israeli businessman. It was. It was co-owned by a business that this Israeli guy was involved in.
Yeah, co-owned by Abraham Ungar.
So what? You know his name.
What do you mean? It's co-owned by an Israeli. What are we talking about?
No, it's co-owned by a company that has an Israeli dude affiliated with it.
Well, you asked me how it's
connected. It's owned by a British company.
You asked me how it's connected. I'm telling you how it's connected.
Well, you're lying.
And now you don't like that connection.
But you're lying. That's what I don't like.
I'm not lying.
I'm not lying.
Info is readily available, Ethan.
Yeah, I agree. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter anyway. The problem for me, really, it doesn't.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Well,
Okay,
so
that's
the
point number
larger
5 that you also presented falsely
Very
on
good.
your context puke.
The problem is more the
Someone's gotta be
kidnapped
keeping tally
sailors.
somewhere.
I just don't understand you can justify kidnapping a bunch of unaffiliated sailors.
I don't, Ethan.
You are. You
Ethan,
you go.
Ethan.
Have you ever heard of deterrent?
Yeah, walk with me through this carefully.
Yeah, please.
I asked
Please
you
explain to me
what
how it's
you would do,
justifiable to
Ethan.
kidnap 15
What would
sailors.
you do, Ethan? What would you do? You have a better way to do it. I think we're gonna figure it out.
Well, like I said, you can do it without kidnapping unaffiliated,
During the
holding them for a
Holocaust,
year.
There were militancy, resistance, okay, that cut off supply lines, okay, supply lines for the Nazis, or even sometimes supply lines that actually impacted the civilians, okay, impact the civilians. Do you feel like that kind of resistance was unwarranted?
It's completely irrelevant. Why did they hold them for a year?
I don't know.
Okay, because they're terrorists.
What? Because they're terrorists.
Yeah, they're terrorists. They kidnap innocent civilians.
Are they? So
the Filipino guys?
the people that are resisting against the Israeli genocide that
What
you
do those
call a
sailors have to do with
genocide
that?
are actually terrorists because you don't agree with
Kidnapping
their
innocents?
fucking methods. But you have no way.
Kidnapping
you have
innocents.
no alternative. You have no alternative.
That's not
You call
true.
it
I say just
genocide,
don't
they're
kidnap
supposed to
innocent
sit
people.
around. Nothing else.
It's easy. Just don't kidnap innocent people. They could have done that, right? They could have taken the boat. They could have commandeered the boat and not kidnapped people, right? Oh, is that possible?
Okay, fair. Do you think that warrants the standard of saying that one of the only groups that is doing militancy against and resisting against Israel's genocide, which they stopped, by the way, they literally stopped when Israel actually followed through on a ceasefire. If they were just, erroneously and randomly fucking trying to claim ships because they're pirates, they want to live the pirate life, then obviously they wouldn't have stopped doing that, don't you think? And they only started their blockade.
Why can Hasan not answer the question? Why did they hold them for a year? Well, that's the only way they can fight back. Well, why did they hold them for a year? It's the only way. Okay, but why a year? Only way.
After Israel started starving Gaza again, and then
That's
also
great.
turned
What does that
around.
do with innocent sailors?
Ethan, I don't think you want to go down this route.
I'm ready. What do you
Kidnapping
mean?
innocent people is terrorism. Is Israel terrorist? Is the IDF terrorist?
I mean, you could characterize it that way.
Is the IDF terrorist?
I mean, it's an army, so it's a different thing. It's like a.
Why is it a different thing? You think the
Well, the
Ansarullah movement
Houthis-
doesn't have a standing army? They have an army.
The Houthis did like a hostile takeover of like a portion of Yemen. They're at odds with the government. It's different. They also own slaves, by the way.
We're going to talk about the Ansarullah movement's history.
I'll say yeah. Israel, the IDF is terrorist. Yes, the IDF is terrorism.
Hold on. Talk to me about how the Ansarullah movement actually came to power without getting any notes from your Discord or anything like that. Explain to me the process in which Ansarullah actually came to power.
I don't know.
What?
I do not know.
You don't know?
Yeah, you should
That's
try
really
saying that
interesting
sometimes.
because in your video, you also used a lot of Saudi outlets to be like,
Oh
these guys
my
are actually
God,
doing
bro.
slavery.
Give me
and
one.
it turned out that actually
Give me the Saudi outlets.
The videos that you used did not even suggest that it was Ansarullah that was doing slavery in the fucking poorest country on the planet.
The
Okay?
Houthis have
Literally the poorest
slaves.
country on the
That's not even
planet. They
contested.
weren't the ones who were doing the slavery according to your own fucking video, but you still used it.
The
And you
Houthis
used
have slaves,
Saudi
undisputed.
propaganda papers that
The Middle East, there are open-air slave markets still active in large portions of the Middle East.
at a time when
I just
Saudi
don't understand why
Arabia
you're
was doing
defending
a
the
fucking
Houthis
genocide.
for having slaves and kidnapping innocents. It's just so unnecessary.
What are you talking
Just
about?
acknowledge
dude?
that they do
the
terrible shit.
The Saudi-backed government was the one that was actually doing slavery.
No, well, if they did, then the Houthis also have slaves. That's just a statement of fact.
No, the Houthis don't have shit. Okay, it's
They don't have shit. They don't have
shit.
slaves. They don't even have slaves. They don't even have food. Like, what are you talking about?
That's not the point I'm making. They are the poorest country on the planet that just came out of a
and how's that
famine
blockade, by the way, helping the
Saudi
country?
Arabia
How is
and
the blockade
UAE.
helping the
Why
famine
did
in
you
Yemen?
use-
How's the blockade helping the famine in Yemen?
There is, as far as I understand, there's no longer a famine in Yemen. I'm talking about before, because you talked about how you were a regional expert.
What is blockading it doing for the poorest country on earth?
Ansarullah and their violent takeover of Yemen. So I was like,
It's not the poorest country.
trying to figure out what you know about this. Maybe you know something that I don't know. So I was trying to pick your brain a little bit.
So explain
on
to
this
me why it
issue.
matters.
It seems like you don't know shit.
Sure, I don't know about this specific thing. Tell me why it matters.
Why it matters? What their blockade?
Yeah, clearly.
Their blockade is. Their blockade is
No,
awesome.
why it matters how they came to power.
Oh, because you used Saudi newspapers in the time when Saudi Arabia, according to Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, all fucking NGOs, was doing a Western-backed blockade that was killing hundreds of thousands of people, and the headlines that you used in your context too were from Al Arabiya and numerous other outlets that had their own personal investment in vilifying the Ansar Allah movement. Having said that, of course, I also think that there are plenty to criticize about the Ansar Allah movement. I don't agree with everything that they're fucking doing, as I've said time and time again, like their banner, right? Their banner says first to Jews, which you also presented in your video. Except, remember when you talked about Norm Finkelstein and how Norm Finkelstein doesn't agree with From the River to the Sea,
you agree with kidnapping civilians.
Can we play the clip of Norm Finkelstein talking about the curse the Jews and what he thinks about that? Let's do that. Let's pull up the clip of Norm Finkelstein's thoughts.
How is that relevant?
These actions and the blockade against these. You used him as a primary source earlier because you thought, he's a reputable guy, which I think I agree.
He said something that I've said that I've been criticized for. What does that have to do with every other take he's taken? It doesn't mean that I support that, like, we're aligned with every other take in the world.
So he agrees with you on one thing, so he has to agree with you on everything? Again, I'm missing Hasan's point here. Guys, if you would hit the like button, if you'd feel like sharing it out, that would be very much appreciated. We're going into our 4th hour on the stream. Gee-bus. The likes are mathing. But if you're here, you should still hit the like. Share it out. If you want to support, you know how to do that. Streamlabs listed down below. We are in $5 Stream Boss Wars. So if you want to take over Stream Boss for a minute, you absolutely can.
Dan, can you play this clip real quick? Sorry, this is 50 seconds.
It's irrelevant.
I passed it along.
It's totally irrelevant.
What do you mean it's irrelevant?
Because who gives a fuck what he said about it?
Wait, what do you mean?
You want to talk about
you use his perspective on From the River to the Sea to imply that he agrees with you.
He does.
I want to see if you agree with him on this. Just play it.
All right, I'll play it.
Thank you.
So here, I'm going to play it, okay? And then when this is done, let's move on to something I know we both want to talk about. You claimed, I'm going to play it. I just want to set this up. You claimed that the worst thing I said in the context, puke, is that I wrongfully portrayed Jewish people fleeing from their countries, and I denied the Nakba somehow, which is crazy. So let's talk about that after this clip.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, perfect.
And
by the way,
you're not going to scare us. You're not going to.
I'll just say up front, we can end on that point.
Oh, I can keep going all day
sure
if you want to.
Yeah, I know. I know you go to bed tonight in a cool race car bed, but I have family.
Okay,
kids.
no, that's fine. Why are you thinking about what my bedroom looks like? It's kind of weird, man.
Yeah. No, you're right. You fucking badass fucking sports car bed. It's
very odd.
As long as the people in Gaza are subjected to a genocide, we won't stop. Do you know all the praise that's given to the Danish government because it helped evacuate Jews during World War II? But is there a case where a totally distant people did that for the people of Gaza? If I were to give a Nobel Peace Prize, I would divide it between 3. South African delegation. Number 2, those doctors who volunteered to go to Gaza, the Doctors Without Borders and others. One doctor, he was Palestinian. Why don't you leave? Because he had the option. He was able to go. He said, I didn't go to medical school for 30 years to abandon my people. He was good. And the third, it's the Houthis. If genocide is the crime of crimes, the Houthis are the hero of heroes.
Yeah, I mean, the first 2 examples, I definitely agree. I think it's psychotic to give the Houthis a peace prize. That's nuts.
Why?
Because what the fuck have they done for peace other than kidnap innocent civilians? What have they done for their own populace?
They have
said the poorest country on earth.
That is a direct material. The Houthis have.
What does this have to do with the River to the Sea?
Material consequences for Israel as it has implemented a genocide.
All right, let's give them a peace prize. Whatever, I don't care. Let's give them a peace prize.
I think they deserve it.
Yes, absolutely, without a doubt. Yeah.
Wait, also,
don't ask the unaffiliated prisoners who were held for a year, though, if they do.
No, I don't. I think you're missing the broader point here. You're missing the forest for the trees.
Right.
Here, I'll give you a great example of this, by the way, because you spent a lot of time being like, the Houthis are bad. They're homophobic. I'm sure they.
Fostonia, Stream Boss bitches, come on, let's do this. All right, who's going to take out Fostonia? Thank you very much, sir.
They are. Holy shit. Also, Dan, it keeps switching back to me on my end. Sorry.
Let's talk about the issue of the NAPPA and stuff.
Okay, hold on. I know you keep saying, oh, it doesn't matter. This is boring. Whenever you come across
it's irrelevant,
you have to admit
and you
it's
just
wrong.
talk and talk. It makes the video unwatchable.
The Houthis, you said the Houthis are barbaric. They're homophobic. They hate women. All this shit, right? And I'm sure a lot of that is correct. Of course it is. It is the fucking poorest nation on the planet, and all of us know
it's not the poorest nation.
Fucking death.
Does that? Okay, let's say for a second that yes, it is the poorest nation. Does that allow what they're doing?
Destruction. This doesn't justify having that sort of opinion, of course, but it certainly understands, don't you think? Certainly is part of the point, part of the problem, and the best possible way to probably get them to have a civil rights movement to give gays rights would probably be to stop fucking bombing them, as Joe Biden did and as Donald Trump has done.
Yeah, that wasn't my chief criticism. Man, again, my criticism is that they were kidnapping civilians.
Yeah, I know. You don't like their methods, but you have no alternative method.
I said just do it without kidnapping civilians, dude. It's not rocket science.
Let's get back to the IDF. You said the IDF is maybe not a terror organization, but the IDF is a terror organization.
I didn't say that. Wrong.
Through and through.
Wrong. Again, a liar.
Okay, so you think the IDF is a terror organization?
I said yes.
You believe the IDF
I think it's fair to characterize them that way.
Okay. Your wife was in the IDF.
Yeah.
Do you believe your wife is a terrorist?
Of course not.
You have considered a 19-year-old Yemeni TikToker who is not even a part of the Al-Houthi family with no Houthi affiliation, but simply a person that says he stands with the Houthis, and I do too, a terrorist over and over again because he has a gun in the second highest gun ownership density per capita, and because he responded to a fucking Instagram comment saying he's a soldier, a dude who doesn't even...
So the IDF is a terrorist organization, yes. Your wife was in the IDF. Yeah, it's conscription. She has to... I want to make sure I'm not wrong on this because I don't think he's that dumb. Is the IDF conscripted? Military service is compulsory for Jews and I don't know what that is, both men and women, and for Saracen men conscript. Yeah, okay, so yes, conscripted. So you have to be in the IDF. Got it.
Even speak English.
You see that Streambots chat? Come on, you can't leave me lording you over you like that. Like Faustonia is telling you to take him out.
Watch this.
You kept claiming that he was a terrorist over and over again.
He is.
His name is Rsist.
It turns out, yes, he is just that dumb. Okay, I stand corrected.
Al-Haddad. He is not even a fucking Zaidi Shia. He's not even a part of the Houthi family.
Let's watch the evidence.
His last name would be Al-Houthi, not Al-Haddad. Okay?
Let's watch the evidence.
This person, you looked at a 19-year-old fucking teenager who's a TikToker.
Terrorist.
In the poorest country on the planet, who's only known death and destruction, and spent countless fucking hours looking through whatever his social media was to be like, this guy is bad.
Let's look at it.
Yeah, of course he's fucked up. He lives in goddamn Yemen.
Do you know what the bigotry of low expectations is?
Like you, dumbass.
Do you know what the bigotry of low expectations is? You're saying because he's poor, he hates Jewish people? Let's watch. Ready?
No,
Let me show you.
It's not because he's poor that he hates Jewish people. It's because he lives in fucking Yemen. And in that part of the world, the only thing that people see is the dangerous conflation of Zionism and Judaism.
I'm sure
the fighter jets that blow up their fucking schools have a Star of David next to them. And when the Palestinians are kidnapped, when they're fucking forced to go through military trial detention, they get fucking Stars of David carved on their heads. Israel is the one that dangerously and falsely claims to be the nation state of Jews. Israel is the one that makes everybody think that this action, all of the action, the genocide that you called a genocide, is actually being done at the behest of Jews.
That's not true.
Of course, for everyone in that side of the fucking world, when they say Jew, it's interchangeable with Israel. Many of these people, including...
Do you think he's like Anne Frank?
What?
Do you think he's like Anne Frank?
Oh, of course, absolutely. He has withstood genocide. He has withstood genocide by the Saudi government. Of course I do. I think that talking to, but my point that I was fucking presenting,
Anne Frank is famous for being a pacifist and seeing the good in people despite a fucking Holocaust that took every member of her family but her dad. That's why she's inspiring. This guy went on Twitter and said, fuck Jewish people.
Would you think Anne Frank would be less inspiring if she somehow was able to get out?
If she was like, I want to kill Germans and hang them, yeah.
And took up arms against the Nazis? Would you say that Anne Frank is bad for that? Say Anne Frank is bad for that, Ethan.
For something that didn't happen?
Anne Frank would be bad if she took up arms against the violent Nazi occupation. Say it.
It wouldn't be the same, for sure.
It wouldn't be the same.
She's famous for being a pacifist and seeing the good in people despite living through a Holocaust. You understand that? That's not what... Let me show you. Let me show you.
Do you think that if Anne Frank... Do you think that if Anne Frank took up arms against the Nazi occupation,
Israel
you would
isn't
call her
occupying
a bad
Yemen
person?
anyway.
What?
Israel's not occupying Yemen.
Israel isn't. But for every single country in this region, American imperialism is all they have known.
You said this. Why don't they say death to Saudi Arabia on their flag? Why is it Jews? Why is it damn the Jews?
They're directly fighting Saudi Arabia.
But
what
I thought,
you
you see the Star of David. Of course they hate Jews. What about why does their flag say death to fucking Israel and damn the Jews?
Their flag says death to America, death to Israel, a curse upon the Jews.
Damn the
which
Jews,
I have
curse
said
upon
time
the
and time
Jews.
again is kind of gauche, not acceptable, not
That's
appropriate
nice.
by Western standards. But if you listen
Why
to
does it say
Norm
Saudi
has
Arabia?
a clip on that too. Norm has a clip on that too. Do you want to see?
No, let me show you this because you've been going on and on.
Norm Finkelstein explain that?
No, I want to show you this. Okay, you've been talking. Very good. Let's watch this.
Yeah, I'm even starting to tune Hasan out. Holy shit.
Do you condemn the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, Ethan?
You got to stop.
Do you condemn the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising?
I'm going to play this video, okay? He says, ready for maybe I read
sacrifice and eager for martyrdom. Maybe he's talking about football. Here he is singing a song with the words, do you threaten us with what we are waiting for, son of a Jew? Meaning of Houthi is a title, and it's not something to fear, but for the Jews. They are very afraid of this title. The execution we will carry out on all Zionists, with the lovely depiction of a man impaled through his asshole and out of his mouth
with a pike, or how Hasan likes to say it, a pike for a kite. Okay, why would he retweet this article called Houthis use social media to boost global prominence and support? Israel falls. Wait for the new operation in Tel Aviv. The Jaffa drone, which no Israeli defense can stop. The ships we bombed and sank. I know the Red Arrow is supposed to be a cool military Hamas thing. This is a butt plug. Just saying. To every Zionist, I will put this into your stomach. And let me state the obvious. Jew and Zionist is clearly interchangeable to this guy. Okay, but hating Jews doesn't make you a Houthi. Are you a soldier? Yes. Well, that seems pretty definitive. Why did he say yes? Are you a soldier?
Bro, he doesn't even fucking speak English. You're like, oh, he's a soldier. Wait, even if he is, I'm going to ask you a question very clearly and very deliberately. If Anne Frank,
just like Anne
posted,
Frank, by the way.
if Anne Frank if we had the internet during the time of the Holocaust, and Anne Frank posted about this is what we're going to do to the Nazis, would your analysis of Anne Frank change even a little bit, even an iota?
Yes, of course it would, because she's famous for being a pacifist, not tweeting out death to all Zionists. She's famous for seeing the good in people, not fucking tweeting out that we want to nuke Israel. What do you mean?
That one, because I would not give a fuck. I would be loud and proud, going, "Hey, that's what she said. That's what we're gonna do to the Nazis. Fuck yeah, girl."
So after watching that compilation, you still agree that he's just like Anne Frank?
Did you not hear what I asked you?
I'm just summarizing.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yes.
Okay. Very good.
Anne Frank died before she could resist. But if she did, I would never hold that against her.
She was fucking killed in a concentration camp, you psychopath.
But if she
was exterminated with her whole fucking family. Her dad's the only one that survived and recovered her journal. Are you fucking mad?
Either, Ethan, right? Would you hold that against her? Would you hold that against her?
I wouldn't hold it against her, but she wouldn't be the same historical figure that said, despite my...
If it were the Houthis or the Palestinians that were pursuing Anne Frank, Hasan would point out where she was.
My family being killed in concentration camp and everyone being murdered, I'm still a pacifist that sees the good in people. What the fuck what's so confusing about that? Not kill Zionists, not nuke Israel, not a pike through Zionist assholes.
I can't believe we're once again discussing the posts of a dude in Yemen
you
who
really
is
like to
19
do that.
fucking years old.
Well, you said he's not a Houthi. You mean you went on and on and on and on about how he's just some random fucking innocent kid that you platformed and blazed the fuck up, by the way. Which is, by the way, just terrible journalism. Like you have KFC in Yemen? Is that the fucking best question you have for someone who's apparently surviving a genocide in Yemen, who's been with the crew of kidnapped hostages, who has apparently partied with the captains?
That wasn't even correct.
You say, is there KFC in Yemen? Are you fucking kidding me?
Just here's some clips that you haven't shown.
Besides being wrong, it's insanely incompetent.
We're going clip for clip. We're going clip for clip. Can you please play this? It's from my subreddit.
Sure. Give me a sec. Dan's got to pass it to me. Okay, after this, please, we got to move on to the NAPPA thing.
Yeah. Every single victim of Israeli or American violence has to be a pacifist.
Okay, do you want me to watch this? I mean, what the fuck, bro? It's 4 minutes, so I'm not going to watch the whole thing, but I'll watch like a minute or 2 minutes. Okay?
طبعا جاتني اسئله كثيره ماذا اذا اليهود قرروا ان يعودوا الى اليمن يعني بنسمح لهم ولا لا ولا طبعا طبيعي يعني احنا اليمنيين متأيدين للسلام يعني اليمن مسموح لاي شخص يعيش فيها.
This is like shot by a fucking propagandist. What are you talking about?
This is shot like the end the end of Blair Witch.
He's all fucking dolled up. He's got makeup on. The lighting is perfect. Yeah, he's like, guys, please, we love the Jews. Give me a break. Our problem is not with the Jews,
like a big man, buddy, dunking on a fucking 19-year-old living in Yemen. You pick and choose what you think. You pick and choose what you think is appropriate.
Has Hasan ever disagreed with somebody under the age of 20?
Well, what do you think about all the shit I showed you? Which do you think he believes, this or that?
I think he believes both. This is not.
He both believes the Jews are our friends and also we need to murder them all. He believes that Jews are our friends and we need to murder them all. Is that correct?
The problem is you conflate. No,
he said Jews. He in the tweet said this is what we're going to do to Jews.
From a Western perspective, for them, when they talk about Israel, they sometimes reflect
it as
the
Jews' fault, right?
But listen to me.
And you're blaming the victim.
Because in that interview that I conducted with him, I asked him about how he felt about Jews, anti-Zionist Jews specifically.
I remember.
And he said he loves them.
That is such a lie. You're such a liar.
You don't know this person.
I watched it. That's not what he said, though. He said if they support Palestine, then I like them. You're lying. You're just lying. You're lying about what he said. You're lying. I've seen that interview. You're lying. He didn't say that. He said if they support Palestine, then that's good. What? That's what he said. It's a fucking materially way different than I love Jews. What the fuck you said?
No, you didn't hear you just repeated what I said.
What'd you say?
I said love, but I think he didn't. I guess he didn't
say love.
What
did he say? Hold on a
second.
What did you say he said?
I said that I don't care what anyone's background is. I love them. Jew, Christian, Muslim, doesn't matter. If you are against Israel, I love them. That's what I said. He has no problem with Jews who are pro-Palestine.
That's nowhere close to what you said.
Dude.
Well, you realize you're wrong. You got caught in a lie, so you're revising. It's fine. All right, let's move on to the NAPPA thing.
Dude, I don't care.
We got to move on, bro.
Ethan, listen to my words very carefully. If he had told me okay? I hate all Jews unconditionally. I am an anti-Semitic person.
He did tweet stuff like that.
The conversation would go very differently. But even then, I probably wouldn't be as vicious as you
literally said that on social media
or you want me to be, because I understand the material conditions and what
Jews.
plays a role in people's recognition of the world.
Nobody needs to fear but Jews, he said. I'm going to shove my gun and kill Jews.
What? No, he didn't say that.
I'll play it again. You want me to play it again?
Oh, God. Okay, dude. You just play the fucking clip then. God damn it. Just play the clip. He said Zionist, but play the fucking clip, Ethan.
Yeah. I'll play it.
Play the clip I sent you without fucking complaining.
No,
He's too dolled up.
Wait, you want me to watch your clip? I thought, no, we're going to watch my clip.
No, play the fucking clip I sent you.
By the way, I don't know if this music's claimed, by the way. We can. It does matter, unfortunately. You're on Twitch where stealing content is fucking regular, but on YouTube, there's standards.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. God forbid someone might copy strike you, and then their lawyers might demand erroneous.
Which you admitted is sometimes warranted. Where's the link
Mr. Fair Use? Mr. Fair Use.
Yeah. Do you know what fair use is? You fucking moron. It's using it fairly. There's a big difference between.
No, I know. Fair use is when you get mad at Redditors criticizing you, so you fucking you get. Of
course, I care about my monetization status.
Sue them and make demands about how they have to
fair use,
release information about their.
All right, let me play this for a minute, and then we'll move on.
All right, play.
Of course. What does that say? I think the foreigners and the Jews who stood up with
this is the most pathetic terrorist propaganda bullshit I have ever seen, and the fact that you actually think this is credible is so hilarious to me.
Dude,
wow. Let's keep it going.
Man,
no, I love this. This is great.
All right, just keep playing it. Keep playing it.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying. I don't know where the audio went. Oh, why was it? Sorry, hold on. We're having.
I pulled it back up.
Taylor Lorenz tweeted, "What's so crazy is that we tried to nab an interview with Rashad, the Yemeni teen who went viral for WAPO before Hasan the Hun got the scoop. Ethan continues to chastise Hasan for legitimate journalism and an interview that half of MSM was chasing."
Well, first of all, Taylor Lorenz is a fucking hack loser who's obsessed with you, okay? Of course she would say that. She, by the way, what was the legitimate... Name one question you asked him that represents legitimate journalism.
Okay.
One question.
Great question. What do you feel about anti-Zionist Jews leading many of the anti-Israel protests in the United States of America?
That's your most important journalistic question, which he basically said.
You asked me one.
The first worm of the summer!
Oh, there goes the $5 Stream Boss Wars again. Anti-Semite. Anti-Semite. Thank you for the $13.
I give you one.
I don't think I find that to be insignificant, especially considering his answer. No follow-up questions? Why don't you ask him why don't you ask a follow-up question like,
Ethan,
do you not care if they're Zionist Jews? That they're Israeli Jews that support you?
I don't give a fuck if he cares if they're Zionist Jews or not.
What about
why?
Do you think? What was the hard-hitting part about asking if he likes One Piece? Was that hard-hitting journalism?
No, it was called humanizing.
That was called cringe as fuck, glazing, pathetic.
Yeah, because you don't like when a fucking brown person gets a little bit of airspace.
Is that
and
right?
They look like a human being.
So you're resorting to calling me racist now. By the way, this dude's white as fuck. What are you talking about?
Ethan.
This dude's whiter than I am. What the fuck are you talking about,
let's get back
dipshit?
to the IDF.
Hold on, you accuse me of being racist. Are you talking about this guy? Are you talking about this guy?
Your wife is a part of the IDF.
So how is Ethan racist?
Do you think it's appropriate to call your wife a terrorist?
I think you do. No, I don't.
You don't think it's appropriate?
No.
Okay. You have stated time and time again that you believe, to show how pro-Palestine you are, that you believe settlers are valid military targets.
Right.
Who do you think is protecting the settlers who you claim
the
are
IDF
valid
is
military
protecting them.
targets?
It's fucking insane.
In the process,
was
of
my wife out there
that they're doing.
Sorry, was Ela out there protecting settlers?
No, she was doing a night raid, as a matter of fact. And I didn't know any of this until recently, for the record, until a couple months ago.
Yeah, you're going to do the Raider of Ramallah snark bullshit? Go on. Yeah, your community doesn't harass anyone. She was 18 years old. She went on a ride along to Ramallah for some kind of fucking mission. She stayed in the car, and then they went back, and that's all that happened. She's 18 years old, bro. She's a secretary.
Of taking someone hostage, you called him it, by the way. That person was a Palestinian living in his own fucking home, and your wife went on a raid to Ramallah, which you have called a terror city.
Yeah, that was an old clip. I don't think Ramallah's a terrorist.
Is your wife a valid military target in that process? Because you've said that settlers are valid military targets. Do you think your wife is a valid military target? Do you think your wife is a terrorist, Ethan?
She's not a West Bank settler.
But she's in the West Bank. Where's Ramallah, Ethan?
Bad Empanada thinks she's valid. Your friends over at Second Thought think that she's a valid target.
Do you think she's a valid military target?
Do you think she's a valid military target?
Do
you think she's a valid military target?
I do not, as a matter of fact. I don't. Okay.
Can we please move on to this the NAPPA thing?
Listen to me.
Hasan, bro, you're making this unwatchable.
Listen to me. Okay.
We got to move on.
How does this make sense in your mind? You say
so he is just still on the train that she had a choice and just chose to do these things. That's what I'm getting from this. Like what? Oh. Anti-Wormite for 5 to take over the stream boss. Uh-oh. Sorry about the stream boss was. Thank you. Thank you, Anti-Wormite. Knocking us up to almost 30% to goal, guys. Thank you very, very much. Damn, we're making a little bit of headway on this goal. Nicely done.
Israel is doing genocide. She has participated in the kidnapping of a Palestinian in the West Bank.
You don't know who was kidnapped and for what reason.
You say you hate the settlers.
Well, we don't know who was.
First of all, the settlers, Ethan. Your wife did.
Kidnapped. They arrested somebody. We don't know what happened or what they did. What if he
so
fucking stabbed civilians?
Do you
Doesn't that happen?
The process in which how people are arrested in the West Bank,
do Palestinian terrorists never stab and blow up civilians?
They're placed under military detention. They are not actually placed. They do not go through a civil
Palestinian
court process.
terrorists ever commit violence on civilians that would warrant them being arrested?
They are
no, never.
Not in the West Bank.
You don't know anything about this person or this raid.
In Ramallah, in Palestinian territory, your wife was an illegal occupier of a terrorist organization, also known as the Israeli Occupying Force, Ethan. Now, I know people that have also served in the Israeli Occupying Force, as a matter of fact. I've relied on breaking the
silence. By the way, her name is Hila. I don't know if you keep doing your wife. Why do you do that? Why do you keep referring to her as my wife? It's bizarre.
Okay, Hila, whatever, who cares?
It just belies some really bizarre thing. It's not random at all. It says a lot.
Listen to my words.
It is rude. It's rude.
Listen to my words. So I have no issue with someone as long as they have recognized their mistakes, as long as they recognize that that was wrong. What I take issue with is consistently defending Israel. You have also participated in the defense of Israel. It makes no sense. You're inconsistent. You say it's a genocide, but people can't resist militarily. You say it's a genocide, but all the people who are outspoken are vile anti-Semites.
Hila was doing
mandatory. Supposed to be able to resist against this genocide. Do you actually think it's a genocide?
Hila was doing mandatory military service. What should she have done?
Fostonia for 5 to take over stream boss tag. You're it. Thank you, Fostonia. Ooh. Heating up. That's what? 1, 2, 3, 4 stream boss changes. Nicely done.
There's numerous options. 1, religious exemption. 2, refusing to serve. But even then, I don't have a problem with her being socially conditioned into thinking that this is appropriate. I have a problem with what she's saying now. I have a problem with how she reflects on that and doesn't realize that that was an unjustifiable thing to do.
Okay, well, listen, you can talk to her, debate about it. I don't know what you're even referring to. Okay.
What?
I don't even know what the fuck you're referring to. You're just calling my wife a terrorist. Like, well, give me a break, dude.
No.
She did mandatory.
She has talked
Let me
on
ask
your
you a question.
podcast.
Hasan,
she's talked
please,
on your
you gotta
podcast
let me
about
talk.
how she went on a raid.
You have to let me talk. The fact that you're just talking over me and being louder does not mean you're right. I promise.
What?
Being louder and talking more does not mean you're right. Okay. It's good to listen to what I have to say.
It is not a volunteer army. Oh my God.
She's part of mandatory conscription.
Did Hila not volunteer? Did Hila not volunteer to go to the West Bank on a raid because she was bored? In Ramallah.
Yeah, she's 18. It's understandable. We don't know what that guy did, though. We don't know what the raid was for.
He could have been a vicious terrorist monster.
Yeah, what if he killed people? Of course. If he killed people, of course he would be worthy of being arrested.
Ethan, is Ramallah a part of Israeli territory?
I mean, it's complicated, right? It's under occupation. No, I don't think so, but it's under occupation, right?
Okay, so why was your wife in Ramallah?
Maybe getting a terrorist that killed civilians. She sat in a car.
It's not complicated.
She sat in a car and didn't even leave it and never did it again.
Your wife participated in an illegal raid according to international human rights. That is the reality. Now,
are you upset if this person killed like a child? Would you be upset if this person they arrested like stabbed people? Like you don't know what you're talking about.
If she were to talk about,
okay, fine, my wife's a terrorist, bro. What the fuck? It's so boring.
No, stop. Listen to my words.
No, my wife is a terrorist.
That is, as many former IDF vets have on breaking the silence. If she talked about the night raid that she participated in the same way that
just like Frogan says, I don't hate only the ones that regret it.
Talk about, I would have no issue with her.
Do you hope she gets PTSD too?
Because I understand people can change.
I don't condone the raid, but I mean, see, neither of us have any information about like what actually happened. You know what I mean?
There is no. You don't understand. If she is illegally there, she is not supposed to be there. It doesn't matter. Her and her entire brigade was not supposed to be there.
I don't think she knew what they were doing.
As a matter of fact,
I don't think she knew what they were doing or where they were going.
What she participated in
I don't think she knew where they were going or what they were doing.
What she participated in
is called a
terrorist
night raid. Please, we got to move on. This is
the reason why. The reason why the Israeli occupying force. Participates in the.
Jesus, Hasan is just losing his mind here. Like, does he really wants Ethan to sit down and say, yes, your wife is a terrorist. Yes, my wife is, and he wants to like nail him on this point. Like she was conscripted.
These night raids in the West
Bank is to
create a constant feeling of terror.
He's wagging his finger. He really, really, really thinks that he has the moral high ground here, and it's hilarious.
Talking more does not make you right. Okay. You got to understand
the reason why the Israeli occupying force participates in night raids is to create a constant sense of terror.
We don't condone it. She was 19. She was doing military conscription. She didn't know where they were going or what they were doing. Okay, thank you. I'm listening, but you just keep repeating yourself. This is what you do.
The reason why you got to move on. The reason why I know that. You want to know why I know that?
You want this to be unwatchable? Is that what you want?
What?
Do you want this to be unwatchable?
The reason why I know that, Ethan,
I'm taking that as a yes.
Breaking the silence veterans.
He probably does want it to be unwatchable because he knows how much of an ass he's made himself look like in this.
Who have come out and spoken out against this practice. That's why I know that.
Hasan, you say that Hila could have gone to jail and done a conscientious objection instead of joining the army. Why do you pay taxes? Why do you pay taxes to the United States government?
Is this your big argument, Ethan?
Answer the question.
That I pay taxes and I'm morally culpable? I know. That's why I try to fucking fight against the goddamn government doing
why
this
don't you
shit
stand
every
up for
day.
your, hold on, why don't you stand up for your principles and go to jail for it?
Because it would not actually stop, okay? It would not actually stop. The reason...
So one person not going to conscription would stop everything? Hila should have gone to jail, and that would have stopped everything, but Hasan going to the jail won't stop anything. Got it.
The reason why I'm saying
what wouldn't stop?
I don't take issue with Hila's fucking actions then, as long as, just like you said, she was just 19 years old. I take issue with the fact that she still defends it on principle.
What did
she says
say?
The Israeli occupying force is not a terror organization. You have a disagreement with him.
The finger fucking wagging is insane.
I think I can see it from her perspective too, which is like, you know, the problem with you is that everything's black and white.
You can't see it from Rashid al-Haddad's perspective.
Yeah,
and
he's
you
a
know
fucking
for a
terrorist
fucking
who
fact
says he
that
wants to
your
kill
audience also
Jews.
doesn't see it.
You can tell Hasan's really starting to lose his temper because he's really wagging the finger.
And that's why you can fucking constantly claim that he is a terrorist.
Oh my God, bro! Please, I want this to
be
be watchable. Okay, let's move on, please. Thank you. You made your point. You made your point. Okay. So specifically, you said this, which is you said in the context puke. You said this was the worst thing I did. So let me play it, okay, and then we can discuss.
More Jews displaced than Palestinians.
Let me go back
to 1948 countries
just to give the whole context.
Expelled them in massive amounts following the 1948 war. In fact, there was more Jews displaced than Palestinians.
Soon may the cavemen come with birds and mice and some tasty numbs. One day when the critters come, we'll eat till our bellies are full.
Hugh Magnus. I don't know if I'm not getting that. Hugh Magnus. Hugh Magnus. Oh, it's because I'm not looking at it properly. Let me blow up the screen. Humongous. Thank you so much, Humongous, taking over the Stream Boss Wars again. Thank you, Humongous. Okay, stop putting that in the quarter screen. Got it. Yes, it was Humongous. I had it on quarter sized on the other screen. Humongous. Thank you.
One of the worst pieces of misinformation I've seen in the fucking context puke. For the record, it was crazy.
This specific. So Mike, again, nicely done. Let this guy hold your hand and formulate your opinions, but he's not here to help you, okay? So you tell me what was wrong with what was misinformation about saying that 900,000 Jews were displaced?
You make a comparison between Planned Dalit, which is a planned ethnic cleansing campaign, to one, horrify Palestinians inside of villages that had actually no arms whatsoever because they had specific peace agreements that they've done with Jewish villages.
Maybe I've been watching too much or listening to too much 40K stuff. I'm like, Magnus, it's a bitch.
What's the exaggeration?
By killing them,
no, this isn't a comparison
by massacring them,
what was
and then
fucking hell, bro? You are
letting
incapable
survivors
of
tell the
answering
tale. You asked me a question, and I can't even fucking answer it. What are we doing?
You're not. You're just going on and on.
I am answering it.
What was the exaggeration?
Ethan,
about
sit the fuck down and listen to the history lesson. Okay, you're gonna learn a little bit right now. Okay, Deir Yassin is Tantura. These are two very famous massacres that took place. the brigades, the militant brigades, the Zionist brigades that then formed the IDF, including some that personally called themselves terrorists, by the way, Lihi and Irgun, went in and did horrifying mass rape, kidnappings, throwing people in ovens. And then the survivors left to tell the tale. In that process, these brigades would go to each individual city and forcibly ethnically cleanse 750,000 Palestinians. This is known as the NAPPA.
What the fuck does that have to do with the Jewish refugees? Answer that question. I know what the NAPPA is. I don't deny it.
Do you think that is even remotely comparable to Jewish people leaving sometimes voluntarily and sometimes because their governments had made deals with either Israel or France?
How many of the 900,000 left voluntarily?
I don't know the exact number of how many left voluntarily. Do you?
Take a guess.
I would suspect that a big chunk of them, you're going to say, did not leave voluntarily, but that is not the case.
Well, you're lying and you're fucking dead wrong. You brought up the fact that I talked about what happened in Iraq. So let me give you a timeline of what happened in Iraq. 1932, they gain independence. 1934, Hebrew is banned. Jews are fired from government positions. 1938, Zionist activity is outlawed. Crimes as trivial as possessing a biblical map of the Holy Land will send you to jail. The Farhud pogrom, inspired by neo-Nazis, Rashid al-Khalini killed 180 Jews. Hundreds were injured, widespread looting, property damage. 1947, Jews were banned from immigrating because they didn't want them to go strengthen the state of Israel, and they wanted to hold them prisoners against Israel and the West. In 1948, the war begins. Jewish banks were forbidden to transact with foreign countries. Jews were arrested for Zionist activity, for economic crimes. They were fines that were paid to the Ministry of Defense. In 1949, a month after taking office, the British learned that they were planning to expel the Jews from Iraq before they even left. Does this sound like voluntary? Does this sound voluntary? Does that sound voluntary?
Dan, I sent you a clip.
No.
One of the most important scholars on this issue.
Oh my God!
Is
please.
an Iraqi Jew by the name of Obie Shleim.
Yeah, I love this.
Sam Silent's a traitor. That's what I'm getting from here.
Let's listen to him.
Okay, let's listen to it.
Yeah.
Jews were convinced that Israel had a hand.
Sanguinius is best boy. I think I'm gonna go with the Blood Angels for my first army. Blood Angels or Grey Knights. I don't know which one, but I'm thinking Blood Angels.
In uprooting them. After the 1948 war, there was mounting popular hostility towards the Jews in Iraq. 5 bombs exploded in Jewish sites. The series of bombs created a panic which led more and more Jews to register to leave the country. I met an elderly friend of my mother's, an Iraqi Jew called Yaakov Karkukli, who had been in the Zionist underground. One member of his group, Yosef Basri, a very, very intelligent Jewish lawyer, and his assistant, Shalom Saleh Shalom, were responsible for 3 out of the 5 bombs. Basri's controller was an Israeli intelligence officer named Max Binet.
Let's grant that what he's saying is true and that 3 of the 5 bombs were done by Zionists, right? How does that explain 150,000 people leaving the fucking country? Thousands of years.
Strike some viewers as harsh, but I believe everyone involved in this story should die.
Father Nurgle loves us our. Father Nurgle loves us all. Allegedly. I heard what he did to a couple of those Marines.
Of civilization that have been there 2,000 years, just picking up and leaving, almost virtually gone. How does that explain that?
Why is it that the Israeli government benefited from creating instability and making it seem as though these countries were uninhabitable? And why do you think that, despite the fact that Iraq and numerous other countries have offered Israelis or Jews a right to return,
because they were being
failed on the Israeli front for numerous reasons?
Let me tell you an inconvenient fact for you, Hasan.
That conclusion.
Let me tell you an inconvenient fact.
I wonder why that happened. Before the bombs went off, being established?
Before the bombs went off, 100,000 of the 125 Jews were already registered to leave. Do you want to explain that?
Yes. Jews wanted to go to Israel, Ethan. They liked the
great.
idea
So let me hear what
you like Israel.
Yeah, you're a liar. You're a disgusting fucking propagandist liar. Here's what Avi Schleim actually said.
My research, I established that one bomb was lobbed, one hand grenade was lobbed by a young activist in the Istiklal party, which wanted to expel the Jews from Iraq and confiscate the properties. And another bomb was, another hand grenade was lobbed into the Masoud Hashem Tov synagogue, and there 4 people were killed. And he was a criminal who had a grudge against the Jews, and it had nothing to do with the Mossad.
Did you hear that? The first 2 had nothing to do with the Mossad. But let's continue to listen to the respected scholar, Avi Schleim, you fucking liar.
Hold on.
No, you listen to this fucking historian. Yes, you said
that. Ethan's making a point. You better start yelling. The lack of Necron appreciation is sickening. Ugh. Xenos.
They left by choice. They left because of Zionism. They left because they were being threatened. Let's hear what your respected historian has to say.
By the way, humongous, may I remove you as stream boss and reset it?
You liar.
That's right.
Wait,
even if all this is true, the main reason for the exodus was not the bombs. It was persecution by the government. And I concede that. It's not part of my argument that the bombs were the main reason for the liquidation of this community. But my answer to my Zionist critics is, even if I knew for certain that not a single Iraqi Jew left Iraq to go to Israel because of the bombs, I would still think this is a real indictment of the state of Israel, because Israel was created to provide a safe haven for Jews, not to be harassing and threatening Jews in other countries.
By the way, he said...
that brings us up to 5.
And I'll quote it for you. We did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe. He wrote that in his book, 3 Worlds. Have you read that book?
No, I have not read 3 Worlds.
Okay, well, you're using a lot of source from it. It's a book that he wrote about his migration.
It's not the only book he wrote about this. But go on.
Have you read any of the other ones?
Yes.
That brings us up to 5 on Stream Boss Wars. Thank you guys so much. Smash a like, share it out, all that fun stuff. Slabs down below if you want to jump on the Stream Boss train. We are almost 40% to goal, guys. Thank you.
Really? Which ones?
The book that I'm referencing is from the Iron Wall.
3 Worlds, okay? He writes about his time in Iraq. He writes about his time in Israel. He writes about his time in the UK. In 3 worlds, he writes about his own family, and he describes their departure from Iraq as traumatic, disorienting, and not voluntary. They were not proud Zionist migrations. They were leaving out of fear.
Oh, Ethan.
He said that himself.
Ethan.
He said, we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
My friend, you are failing to comprehend a very important reason why I brought up Avi Shlaim, by the way. And
yeah, because you think he supports your claim, but he absolutely does not. That's why, because you're a fucking liar.
He absolutely
contend
does,
with what I said.
Hold on.
No. Contend with what I'm saying. He said we did not leave Iraq because we
Ethan.
Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe. Do you want to explain what he meant by that? Explain what he meant by saying we didn't leave because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Okay.
Explain to me.
I can't wait to bring up Avi Shlaim on the broadcast to make you fucking look like a dumbass.
I can't wait to. And now explain what he means by that. We did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Iraqis are not Palestinian. You fucking moron. You racist piece of shit.
What?
Because Iraq and the pan-Arabic nationalist movements.
What facilitated this?
Okay.
Explain to me.
I can't wait to bring up Avi Shlaim on the broadcast to make you fucking look like a dumbass.
I can't wait to. And now explain what he means by that. We did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Iraqis are not Palestinian. You fucking moron. You racist piece of shit.
What? Iraqis are not Palestinian. Why did Jews leave Iraq? Because Iraqis aren't Palestinian. What the fuck?
Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Iraqis are not Palestinian. You fucking moron. You racist piece of shit.
What?
Because Iraq and the pan-Arabic nationalist movements that arise out of
you are
Zionist
out of your mind.
Is not about Palestinians.
Okay, so what is he talking about? What the fuck is Hasan talking about? What?
The Jews in Iraq have to do with fucking Israel. What
is he talking about?
You are so out of your mind.
And then Iraqis,
dude, you screaming and grandstanding doesn't mean you're right.
Iraqi government's racism during the pan-Arabic nationalist movements as a vindication for why, or a comparison to why Israel had to do the Nakba.
Do you think
you fucking racist piece of shit?
Thanks, Hasan.
Do you think Iraq? Do you think all Arabs have one fucking mind?
Why
is that what you think?
What is he talking about? Seriously, what is Hasan talking about? I really don't know.
Were the Iraqi Jews leaving Iraq in fear?
Of course there were Iraqi Jews that left Iraq in fear. I've never said that there were no
Answer
Iraqi
the question.
Jews that left
You want to
Iraq
call
in
me
fear.
racist? Why were Iraqi Jews leaving to go to Israel?
Because you're a fucking moron.
That's why they left. They left because I'm a fucking moron.
That Arabs are not
Hasan, you
one-minded.
coward.
That there
You
were numerous
coward.
pan-Arabic
Answer
nationalist
the question. You're going to call me racist, but you won't answer. Why did the Iraqi Jews leave Iraq?
There were numerous
because of
reasons.
anti-Semitism. They hated Jewish people that had nothing to do with Israel. They were forced to leave. They were chased out. They lived there for thousands of years. They had businesses, they had homes, and they were forced and abandoned to go to Israel because it was the only fucking place they could. Why would Iraqis hate the Jews living there if they had nothing to do with Zionism or Israel? Why?
Because settler colonialism
that has nothing to do with them, you absolute fucking dumbass. What does that have to do with the Iraqi Jews?
Do you think the Aliyahs were happening initially?
So it was there. So you're blaming them? Are you blaming the Iraqi Jews who had nothing to do with it? What the fuck is your point? You call me racist.
I'm not justifying the racism. I'm not justifying it.
I have no idea what Hasan is screaming about, honestly, because he doesn't know the difference between. Because Ethan made a point about Iraq and it's not Palestine, so Hasan's mad.
You're not comprehending my point.
They left
I've never justified
because Iraq turned on them after 1948.
Ethan,
you're materially wrong. You're lying.
I recognized that there were numerous reasons why other countries, I know, hard concept, all Arab, they all have the same mindset.
I know, let's go over them, genius.
And the pan-Arabic nationalist movements as states
let's
were
go over
being
them.
designed
In Egypt,
mostly by Western
you want to
nations.
talk facts? Let's talk facts.
Ethan,
in
you don't
Egypt.
know, you got fucking a ChatGPT summary. Let me explain
Hasan,
to you so you can fucking not look like a dumbass.
Okay, do you want to listen or do you just want to add home?
No, I want to tell you my perspective.
No, you want to talk. That's the problem. You don't want to listen. You've talked
You're supposed
plenty.
to be attacking my perspective.
You called me racist, bro. The least you can do is shut the fuck up and listen to me talk, okay? The Iraqi Jews left because they were in fear of anti-Semitism. They had nothing to do with Israel or Zionism. The Arabs in Iraq, the Iraqis, turned on them because of what happened in the war in 1948. That had nothing to do with them. So if you want to blame the Jews for their own anti-Semitism, you go right ahead, but that's racism. Now let's talk about Egypt.
I also recognize that.
No, you're not. You are absolutely not. In Egypt, 75,000 Jews were displaced. Okay, following anti-Jewish riots and bombs in Egypt.
Is Egypt Palestinians? Is Egypt Palestinians? Is Iraq Palestinians? Why were the Palestinians
It's got
never
nothing to
allowed
do
to
with that.
return?
They were forced to go there by the Arab
one of these countries
countries.
have offered the Jews that were expelled or left on their own
It's time to listen,
voluntarily.
Hasan.
These are completely separate
Nobody's
countries.
justifying
You
the
are
Nakba.
packaging them together
No
to
one
make
is
a
justifying the
horrifying
Nakba. I'm
position.
explaining how it's fucking insanely racist to discredit the plight, the running
No, you're
of
fucking racist because,
discrimination.
don't discredit the plight.
But
I think
I'm not justifying the Nakba. You seem to be justifying why Jews were chased out of their home country.
No, I'm not, Ethan.
Why'd they leave?
I'm not
Why'd they
justifying
leave?
that at all.
Why'd
you
they
think
leave?
that. You think that because you want to drive home a point that
Why
this
did they
is
leave? Their
anti-Semitic.
communities that have been there for 2,000 years, leaving their money, their businesses, their homes. Why did they
I don't think
leave?
you'll understand. Do you think Iraq is Palestine? Do you think Egypt is Palestine?
Nobody's
Do you
defending
think,
the Nakba.
Do you think that all Arabs are operating on antiquated anti-Semitism? And if your answer is yes, why the fuck did Jews find the Ottoman Empire to be a safe haven for
Where's the
fucking
Ottoman
hundreds
Empire?
of years?
Let's talk about the last 100 years.
Christians
That's
in
great. Yeah, the
Western
Ottoman
Europe
Empire was
were-
great for the Jews. Let's talk about the last 100 years. Let's talk about 1948. Anti-Jewish
of course,
riots
of course,
broke out
Israel is-
after
of
the
course.
war. Hasan, you need to shut the fuck up and listen, okay? After the
Oh
war,
my God.
After the war, okay, in 1948, there was anti-Jewish riots and bombs in Egypt. Why was that? Because of the Jews? The Jews brought it on themselves? Following the establishment of the Israel.
I never made that inference. What are you talking about?
Of course you did.
No, I didn't. I did not make that inference at all.
So they left because Zionism.
No, Ethan, if you were to listen to my words, and I use them very carefully, even though I get heated sometimes.
No, you don't.
Okay? Egypt, Iraq, Morocco, each of these countries where Jews lived in the MENA region all the way to the Levant had different reasons. Some of them were direct pogroms.
So I guess we're just stuck at number 5, huh? People are lining up to take out Fostonia and anti-wormy, but no one wants to take me out. All right, I see how it is.
Others were the colonial.
You are a tangibly, historically proven
wait,
liar.
do you think that Jews,
and I feel
just said that some of them were because of pogroms. You're not hearing anything I'm saying. You're so conditioned
No,
into
no,
saying
no, no.
liars
The amount
that you're
that
undermining
left,
your own point.
The amount that left because of Zionism was minute. They were chased out. They were forced to become Zionists by their oppressors because they had nowhere else to go. In Egypt, following the establishment of Israel in May 1948.
Ethan, none of these countries are Palestine.
That is
None of
an
these countries-
insanely irrelevant
these countries
point. A series of bombs
Dude, you
targeted
can't make
Jewish
a
areas in
comparison
Cairo between
between a
June and
planned ethnic
September.
cleansing campaign
They
and
killed
other
70
countries.
Jews,
That's my point.
injured 200. They confiscated Jewish-owned businesses and synagogues were attacked and destroyed. Okay?
Ethan.
In 1956, the Suez Crisis.
I guess Fostonia will step up and do it then, huh? Fostonia says, boom. That's 6. Thank you, Fostonia.
Is direct
1956,
violence,
when
direct planned violence and an extermination campaign.
Approximately 25,000 Jews were expelled from Egypt.
Falsely misplaced hostility.
25,000 Jews were expelled
from other countries.
So are you blaming them?
You don't understand.
Are you blaming the
Jews
Jews for getting? Are you blaming the Jews for being expelled from Egypt? 25,000 of them.
No, Ethan. If you
Okay.
listen to my words, you would understand.
So what is it I exaggerated about? 900,000 Jews were displaced.
Because you are making a comparison with different countries
No, I'm not.
versus one singular force that planned an extermination campaign, planned an ethnic cleansing campaign. Other countries and the reaction to it, or other countries and the previous hostility towards Jews have nothing.
And Sam coming in for number 7. Fuck that Fostonia bitch. Sheesh. Tell him how you really feel. Thank you, Sam.
To do with Palestinians. So making this
That's why it's
comparison is
anti-Semitic.
gross.
And Mama Mitchell with the chair. Don't threaten me with a good time. Oh, ho, ho. Hello, Mama Mitchell. Thank you very much.
That's why it's anti-Semitic. It has nothing to do with Palestine, but they still got kicked out
Number 8.
for being Jewish. That's
Dude,
literally what
Ethan,
anti-Semitism.
I don't think you understand.
1,000 Jews in Egypt were arrested and detained without charges. The government seized 500 Jewish-owned businesses and froze bank accounts. Expelled Jews were compelled to sign a declaration donating their property to the Egyptian state and were allowed to take only minimal personal belongings. In Algeria, 130,000 Jews were expelled. On the independence...
That's not Palestine. They're not. They're just Arabs. They're not the same fucking people.
So my point is very simple. They were expelled from their homes because of anti-Semitism.
Ethan, you used Egypt
Sorry,
as an
what is
example.
wrong about
Half
that?
of these countries
What
that
is
you're
wrong with
pointing to in the
what
time when Jews were leaving were literally
Hasan, please,
controlled
you've got to
by
fucking answer
English
your
and
question.
French. By the English and French
They were
colonial
expelled.
occupations. What are you talking
They
about?
were expelled because of anti-Semitism. What did I say wrong?
Go ahead. God.
Go ahead.
Algeria was under French occupation. It is the design where the French occupied Algeria did not squash the attempts of expelling Jews. I'm not saying that there wasn't.
Most Algerians were French citizens and went to France.
That caused Jews to feel unsafe.
95% of Algeria's 140,000 Jewish population.
Individual, often, sometimes Western powers and what they allowed in those countries on the Palestinian plight when you make this comparison. That's what I'm saying.
Is it anti-Semitic for Jewish people to get kicked out of their
Armenian
homes?
genocide, right? The Turkish, the Ottoman Empire and the forces and the Ottoman genocide that they conducted, a mass extermination campaign. is because other fucking random countries where Armenians
Iraq happened after independence and as
equally dispelled, or Turks were getting dispelled in other countries.
The pogrom
it's
happened as a direct
thing that, that's the way that it was taught in the past. That it was a,
by the way,
it was a necessary voluntary migration.
By the way, did you?
Because,
oh my God, bro! Did you say Anne Frank died before she could resist? I don't know if that was a fever dream.
Wait, I'm saying that, like, would you have an issue with Anne Frank if she actually was able to?
I just thought it was an insane thing to say. I'm not trying to litigate it. In Tripoli, anti-Jewish riots broke out amid post-war unrest. Synagogues were burned. Jewish.
That is an insane thing to say. What is he talking about?
Institutions were shut down.
What's your point about Anne Frank? Why are you trying to deflect away from what I'm saying here?
No, I just think that statement was insane. The Six-Day War backlash. In 1967, another Israel victory. Jewish communities got mobbed. 6,000 Jews were evacuated. Homes were destroyed. Synagogues were burned. In Morocco, 250,000 Jews were expelled. Anti-Jewish riots broke out in 1948. You'll notice all of these, most of these pogroms are happening in 1948 as a direct result of the war. The Arabs turned on their Jewish populace out of anti-Semitism. Period. Point blank. June 7 to 8, 1948. In northeastern Morocco, following the Declaration of State of Independence, the State of Israel on May 14, 1948, anti-Jewish riots erupted in the town of Jarada. These towns were significant transit points for Moroccan Jews seeking to immigrate. 47 Jews were killed, many were injured. Jewish homes and businesses were looted and damned and destroyed. In 1950, 1960, harassment and immigration. The year following 1948 riot, Moroccan Jews faced increased pressure. These factors contributed to a significant immigration of Jews from Morocco. Immigration to Israel was banned in 1959, but before that, 274,000 Moroccan Jews immigrated primarily to Israel. Yemen and Aden.
Remember when you said you weren't a Zionist?
50,000.
Remember when you said you weren't a Zionist? These are direct Zionist talking points.
This is historical facts, literally spread by your very own Avi Schleim, who, if I'll quote him back to you, said, we didn't leave because we were Zionists. We did not leave because we were Zionists. We left because we were afraid.
Appropriate, Ethan. That's the difference. If you asked Avi Schleim whether it is comparable to say the Nakba and the 900,000 Jews.
I'll explain it again. Ethan has Tourette's.
I'm not defending the Nakba.
From separate countries, he would laugh at you.
Failure
Do you not understand?
to acknowledge the trauma of both groups is the reason why you are a radical fucking propagandist liar. Both trauma needs to be acknowledged by both groups. There's two things that need to be true for this ever to be resolved peacefully.
You're right.
Palestinian self-determination and Israelis' right to have secure borders. As long as you ignore that, there will always be war. Palestinians will always die, and you will continue to make money from it. Operation Magic Carpet. Jews were secretly airlifted to Israel due to rising hostility. 50,000
so interesting
50,000 were relocated in Tunisia. 130,000
after the PLO did recognize that, and they wanted those countries to actually do a right to return for all Jews. Why did Israel stop that from happening, Ethan? Don't you think that Zionism is the problem here?
Avi Schleim said,
"Oh, what happened? They didn't fucking send you that clip? They didn't send you that piece of information?"
Dude,
so the PLO, Yasser Arafat, the people that don't care about Jewish plight, actually did see
the guy who oversaw the second Intifada. What the fuck are you on about?
To be able to go back and do a right to return if they wanted to do so into their nation of origin.
I'm talking about the flights,
and yet
bro.
Israel was the
you
one who
deny
didn't
the
want
flight of Middle Eastern Jews.
No,
you deny the flight. You deny the trauma of Middle Eastern Jews.
I don't deny the flight,
You
Ethan.
absolutely deny the trauma.
You are a
All right. So the question here is, who's going to take out the chest feeder as stream boss?
You deny that they left by. You try to say that they left by choice. That is a gross historical inaccuracy.
There are Jews that left by choice.
Yes, some did. Of the 900,000, the vast majority left because they were afraid. Because they were being discriminated against. That is a historical fact. 6-day war aftermath.
Have you ever actually listened to a clip of me talking about this?
What?
Oh my God, you have no idea what my perspective on this is. You're just fucking yelling at nothing.
Well, what are you doing right now? What are you wasting time for, buddy?
This is the reason why you're
I have heard you talk about it time and time again.
That I don't actually believe.
Bro, you are continually, not acknowledging the trauma of Middle Eastern Jews.
Oh my
you
God.
characterize it like they left.
Have you ever listened?
Yes, I've seen it.
Have you ever listened to anything that's not 30 seconds long?
Yes, bro. That's so ironic that you're saying that as you misquote Avi Schleim, who said he fled because he was afraid and not because of Zion. Here's the clip.
And over again, but you're too busy trying to get a gotcha here, so you can fucking farm a clip. But everyone's still gonna think you're a fucking loser, dude. I'm sorry. Just shut up and listen if you want to actually hear my perspective.
I'm shutting up and listening to you.
Okay, thank you. The Iraqi Jews, because when anti-Semitism increases in the West, Israel sees that as a complementary tool to its Zionist project, the Zionist ambition of bringing either all Jews to Israel, or at least make Jews in the Western world that are outside of Israel, Jews in diaspora, support Israel, because it gives additional credence to the argument. It gives additional credence to the argument that no Jew is ever safe if there is no Jewish state. That is the underpinning of the Zionist project in general.
Why did you not mention the anti-Semitism? You exclusively talk about Zionism being the reason for forcing them out. Why do you deny that they were expelled by force, the vast majority of them?
Ethan, if you think that that is the entirety of my perspective on this matter...
Ethan.
Illuminate me.
You please need to stop talking and listen to the amount of times that I've talked about this.
Bro, just explain yourself.
I'm trying.
I just watched the clip of you being pretty dismissive about the flight. And by the way, you've done it this whole time. You say that Zionism was
no,
the
I'm
main
dismissive
force.
about the aspect that this is beneficial to the Zionist project across the board because Israel wants all Jews to be constantly fucking terrified in any other country that's not Israel so that they can actually go and either support Israel if they're not in Israel or just move to Israel. That is the entire point. That is what Jabotinsky wanted. That is what Herzl wanted. And that is precisely what Benjamin Netanyahu wants as well. So in terms of my explanation, or what I come across as dismissive, is precisely the role that Israel itself played in this process.
Which was minuscule.
It was a mutually beneficial relationship that anti-Semitic pogroms
Minuscule. What you
place.
fail to acknowledge is that the Jews were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but by necessity, because the Arab countries turned on them after the war and forced them to go to the only state that they could go to.
It's a necessity for Israel to exist, which is what your position is, right?
No, it's not about what was allowed or not. The Arabs created 1 million Zionists because they're anti-Semitic after the war of 1948 and fucking the rise of Arab nationalism. Do you deny that?
You brought up
Do you deny what I just said?
Wait,
do you deny what I just said?
What, say it again. I wasn't listening.
900,000 Jews, approximately 700 to 900,000, were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but because they were forced out. The vast majority went to fucking Arabs. The anti-Semitic Arabs.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go. What? That's my point. Are you okay?
I rest my case.
Okay, well, I mean, you can.
No, you're too fucking delusional to realize what kind of racist nonsense you're fucking tripping on. That was my entire point. Thank you.
I mean, it's historical. You don't know anything of what you're talking about. Avi Schleim, once again, because you don't want to contend, you like to use him when it's convenient. He left not because they were Zionists. They left because they were afraid.
Yeah, fucking Arabs. What was Avi Schleim, by the way?
Yeah, he was an Arab Jew. They didn't see him that way. They kicked his ass out. I'm not saying fucking Arabs. There's a reason for it. There was a rise in Arab nationalism following the 1948 war. They blamed their own Jewish populace for what Israel did. That's anti-Semitism. They had nothing to do. Right? Do you think the Iraqi Jews left their 2,000-year-old communities, left their businesses, left their houses because they wanted to go to Israel? Are you fucking mad?
Ethan, you remember a while back I tweeted and you got really mad when I said that there's a double standard between Islamophobia and
absolutely a double standard, and you exhibit it, my friend.
And you're participating in it right now without even recognizing that you're doing.
Oh, that's a good question. Are Jews not allowed to have their own foreign nation?
No. I mean, I'm just telling you literally what happened.
Historical racism. All Arabs
they were
are not
racist.
responsible.
Do people never get racist? Do people never be? I'm explaining why. I'm not blaming anyone. I'm just explaining why. After the 1948 war, the rise of Arab nationalism created a lot of anti-Semitism, and that's why the vast majority of the Jews, the 900,000 of them, were forced to immigrate. That's a fact. That is a historical fact.
Ethan, I'm sorry to say this, and I don't know if your audience gets this as well, but what you just said earlier is not an accurate reflection of history. It's just pure racism.
How do you know that?
You are
shifting
the blame over to
it
the
absolutely
Arabs
was the blame of the
Arabs.
Arabs.
When every single one of these Arab countries
absolutely
with their own version of pan-Arabic nationalism,
they kicked them
half
out.
of them were already still controlled, by the way, by
I think I'm allergic to Hasan's bullshit.
Fucking European colonial powers like Vichy France.
That was literally just in Tunisia.
The Moroccan expulsion program. And you're using that as a similarity between the planned expulsion of 750,000 Palestinians.
I mean, the details are different, but you're denying. Like once again, you're still not disproving me. What did I say that is hilariously racist and wrong?
Anti-German racism.
Don't make an analogy. Tell me why I'm wrong.
It's like pointing to anti-German racism.
I don't need an analogy. I need facts from you. Why am I wrong?
Thank you.
It's as though you are pointing to anti-German racism happening during the fucking German conquest.
Tell me a fact, right, that proves that I'm wrong. That the vast majority of Jews fled because of anti-Semitism in the Arab states.
Saying.
Oh, really?
It's not what you're saying.
So I didn't say anything wrong.
I take issue with.
I didn't say anything wrong. I didn't say anything wrong, but I'm racist.
It's the idea that all Arabs are fucking one-minded and not and have something to do with Palestinians in general. Yes, I never said that there wasn't any fucking anti-Arab, anti-Jewish sentiment. That also.
Were the vast majority of Jews, did they leave because of anti-Semitism or Zionism?
The vast majority of Jews.
Did they leave?
Regardless of whether or not they left for anti-Semitism or Zionist purposes, is not comparable.
Why aren't you answering the question?
Comparable to the Nakba.
You're not answering. Did they leave?
It is not comparable to the Nakba.
I don't care. That's got nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'm not comparing them.
And by the way, they're both. You made that comparison to say to make it seem as though it was a much larger crime.
No, because people like you ignore the trauma of the fact that you want to tell that people in Israel to go back to where they came from. This is where they're from. They were forced to go to Israel.
They could right now. They could go tomorrow.
Really? The Iraqi Jews can go back to their home tomorrow. The Egyptian Jews can go back to their homes tomorrow.
Absolutely.
That is insane. You are fucking out of your mind.
Yes, they can.
Okay, how? Tell me how. How did the Jews go back to their...
They don't want to, and I understand why they wouldn't want to.
No, they want to.
Why would yes, they could.
How? How would they go back and reclaim their lost assets, their lost property?
There were literally different schemes designed
and by the way, how did they become citizens?
At different points throughout this 76-year-long, drawn-out apartheid structure, there were numerous instances where, yes, there was a right to return offered to Jews and even restitution for the homes that they lost in the process. So yes, you're wrong. You simply don't know the facts. You are wrong.
You won't say what fact I'm getting wrong.
I just told you.
Did the vast majority of
Did
Jews immigrate to Israel following 1948 because of Zionism or because of anti-Semitism?
No. Don't run away
Answer
from this
the
point.
fucking
Because
question.
I don't discount anti-Semitism as a direct consequence of pan-Arabic nationalism that took place in numerous countries.
Answer the question.
I have issues with your comparison. Okay.
Who's comparing? You keep saying that. I'm not talking about the Nakba.
You
I'm
brought
talking
that
about your
up
unwillingness to recognize Jewish plight.
And you brought it up deliberately to say more Jews were displaced than Palestinians
I think that's
were.
an interesting fact that you clearly don't fucking ever want to mention because
Why
it
would
really
you bring
messes
that
up your
fact?
beautiful little narrative.
Why would you? So why did you bring that fact up right after you talked about the 1948 war?
Because the point is that two
You made
people
that
were
comparison, not me.
traumatized.
I think that
there
comparison
was
is
two
disgusting.
people that were traumatized. There was two people that were displaced unfairly. It was the Palestinians and it was the Middle Eastern Jews. They both have trauma. You failed to acknowledge one group. You shit on the other one. I, unlike you,
You're
acknowledge
all
both
lives
groups.
mattering the
I
Nakba,
acknowledge
Ethan.
both groups.
You're all lives
You
mattering
acknowledge
the
one.
Nakba.
What? That isn't.
That's what you're doing. And you're also attributing.
How am I doing that?
You're attributing anti-Semitic violence in different countries
at the same time following 1948, pan-Arab nationalism. You said that yourself. These 5 Arab countries were defeated in 1948, and they turned super fucking anti-Semitic as a result. They became ultra-nationalist Arabs. It became popular as Israel declared independence. They said, "Fuck no, we don't want this country here." And yeah, they all became anti-Semitic. That's a historical fact that you
also
denied.
failed to recognize that Iraqi Jews have been allowed to return to Iraq, and there have been numerous instances where Jews were
allowed to return, but do they want to return?
Given an opportunity
how many
to
Jews live
return
in
if
Iraq?
they wanted to.
How many
But you
Jews
don't
live in
wanna-
Iraq?
What?
How many
I don't know. I
Jewish
think it's
people?
0 right now, but they can.
How many
The point
Jews
is they
live in the
can.
Middle East outside of Israel?
Why would it? Why do you
Virtually
think Iraqi
none.
Jews would?
Where'd they
Why
go?
would Iraqi
If it
Jews
was so
not wanna
fucking
go?
great for
Why would
them?
Iraqi Jews not want to go to Iraq? You think right now?
0 Jews, almost virtually 0 Jews live outside of Israel in the Middle East. Why is that? You don't think that none of them wanted to fucking stay at home?
I don't
None
know.
of
Maybe
them.
because there was a religious ethno-supremacist state that was backed
there you
by
go.
a lot of Western
That's
states
the
as a direct
insane fucking
destabilizer in the
sweeping
fucking
that you're
region with
discrediting.
mass migration happening, especially, of course, mass migration happening, and then in the aftermath of the Holocaust with a shit ton more refugees coming in was a much more viable state for them.
Here's the problem.
The viability of said state, of course, is partially a consequence of the
You want
other
to blame-
countries
you
and the
want to blame
hostility that people
Zionists.
felt towards
You don't
Jewish
want to blame
people.
the Arabs,
But this
okay?
in and of itself,
just a fact.
is the heart of the problem because people conflate Zionism with Judaism, and you
That's
do
what the
that all
Arabs
the
did when they
time.
kicked them all out.
I know, and I don't think it's appropriate.
And so why
That's
are you
my
blaming
point.
why are you blaming the Zionists and not the fucking Arabs for being racist? Why do you
You're
deny
doing
the
it again,
Jewish
the
trauma?
fucking Arabs.
Why do you deny the 900,000 traumatized Jews that were forced, including, by
Ian,
the
let me
way,
ask you a question.
what you keep ignoring,
Here, I'm
Avi
gonna give you a
Schleim.
quick
Avi
question,
Schleim
quick
said we
question,
didn't leave
quick
Iraq
question,
because
quick question,
we were Zionists.
quick
We left
question.
because we were afraid. Are you hearing that?
Ethan, do you blame the English for the Holocaust?
What?
No.
Who did the Holocaust, Ethan?
Just fucking make your point. I'm not playing this silly game.
Come on, who did the Holocaust? Just say it.
Make your point, dude. I'm not a fucking.
Why not? I'm asking you a question. It's a super simple question.
Avi Schleim said we left Iraq because.
I asked you who was responsible for the Holocaust.
Why would I answer
Which
such a
nation?
stupid rhetorical question? Just make your point.
What, you know the answer to this, right? Like, come on, what are you looking at on your fucking computer? Like, which country is responsible for the Holocaust?
Anytime you want to make your point. I would appreciate if
Why is Hasan just not making the fucking point, dude?
Happening, dude. When you already here, whatever. You said
I would appreciate
already
if you would
that
just
already
listen to one
said-
thing I
You
would
already
say.
said that it wasn't the English, right? It's not the responsibility of the British that the Holocaust happened, right? You understand that? You recognize that, right?
Well, I would say the nation most directly guilty for the Holocaust was probably Nazi Germany.
Okay. Did you just read that from your laptop?
No, I'm eloquent. I'm like your dumbass.
I mean, yes, it is. Okay. Notice how you don't actually
I'm fabulous,
put
bitch.
every single fucking country. There was plenty of anti-Semitism in England too. Notice how you don't fucking say all Europe. All of Europe is responsible for the Holocaust.
Concentration camps in the
but you
UK?
say all Arabs.
Okay.
The point is,
there's no Jews in the Middle East.
The
None.
anti-Semitic.
Can you listen to one
None-
thing? I have one thing important to say that I really want you just to listen to, okay? Avi Schleim said they did not leave Iraq because they were Zionists. They left because they were afraid.
Yes.
You are denying his family's trauma. You are blaming his
God.
family's trauma
Okay,
on
will
Zionists.
You talk to him?
And
Will
not,
you talk to him about this?
Sure. I mean, he's going
Would
to
you-
agree.
if
I
you're
read
so
it from his
confident-
fucking
If you're so
book.
confident in everything, if you're so confident in all of this, okay, that would be great. All right, perfect. Okay.
So listen.
No,
I'll
you should. You should talk to
debate
him
all
and
these
Norm
people instead of
Finkelstein.
you. I have time. Unfortunately, like I said, it's getting late, so I just want to make one last point before we go, which is that always remember, Hasan, that when people criticize.
Yes. Okay, I guess Mama Mitchell gets to live out the night, but we're getting ready to wrap up. Damn near 5 hours in.
Criticize me. I watched it on my stream by myself live, unlike a bitch-made coward like yourself, who needs someone to hold your hand, make all the excuses in the world to avoid any single criticism, any response. You, my friend, are a coward, and I am the fucking legend that responded to it live with zero fucking with zero hesitation. But you know why? Because I'm not a liar. I don't have to think about the shit that I say and justify it. You lie. That's why you can't do it, because you'll get caught in those lies.
5-hour endeavor made you look good, then congratulations.
You don't think it, you don't think it
I definitely don't think it made Hasan look good.
was good that you don't think that it was a supreme confidence that I responded to it immediately live?
Ethan, it took you 4 months to actually entertain the notion of having a conversation with me. I don't give a fuck about watching YouTube videos. I don't know why you think that I'm afraid of watching your fucking YouTube
videos on your channel. 11 hate videos. I've watched zero about you, Hasan. Do you want to actually discuss who's the coward?
You made the hate videos, dumbass. Your fucking community is the hate community. Why the fuck would you have to watch hate videos or whatever? You are the one who's doing it.
When criticism comes, I confront it.
Well, thank you for backtracking on at least 7 of the points. Maybe we should go through the context puke one more time so we can
if you want to watch it,
continue this conversation later. Okay.
Then why won't, if Hasan is such a tough, not coward guy, why won't he debate Destiny? Why won't he fight Sam Hyde? The Candyman's coming.
Hey, listen, if you want to watch
your hand
it,
through all the other dumb shit that you said in it. It's not because I'm afraid. It's because you were crying.
No, it is definitely because you're afraid. Why is it you didn't pull? Why is it you love Banana, but when he makes a video criticizing you, you say I'm not watching that?
Because I think it's. You want to know why? Because I think it's fucking unproductive to
watch criticism of me. You fucking coward. What are you saying?
Because you're fucking presenting yourself and developing an audience that is literally, without even realizing it, because they are only drama obsessed, without realizing it.
In the heavyweight division. Oh, you know it, lad. You know that, Hasan Piker. I'm coming to kill you in Los Angeles at your house. Or in the ring. No, in real life. I'm going to stalk him and become obsessed with him and wear his makeup. In the heavyweight division. Oh, you know it, lad. You know that, Hasan Piker! I'm coming to kill you!
The Kingdom of Israel belongs to... thank you, spoofers, not these LARPers. Facts. Oh, that didn't unlock the new $10 one. Damn it. Well, it's new over here, not new per se. But, okay, let me see if I can pull it up here.
They're literally positioning themselves to be pro-Israel, to repeat pro-Israel talking points. Yes, that is the only reason why I started talking about you, because you went on a fucking deplatforming campaign.
Why did you not watch Bad Empanada's video about you?
You watched all you. You did 110 Instagram stories on me, Ethan, since January 31st, 2025.
24 hours, bro.
That you didn't even recognize.
You need to at least admit that it's reciprocal. I am not upset.
All right, here's the new $10.
What do you dream about?
You made 24 hours of nonstop content, bro. 24 hours in the last 2 months.
Just on your own personal
We've talked about each other equally as much, bro.
January 31st, 2025, 110 stories. It was so insane, you didn't believe it.
Even if
you don't even believe your own mania.
Knocking us up right to 40% to goal. Thank you, spoofers, coming in at number 9.
Hasan,
please, for the love of God.
Hasan, if you talked about me 24 minutes a day, every day, 7 days a week for 60 days.
I really like that one. Well, 2 more and you can become stream boss.
Does that sound fucking reasonable?
After you presented yourself as a fucking significant force trying to literally deplatform pro-Palestinian voices.
How much time do you think it makes an Instagram story?
That's why. And that's you literally.
Why didn't you watch a Bad Empanada video about yourself?
Your own producers were begging you to stop talking about me, so much so that you had to set up a separate war room where you only talked about me. And that's what happened, right? Because you couldn't shut about it. Your fans were fucking going, Ethan, we get it.
My fans are fine, bro. Don't worry about my fans.
And the entire time you frame this as though it's petty fucking drama.
It's not petty drama. You are deeply anti-Semitic, hateful, fucking propagandist liar.
That took place. And it only took you now to fucking openly say 10 toes down that it is a genocide, but also
I've said that consistently for years, liar.
Ethan, you don't want anyone to resist against genocide. It is a fucking untenable position.
You mean kidnapping civilians?
No
You're so pathetic, bro. Please.
And you constantly keep smearing me as a fucking anti-Semite at a time when the Trump administration, is blackbagging people.
Yeah, that's bad happening. Don't call me out. That's bad happening. Don't call me out. That's what you're doing.
Dude, how do you not understand that you are playing a formative role when you don't talk about Mahmoud Khalil?
Just remember, everybody watching.
When you don't talk about the mass starvation of Gaza.
By the way, I advocated for Kamala to get elected. What do you do? I told people to vote for Kamala. What'd you do?
Oh.
No, seriously. What'd you do?
Ethan,
did you?
Congratulations.
Do you think Kamala and Trump would have been equally bad?
I won't change anything from Joe Biden's policies, Harris.
It's not Joe Biden, it's Kamala Harris.
Not only did I go to the DNC, but I actually offered some pretty fucking valuable criticism to the Democratic Party that they didn't listen to, unfortunately.
Didn't they kick you out of the DNC?
Because they didn't listen to that valuable criticism, they lost. Why have you lied about me voting for Jill Stein, by the way? Can we talk about that?
I don't know.
Why the fuck do you keep saying I voted for Jill Stein?
Who did you vote for?
Countless hours shitting on Jill Stein.
I said I think you did.
Not to vote for Trump. I've said that Donald Trump is significantly worse than Kamala Harris.
Oh, no, I thought we were wrapping it up. We're still going.
also, on top of that, called Jill Stein
Yeah, you didn't endorse
over
her.
and over and over again. But for some weird reason, despite the fact that I voted live, mind you,
and you didn't
kept
say
lying
who
to your
for.
audience, and you kept lying to your audience.
I said
and
I
you
think.
kept making it seem as though I didn't even fucking vote, or I urged people not to vote. There's never
Who'd you
been a
vote
moment where
for?
I said do
Who
not
did you vote for?
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
No, I got no problem, but I think there's people in your
you
audience
don't
that
have
would.
a problem. You don't have a problem
Why
with
didn't you
that.
endorse her
Why the
then?
fuck do you keep saying I voted for Jill Stein?
I said
huh?
I think because you didn't say who
Oh,
you voted
think?
for.
Oh,
yeah,
you
that's
think?
what I said. It's an opinion.
Oh, you think? Oh, you don't give a fuck, dude. It doesn't matter who I vote for anyway. You're out of your fucking mind. I did not endorse Kamala Harris, and I will never endorse Kamala Harris. And I did not endorse Joe Biden.
And now Trump's
because
president.
You want to know why? Because you want to know
Trump's
why?
building the
This is fucking
Riviera in Gaza
embarrassing
Strip,
that
and guess
they
what? You
did-
fucking love that shit because you get to keep making content about it, and you get to keep making videos, and you guarantee there will never be peace there because you won't acknowledge the
as opposed
trauma
to
of
you.
both sides. Two things
As opposed
must
to you,
always be
Ethan.
true,
How much
Hasan.
content have you made about Donald Trump? How much content have you made about fucking Donald Trump? You literally defended his terrorist regime. What the fuck are you talking about? And then you have to apologize because you're an embarrassing figure.
You can't
okay?
fathom.
Listen to me. Listen to me.
You can't fathom
It
that
is
somebody
embarrassing
says
that you
something
have tried
wrong
to
and
make
come back
authority
and
into
corrects
politics,
it.
and all of the producers or all the people that are giving you fucking talking points is not going to
didn't
make
defend
you
the
come
terrorists.
across as smart in this process. Please,
Hasan,
for your own mental sanity, stop trying to do this. You are
Hasan.
basically brain breaking a shit ton of people into idiotic positions. You clearly don't care about people who have actually voted for Donald Trump, considering your allegiance with people who have literally directly voted for Donald
Who's
Trump.
my allegiance?
Okay?
Who's my allegiance to?
What do you mean? You have fucking Trump supporters that you're friends with, like Steiny in general. When I have a conversation with him, I'm actually directly fucking addressing some of the
Did you
shit
watch
he's,
my interview with him?
saying,
You
like the
fucking
milk boys and
dipshit. Our
whatnot.
entire conversation was me arguing with him and telling him why Trump's bad and why transphobia is bad. You are insanely
You're going
incompetent.
out, you're playing poker with people who fucking voted
You
for
were
Donald
just
Trump.
on
You're
Nel's-
defending
you were just on
Asmongold,
Steiny's
and
podcast,
saying
you
Asmongold
hypocrite.
is not actually Trump coded.
I spent
okay?
hours
You're
shitting
doing
on
all this
Steiny.
because
You-
they
you-
don't.
you're just a liar.
Trump coded. It's Trump coded.
Gold has been a valuable figure shitting on me this entire time. And that's the only reason why you act like he's not that significant of a force. That's it.
When did I say that?
You will take help from anyone and everyone.
And this
no
man
matter
is
what
all
their
written by
background
Destiny,
is.
right?
You claim to care. You claim to care about rape, and you're hyping up a dude who has a segment on a show called Ultimate Rape Review. The reason why you're hyping up that
Ultimate
dude
Rape
is
Review?
because
I don't know
you
what
don't
the
give a
fuck you're
fuck.
even
All you
talking
care about is petty drama. This is your only content. Stop doing petty drama content. Shut the fuck up about politics and get back to goofs and gaffs, and it will be fine. People will forget that you have behaved in this way, but you don't want to do that. It's become a fucking personal agenda for you that people don't like you. It must be anti-Semitism. No, they don't like you
It's
because you don't know what the
hallucinations.
fuck you're talking about, and you have to be babied by goddamn producers as a 40-year-old adult. That's the reason why people don't like it.
Very good. Very good. Now, why don't you watch Bad and Panona's videos about you?
Because he's pro-Palestine, and I don't give a fuck about.
He was
because he's
criticizing you.
Palestine,
Oh, you're
and I
such
don't
a
care
coward,
about the
Hasan.
difference
It's
in methods that we have.
All right, very
So he doesn't care what he is as long as he's pro-Palestine, huh?
good. I'm
Because
out of my
there's no
depth. I
reason to
shouldn't talk
divide
about
the movement. And if you were pro-Palestine, I
Despite
would
you-
never talk about you either. That's the real reason.
Uh-oh. Can you please contend with the Avi Schleim quote that they left not because of Zionism, but because of they were afraid?
Dude, come on. Enough. You have Avi Schleim on the show. Talk to him about it, okay?
Okay, sure,
Maybe
yeah.
it'll go
You-
down exactly like you thought with Sam Cedar.
How did it go with Sam Cedar? I think if anything, Sam kind of embarrassed himself. I genuinely do. I hate to say it because I like
dude,
Sam.
a 40-year-old
Like,
man who needs a fucking button when he has like a
Did I
little
button?
oopsie moment
Did I button?
is actually the one who's talking about Sam Cedar embarrassing
Did I
himself.
button
He
during
did.
that debate?
He lowered himself to talk to you man to man and tried to
That's what you
explain to you what was
wanted.
going on.
That's what you asked for. Why would
I
you want to
wanted that
lower his
conversation to be
status?
private, Ethan. I
Why
wanted
did you
that conversation to be
lower his
private
status?
because I thought you could be convinced. I didn't realize you were this fucking drama obsessed.
Drama obsessed. We had an argument about fucking South Africa apartheid. What's drama about that?
What?
You're fucking dude. Listen,
I can't
enjoy.
hear what you said. What did you say?
It doesn't matter. Just remember, when it comes to criticism, I watch it.
Yes,
You
yes.
ignore
Nelson
it. It's so
Mandela.
important.
Nelson Mandela was actually peaceful because you're going to clip chimp the fucking shit that Loner Box told you.
Why
and
was
then
it-
you're going
what?
to say the
Dude,
violent things that
Hasan.
the ANC did were in the Truth and
How many-
Reconciliation Committee attributed to.
Hasan,
and
how many
dealt
civilians
with.
died in 20 years in the ANC during the ANC's?
It was like 200, I think.
Less than
or
100.
1,000.
How many people did Hamas kill on one day? Nelson Mandela, which I'll
Are
read
you
you a
comparing-
quote from his trial. I'll read you a quote.
Are you comparing the apartheid structure in South Africa to 76 years of colonial occupation?
Don't you do that all the time?
No, the
call it
number is
apartheid
far
all the
larger,
time.
and the militancy has gotten far more radical as a direct consequence of Israel becoming far more radical. Because, as I told you, and you seemingly understood when we first had this conversation after October 7, that the maintenance of an apartheid is an inherently violent endeavor, and as a matter of fact, the resistance to said apartheid is only going.
That's what I was saying earlier, that there's some people on YouTube, every platform really, that use anti-Semitism as some kind of gotcha, but turn a blind eye to like real, actual anti-Semitism, like what's going on here.
To get worse and worse as time moves on. This is precisely the reason
You're
why
not
the first
talking
intifada
about
was,
what I'm
was fought
talking
with
about. You're
stones,
just bringing
little
random
children
shit
throwing
up,
rocks,
bro.
and the second intifada in the aftermath of horrific acts of terror
Let me
against
read you-
Palestinians who were at a mosque praying.
I
The
actually
second
have
intifada,
facts.
as a matter of
I have
fact, fought with
historical
bombs.
quote. I'm not just grandstanding. Mandela, from his trial in 1960, said, and I quote, there were 4 forms of violence that were possible. One was sabotage, one was guerrilla warfare, one was terrorism, and then there was open revolution. We chose to adopt the first method as it exhausted it before taking any other decision. In light of our political background, the choice was a logical one. Sabotage did not involve loss of life, and it offered the best hope for future race relations. Bitterness would be kept minimum, and if a policy bore fruit, democratic government could become a reality. This is what we felt at the time, and this is what we said in our manifesto. We have always sought to achieve liberation without bloodshed and civil clash. We hope, even at this late hour, that our first actions will awaken everyone to the realization that the disastrous situation which the nationalist policy is leading. We hope that we will bring the government and its supporters to their senses before it's too late, so that both the government and its policies can be changed before matters reach the desperate state of war.
Nope.
Notice how the end part of that is getting ready for rebellion.
Did they?
I feel like with yeah, because the apartheid structure dissolved as a direct consequence of pressure campaigns and also militancy, which Nelson Mandela not once but twice
what's Hamas doing for liberation?
Of having a sentence commuted, which he refused to do. They said,
on principle,
Nelson Mandela,
bro.
if you disavow violence,
principle. He said, "I will not remain in jail because a prisoner can't negotiate. A prisoner can't decide."
Yes, that was the first
said
time.
no
and in both
times. He refused on principle. Less than 100 people died during the 20-year period. They never. Anyone that attacked civilians, they were disavowed. The ANC repeatedly apologized and disavowed violence against civilians.
When did they do that?
Less than 100 civilians died.
When did they do
Hamas
that?
killed 1,000 civilians on one fucking day.
1,000 civilians?
Yeah.
The poor civilian Israeli soldiers that died in their military bases.
There was like, bro, you're so dumb. 300.
What do you mean I'm so dumb?
Okay,
These
how many
numbers
civilians
matter.
died? How many civilians died?
I believe the total number of casualties on October 7 was 1,200, with 800 being civilians, which is completely unacceptable.
Oh my God, I'm off by 100. I was
members.
off by 100. Oh my God, dude, I can't believe the historical inaccuracies.
Well, you
You're
just
an
made
idiot.
a big. You're the one who's bringing up numbers here, Ethan. And yes, I do.
Yeah, he is retarded.
I think it's
virtually
important to recognize something here that you are seemingly failing to recognize. Nelson Mandela was thrown in prison because he went and trained with the FLN in Algeria. The reason why he stayed in fucking prison was because he refused to disavow violence, because he understood that as long as
Sabotage is
peaceful
violence.
revolution
I didn't say
is
he's a pacifist.
impossible,
I never said he's a
violent
pacifist.
revolution is inevitable.
Yeah, and I never said he's a
violent revolution
pacifist.
they did do.
You know what's funny?
In terms of the death and destruction on the apartheid structure, by the
Was
way,
Nelson
it is
Mandela
incomprehensible
Zionist?
to compare that to Israel's violence against the Palestinians.
Was Nelson
what Israel has done to the
Mandela a
Palestinians is far
Zionist?
worse. And by the way, that's not my assessment. What Israel has done to the Palestinians for the past 76 years is infinitely worse.
Well, let's
and
ask
that
someone
is
to
not
live
my
through
assessment, by
apartheid.
the way. That is the assessment of Mandela, and for all the for all of the moments that he was
You
able
think
to fucking
Mandela said
see.
what's happening is worse than what we went through? That's bullshit. Why would he say that? That's on your
Why
liar.
would he say that? Because it's true, Ethan.
Okay.
That's why.
Is Nelson Mandela a Zionist?
Yes, Nelson Mandela. Are you going to say in 1999 he said Israel has a legal right to exist?
More
in
than
that
that.
same
He
speech
said more
you're
than
going to
that.
fucking clip him.
Remember that you called this guy a neo-Nazi, not fit to be a dog catcher. That's what you
Who?
said about
What?
Nelson Mandela.
Wait,
No,
what are you
Yeah,
talking about? Whoa, you're jumping off like a million different points.
The right
What?
of Israel to exist as a state legally. We have stood quite openly and firmly for the right of that state to exist within secured borders.
You disagree with that statement?
Does Israel has a right to exist? Not in the way that it currently does.
Within secure borders.
Ethan, hold on.
Coward.
Do you know what he says after that clip?
Yeah, that he also thinks that Palestinians also need to be acknowledged, which, by the way, is my
No,
fucking point.
No, not that.
Palestinian
Not
liberation
that.
and Israeli borders are two
Ethan,
sides of the same coin.
Ethan, he didn't just say Palestinians also need to be
What'd he
acknowledged.
say?
He says that if peaceful means of coexistence is impossible, then violence is inevitable, Ethan. Why did you clip that out of the fucking clip chimp
Because
that
it's
you posted,
irrelevant.
Ethan?
Did you saying I clip chimp Nelson Mandela?
Yes, you literally did. You cut him out of context.
No, I did.
Oh my God, is this real?
He's a Zionist. What do you mean? He's talking philosophically.
Yes, you just did.
He's talking
You just
philosophically.
did. You think it's irrelevant? We're having a conversation about Nelson Mandela and whether or not he actually believes in violence.
Sabotage-
Whether or not he
oh,
actually
God.
believes in violence. You have said time and time again that he was a peaceful dove. He's never actually done
No,
any
I
violence
literally
whatsoever.
didn't.
There are numerous instances on
Inevitability, a philosophical warning is not an endorsement. He was speaking as a warning to them, which was apt.
Brother, that is insane.
What?
Nelson Mandela was literally on a terror watch list since 2008.
Who gives a fuck?
What do you mean who gives a fuck? You like to use the terrorism watches when you're talking about the Houthis, or you like to use the terrorist watches when you're talking about Hezbollah
I mean, I gave you
and Hamas.
specific examples of why those organizations are bad.
Who do you think Who do you think the philosophical point that he was making, the guy who was in prison for violent resistance, by the way, who trained
Violent resistance, you mean sabotage.
ready for rebellion,
Sabotage.
by the way.
Sabotage
who
and
do
giving
you
government
think that was a warning to?
infrastructure.
Do you think that was a warning to Palestinians, or do you think that was a warning to
The fact that
Israel?
you are
because
so
that
willing-
same Nelson Mandela has time and time again also repeated that no one is free until Palestine is free. That same Nelson Mandela that you're trying to fucking use in this situation has said that this is a united struggle, that Israel's actions against the Palestinians are abhorrent, that it is akin to what they have experienced in apartheid South Africa, if not worse. So the idea that you can make this comparison
I want
because you think
Palestine
it
to be
suits your
free, my
fucking
friend.
argument is so stupid.
Well, no,
and the only way you can do that is by cutting it out of context.
No, I just explained why. Dude, I want Palestine to be free. But you know what? I don't think Hamas is furthering that goal. I think Hamas is counterproductive. They're making it worse. They're causing it to be inevitable.
This is all accurate.
Yeah,
You refuse
why are they making it worse?
You refuse to criticize them, which is pathetic. Unlike
Why are they
me,
making it
I'm
worse,
willing to
Ethan?
criticize
Why are
the
they making
Israeli
it
government.
worse?
I'm
Why are
willing
they
to come to
making it
terms with the cruel reality. Hamas.
Walk through it. Why are they making it worse?
Well, what was the fucking objective there on October 7th, genius?
Kidnapping, which by the way I don't even agree with, which is an international human rights violation. But kidnapping Israeli soldiers, Israeli civilians to make to
and what
draw
part about
out
that was slaughtering fucking families in their homes?
Ethan,
Their
I
goal
don't
was to
agree
kill
with the
civilians.
tactics. You know this already. We're not relitigating this over and over again.
I'm just
after
saying, Hamas is a
17
bunch
years,
of fucking-
17 months of fucking genocide. Okay. What do you think? What do you think?
One day you're gonna watch a video response I make. One day.
Probably not. When you apologize for all the fucking harm that you've done.
Apologize?
What
All right.
harm?
Listen.
What harm has Ethan done?
I have the rest of the clip that you clipped him, by the way, if you want to hear his actual fucking full-fledged opinions.
Big Dave says, and there's the commie talking points. Why do you think we have silence commie as the stream goal? That we're 40%, you guys. Thank you very, very much.
I'm not hiding from it. I literally acknowledge what he said. I don't care.
Yeah, we're a little over hour 5 right now, Liz.
But so why did you say that he was actually? Why did you say that he was actually a peaceful resistance type
When did I
of
say
guy?
that? When the fuck did I say that, you liar?
You've said it on numerous occasions, as opposed
Lie.
to you said that on numerous
I
occasions
said
before
he
someone
used
told you, no,
violent-
actually, here's a better way to
You are
massage
a
that
liar.
narrative.
I said he uses violent means such as sabotage. He didn't kill civilians. That's
Ethan,
what I said.
Will you stop talking if I show you numerous instances where you have said Nelson Mandela was peaceful?
I'm not gonna. You get those together, okay?
I mean,
You're gonna do great.
You're gonna
do great. Yeah, go ahead
Ethan,
and grab
you literally
those.
said he was a pacifist.
I
Sam Cedar.
literally never said Nelson Mandela was a pacifist.
Ethan,
That
you
is an
said it to a-
insane lie.
You said it to Sam Cedar 2 days ago.
So you got to watch that back because you're once again a liar. You have no problem lying. You have no problem saying that I work with the ADL without any evidence. You fucking have
Ethan,
no problem
you said
discrediting
on numerous
the suffering of
occasions
Jewish
that
refugees.
Nelson Mandela is a pacifist.
Get your water, kiss your wife. I'm at the studio. I have water right here. Make sure you eat something. I am fucking starving. I am so hungry.
Okay, well, prove it.
And the full quote, by the way, of Nelson Mandela is from when he visited
When
Gaza
did I
in
call him a
1999 that I was
pacifist?
referring to.
That's
Choose
insane.
peace rather than confrontation, except in cases where we cannot move forward. Then, if the only alternative is violence...
If you guys want to buy me dinner, well, you have to donate to PayPal if you want me to have a dinner.
We will use violence. Does that sound like a pacifist to you?
I meant that he didn't kill civilians. His
Do you think
approach
Nelson Mandela
is
would fuck
vastly
with the
different than
Houthis?
what Hamas is doing.
Do you think Nelson Mandela would like what the Houthis are doing?
I don't know. Let's fucking dig him out of his grave and ask him.
That's kind of weird because, I mean, you said he was doing peaceful means
Do
of
I think
resistance,
Nelson
like
Mandela would be in
sabotage.
favor of kidnapping 10 civilians? No, of course not.
Yes, he would. 100%.
All right,
he would.
well, while you're busy putting words in a dead man's mouth.
100% he would. What are you talking about? Nelson Mandela bombed the fucking church and shit. What are you talking about? Not Nelson Mandela
He
directly in
didn't
prison, but
fuck with civilians, bro. That was his thing. He wanted to be as peaceful as possible because he knew that if he killed and targeted civilians, it would make reunification impossible.
You're right.
Yes, you're right. It's a sponsored meal.
Historical
because Palestinians
fact.
are not resisting
Less than
in the
100
appropriate ways.
civilians died in 20-year period. I mean, what do you want more than that? Hamas killed 1,000 or 900. So sorry.
800. But
I
also,
am so 800. You're right. You know what?
Well,
That's better.
It's seemingly
That's
you're the one who's
better.
bringing up numbers. Now, what you again fail to recognize is, of course, the length. And not only that, but also the resistance against apartheid South Africa included military resistance on top of that. But that's not even my point here, okay?
Huh?
My point is that the apartheid in South Africa and the resistance against it was a far shorter period with far less casualties on the South African side as opposed to Israel's complete ethnic cleansing campaign that is that has started now,
Okay.
but even before its ethnic cleansing
Well, then
campaign.
don't compare Hamas to Nelson Mandela.
Because the situation is far worse, Ethan.
Then why
because
compare?
Israel has
All right.
killed every Nelson Mandela. Israel would have probably killed Nelson Mandela if they had the opportunity to do so.
Israel killed every Nelson Mandela. What the fuck?
Sure, they would have done everything bad that's ever happened in the world.
Wait, do you know why I said that? No, don't look at your laptop. Do you know why I said that?
Let me guess. I don't. Tell me.
No, go ahead. Just throw up a guess.
All right, listen. It's 5 o'clock. I'm not doing this. Okay. You
Oh, you
can
don't
tell
wanna
me
do
or
this,
you cannot.
okay.
You want to? I'll stand here if you want to tell me, but I'm not going to sit here and
Okay.
play rhetorical games.
Israel was aligned with South Africa, the apartheid government.
Yeah, I
as
know.
a
They
matter
made
of
nuclear
fact.
bombs with them. It's horrible.
Yeah.
What's that have to do with
horrible.
anything? Fuckhead.
Yeah.
When did I defend that?
Well, they're both apartheids, so.
Yeah, and when did I deny that? All right, listen, it's 5 o'clock. Like I said, I have a family to go to. I have 3 kids and a wife, and I know that you have a fucking cool-ass race car bed to sleep in, and I hope you enjoy that.
Okay, man. Thank you. Have a good one. I hope this was productive. Dan, he needs you more than you need him. Stop babying this man, please. He needs you more than you need him. Stop babying him.
Well, I know that's true, but I don't baby him.
Come on. Okay. All right.
What the fuck? Why would he do that at like the last second? How fucking... Dude, Hasan is so bitch made.
You want to target the crew more? You want to drum up
the crew.
around?
These were my coworkers. I have a tremendous amount of respect for the crew.
Hey,
they
Bad
are what
Empanada
makes
called
the show
AB
great.
a house slave.
What?
Bad Empanada.
Liz. Uh-oh. Oh, there it is. Got the loads. Can't order and have it delivered directly, but please get a pizza or something. Stock up on snackies, a sandwich, something. Don't forget to take care of yourself, too. Above all, drink your water. I just finished a bottle. Take your meds. Don't forget to take your meds. I take those in the morning. I take my blood pressure medication in the morning. Thank you, Liz. Much appreciated. What the hell am I going to get a pizza for $7? Thank you. I'll grab something to eat here in a minute.
Empanada called AB a house slave.
Yeah, he's wrong. What the fuck do you want?
Okay, well, you watch his videos a lot.
Why are you bringing up Bad Empanada? Do you think I agree with everything he says? No, of course not.
You endorse him.
Ethan.
A sponsor, Big Kahuna. Oh, I could fuck a Big Kahuna up. Yeah, but those are like $20, so.
All right, we gotta go. You promote them all the time. That's a fact.
That I agree with, that I think are very well thought out.
All right,
I don't
listen, stop being a coward and watch.
Domino's, no joke. Yeah.
Watch some fair
opinions
criticism.
Overall.
Please stop being a coward and just watch some criticism. It will prove that you are not
This
afraid.
was pretty good. This was pretty productive. You know, having this conversation, having this back and forth. Don't you think?
Little Caesar's Pizza, your favorite? Ugh.
I actually do. I think you exposed yourself deeply a few times here, and I think we'll have to wait and see, obviously, how this pans out.
Yeah.
But I do think it was productive to show just kind of the blatant, overt, anti-Semitism.
Maybe I will watch the Context Puke.
Yes, please, and then we can talk about it.
Maybe I will watch the Context Puke live, as a matter of fact,
please
not in a cowardly way. I like that. This is what it's come to, where having a face-to-face conversation is less. Is somehow less fucking is more cowardly than like actually watching a YouTube video that you made.
It is
no, dude. What's cowardly is you fucking constantly crying and refusing to actually look for context and putting together putting together shit that you saw on fucking subreddits to be like, this is my argument. I'm destroying him.
Watch it and tear it up and show how out of context it was. I'd love that.
Don't worry. Maybe I'll actually do that to fundraise for the charities that you are actively targeting by trying to undermine and celebrate with Creator Clash 3, which is
oh my God, he's not gonna stick up for Creator Clash, is he? How much is a Big Kahuna? I don't know. They close at like 9, I think.
You know this, but the last year they lost $250,000.
I think they're like what, $18 a sandwich or something.
To be charitable, you actually have to give money to charity
for the big one.
You fucking hate everybody that has even lightly fucking criticized you or stayed out of.
Are you surprised that I didn't like Ian's video?
What? No, dude.
Dude, if you want to own me, listen, Hasan. If you want to own me by donating to charity, I think that's fantastic.
You're gloating that a fucking charity event is actually like you're trying to undermine a charity event deliberately.
You have to give money to be charity. It's like a slush fund for them.
God, it's so gross, man.
I mean, what happened last year? How much money did they make? Did they do charity last year?
I don't know.
They lost $250,000.
Will you debate me again, Ethan? If you keep chirping in the future?
Yeah, of course. Perfect. But if you, I think it would be good if you watched Context Puke, and then we can discuss it.
Maybe I'll do that to fundraise for Creator Clash.
Yes, I think it's awesome. If you want to own me by donating to charity, I think that's sick as fuck.
Yeah,
18.
Maybe you should do that too. You know, donate some pro-Palestinian charities. I'll feel so fucking owned.
Let's own each other and donate to charity.
All right.
Didn't he donate to pro-Palestinian charities?
I know you guys fucking. I know you guys hate each other, but the views were crazy.
It was. I never
just
looked.
saying, think about it.
What was the views at? I never looked.
They're pretty good on both ends, like 100K.
Whose was higher?
Wow.
Don't ask that question.
Hasan's was higher.
Hasan's was higher. Yeah.
Not by much.
Yeah, Hasan gets like 30 or 40,000 views.
But it was higher.
That's not good. We got to do something.
I mean, I had 120,000. I don't know what you guys had over there. I wasn't looking, but
we got up to about 100K. So
well, we're gonna have to do. These people are clearly have some kind of brain disease, and we need to do something about it.
No, for sure. Ethan, please keep up the energy as though you feel that there is a genocide going on, because your output is what matters here, and that is what I was trying to get across to you and get across to your audience. If you think that
I acknowledge that I acknowledge that I could talk about it more, and I should make more of an effort to talk about it.
Okay, thank you. Instead of going after,
and you should try not to be a fucking raging anti-Semite for a day.
What?
If you can try not to be a raging anti-Semite for a day, then we can shake hands.
Ethan, I don't think you actually believe that I'm anti-Semitic. I think you're hysterical.
You should watch back the first part of this interview.
What?
You should watch back the first part of this interview. That is.
I don't think that makes you look good.
Okay, well, I guess we'll wait and see. Unfortunately, I think your people are going to think it makes you look good, and then everybody else is going to think that it might look good. Like, who's a fuck? At the end of the day,
I'm sure.
It's not a swastika. It's just the swastika sword. It's not a swastika. It's just the sword that I call the swastika sword. Got it. right, have a good night, Hasan.
All right,
I gotta
too.
go. All right,
You too, buddy.
You take care, bud.
All right.
Old friends, together at last.
Good God. Oh, boy. Okay, that's it. I am done. 5 hours, I am done. Okay. All right. I'm done. Good Lord. Guys, I will see you all in the next one. Later.